I'm actually pissed that I had to start it over. I just lowered the frame rate that amount. It's just not great. I need to build a PC, bro. Yesterday, I need to build a PC. Okay, well, at least the game's saving. So far, so good.
No, hold on. That was the
You
most
don't,
naive.
you don't,
oh, wait,
you
wait,
don't
wait.
believe you
that
can
was
make
the
a
most
generalization.
naive. No,
you
no.
don't believe you can make not the same.
So many. You can say it's not the same, but there are so many women that a guy has sex with them one time. You can talk that there are.
It's not naturally tie sex because it takes a lot. Women naturally tie sex with emotion.
Not
we do.
all of them, and there are guys that do as well. You can talk that there are so many. You can say it's not the same, but there are so many women that a guy has sex with them one time, and the guy becomes like a creepy, hooked up stalker who, for the rest of his life,
because they want more sex. But often
oh my goodness, no, hold on. That was the most naive.
You don't believe you can make a generalization.
No.
You don't believe you can make a generalization that there are more men who are able to have sex without emotion than women who are able to have sex without emotion naturally.
That broadly speaking, I don't like the word naturally because I think a lot of it is a lot of culturally.
Instinctually.
There's a lot of cultural buy-in, which is one of the reasons why Republicans and conservatives push back so much against things like abortion and contraception, because that's made women more promiscuous because they've been able to have sex.
That's not why we push back on abortion. We push back on abortion because you're killing a baby.
Sure, it's part of the. Okay, that's another thing. But like part of the reason why people push back against contraception is because it's allowed you to have sex without consequences. Historically speaking, the consequences for women with sex have been way bigger than the consequences for men, right? So it would make sense that women are a lot more guarded than men are. But when you start to remove some of the guardrails on that, women can open up a bit more, and there's not that risk of like I might get pregnant and be screwed for the rest of my life because now I've got a kid from a guy that just abandoned me, right? So and then you see that opening up. So I do agree that there is naturally a slightly different engagement between men and women on sex. That's true. But I don't think it's like all women that have sex or most women are super emotional. Most men are super attached.
No. I'm saying
I would say
women are more likely to have an emotional attachment.
More likely,
with
but
someone
I think there's
with.
more crossover than there is difference there.
So far, so good.
But why would you want a woman? Why would you want a woman with a high body count?
Why would a woman want a man with a high body count?
They don't want a woman with a guy with a high body count.
But they don't care.
Necessarily, they don't care.
Then I don't care
because they're different. No, I'm not saying you personally.
Well, you just asked me personally.
Yeah, I mean, why would you, as a man in general? I mean, why would you want a woman?
There are a few reasons.
Why is it more appealing to have a woman with a higher body count, in your opinion?
So it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for like sexual performance, somebody with a higher body count is going to have more experience.
That's not necessarily true, though.
It's not necessarily true. There could be one person that's had sex with one person 500 times.
Yeah, but think about it. I mean, you could be a serial monogamist.
We're speaking in generalities, right? You're asking me in generalities. Okay. Somebody in general with a higher body count is generally going to have more experience with different types of people than somebody with a lower body count. In general, it's not always true. Some of the best sex I ever had in my life was with my very first girlfriend because we dated for 4 or 5 years, right? And we were both virgins, I think, going into that. So. Yeah, I agree that, but I'm speaking in generalities. Generally, somebody with a higher body count is going to be somebody that probably, one, aligns more with my views on sex, right? Like, because of the type of person I am, the hyper-promiscuous, progressive, crazy, socialist, whatever you want to call me, probably not going to run into like a good Christian girl with 0 body count that wants to be in a relationship with me because we're going to be very wildly divergent on values. And then the types of things that we value sexually are probably going to more align if we've both been like relatively promiscuous, to use that naughty word to describe it.
So do you think that guys generally would prefer a woman who has a more experienced presence in the bedroom?
I don't think most guys even care. Based on who I've talked to, it seems to be the case. I don't know if that is the case, but a lot of people just want her to look good and be young, I guess.
So what I hear from men, having covered this for the last 4 months, is I hear that they don't need the experience, and oftentimes they don't want the experience if that experience is indicative of behavior that's promiscuous. In other words, what I think guys really want from a woman in the bedroom is someone who's enthusiastic, someone who wants to be there, somebody who really wants to have sex with them.
I don't know.
Somebody who's into it.
This is a question that I've asked a couple times now, and it's surprising. If you have somebody that is like we'll say she's a 6 out of 10 in terms of looks, but she's the best sexual partner you could ever have, versus somebody that's like a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10 in looks. A lot of the guys I talk to like, oh, I'd rather do the 10 out of 10, the one that doesn't do anything, just because she's hotter. And I mean, that might be a thing, but there's like a variety of reasons. But it's a way different engagement with sex than I have, right?
I think they definitely want a woman who's attractive, who they deem attractive, who's feminine, who, but more important than the experience, I think, is that they really want to be there. And I think guys will, hands down, take a woman who has had less experience and is more pure, but maybe their skills in the bedroom aren't as up to par, than somebody whose skills in the bedroom are porn star worthy, but that is because it's reflective of them having slept around a lot.
Yeah, I guess when I look at the way that people it's funny because growing up in school, my inclination was that like women play games with sex and men just like want to have sex. But as I grow up and I get older and older, it seems like men play a lot of weird games with sex, where sex is about building body count to show status, or having sex with a woman that's hot enough to brag to your friends about, or just being there because then you can say like, oh my God, I had sex. Something that I've talked about with a few guys now too. Like there are certain women that I've hooked up with that if I had the opportunity to a second time, I would rather just stay home and masturbate because the experience is just not that fun to me. But for multiple guys I've spoken to, they're like, that would never be the case.
Damn
the
it.
worst sex
I almost
is better
did it
than
without cutting.
the best masturbation or whatever.
Fuck,
like,
man.
I've
rather
not
have sex-
heard that.
Sure,
Actually,
this is something I've heard
guys.
from a few, and these are. And when I hear things like this, it makes me wonder that the engagement.
Heard that.
Sure, worst sex is better than the best masturbation or whatever. Like I would
I've
rather
not
have sex-
heard that,
Sure,
actually,
this is something
from
I've heard from a
guys.
few, and these are. And when I hear things like this, it makes me wonder that the engagement that men have with sex is like, it's funny because in a way, the great prophet Dave Chappelle once said that if a man could fuck in a cardboard box, he would not buy a house.
No.
that it seems like a lot of men are wired to just go after sex because there's this like social signaling status around it that men are the master keys and women are the locks you have to open, and the more you fucked as a guy, as much as you might hate women, ultimately all of your validity comes from women, right? Like if you've got a guy that shows up in a $2 million car and you've got another guy that shows up with like 3 of the hottest women in the world around him, everybody wants to be the guy with the woman, right? Even if you hate women, even if whatever, you want it because the women are like the ultimate like social signifier of status, and like if a woman loves you, it's the best thing in the world. And it feels like a lot of men when they view sex, they think of it in the same way. So, and then even when they go after like a woman with a low body count, it's like, I was the guy that got that girl who hasn't fucked any other guy, or only one other dude. Like I've got like exclusive access to this person.
I don't think that's what it is, though. I think
that's what it feels like.
I think it's because guys view, you know, they look at women that they're just going to sleep with in one box, and then they look at women that they're going to wife up in another box. And when they look at someone who's going to be their wife, I think that whether or not that woman has been promiscuous is indicative of their character. I think they're looking for somebody who they're thinking about, like, this is going to be the mother of my child, and the purity component has value to them. They want someone who's been more selective, who's been more traditional, who's been
Bart
more,
Simpson
less likely
time,
to
baby.
be, you know, hopping in and out of everybody's bedroom.
Here's a question I'll ask. You should ask every future guy this. I'm curious. I've never asked a question once. I'm curious what the answer would be.
Where's the car?
You could marry a woman who is 25. She slept with 100 guys. But once she marries you, she is guaranteed to be the paragon of virtue that you want. She'll never step on you, blah, blah, blah. Or you could have your perfect 0 body count woman at age 25. But there's a 25% chance that she's going to cheat on you and leave. I think people would most men would gravitate towards that woman, the 25% chance of cheating, than the other one that would be guaranteed to be exactly what you want after you get married.
Perhaps they wouldn't
Am I
believe
supposed to
that
follow him or
because
get away
there's
from him?
a sense that, and I don't know how accurate this is, truthfully, but there's a sense that if you're hyper promiscuous as a woman, in particular, or even as a guy, honestly, if you live a hyper promiscuous life, that you would be more inclined to cheat.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What if she wouldn't? But the
I don't know that
non-promiscuous
they
one
would buy that story, though, that you're
Well,
selling.
so we can't do the hypothetical?
No, I don't
Because
think they
I don't
would.
think
I
it's-
think that's
I
what
don't
they'll
think
say.
it's
This
an
is a very
indicator- yeah.
unlikely
I don't think it's the
scenario.
indicator of cheating. I think it's all the other emotional stuff that goes into it. That when you're having sex, you want to think about like another guy that's defiled her, been in her, and it's all these weird views of like women's sexuality and women's body and the ownership of it and the defiling of it when you're having sex. And
I don't think I think it's simpler than that. I think it's guys. I mean, guys don't even want to think if they have somebody that they love or that they're really into. They don't even want to think about who you had sex with in your 10 years ago, let alone who you had sex with 10 hours ago or who you might have sex with 10 hours from now.
Sure.
They're just very visual people, and
women
it's
are similar
unnerving.
to that, though.
Absolutely, absolutely.
If you're having
and
a
that's why
conversation
I
with a
always
girlfriend,
say,
you're like, "Oh, my ex used to do this." That's
that's why I
killed.
always say that the open, like for me, like I have a hard time understanding the open relationships either way, because I feel like oftentimes, I know a lot of the guys in the red pill community will talk about, well, it's a separate set of rules for men. But what I think of as that may work initially, but ultimately I think that many women will wind up feeling unsafe in that terrain.
Yeah.
And they'll feel like, what's going on here? You know, it's very hard for many women to detach the idea of intimacy from sex. So even though you could be a guy out there and you could be saying, I could go and I could have sex with someone who's just about sex, most women will have a hard time detaching that, because for us it is intimate. And part of that, I think, is biology, is that I always say, you know, and I had this conversation with Janelle when we had her on, is that it's different for women because men actually come inside our body. It's very personal in a way that it's not physically for men.
And I understand that, but I do think there are a lot of social factors that play as well. So like, for instance, for me as a guy, if I want to have sex with a girl, if I find somebody on Tinder, I'll drive to her house, I'll pick her up, I'll do whatever, because that's all I care about. That's all I'm thinking about. For a woman, there has to be like a higher level of... I don't want to say
I'm getting a
emotional
PC
intimacy, but
soon,
there's going to be
bro.
a higher
I'm
level
buying
of
one.
trust to even get to the sex
right.
part. And I think
I'm
that
buying
probably
one. Probably
engenders more
by the
emotional
end of the
intimacy
year,
than
I'ma
from the
have
guy
it.
thing, right? I can meet a random girl, have
That's
sex,
right.
and I don't care. But for the woman, it's like, I have to know you're not going to murder me. I have to know you're going to rape me.
That's right. Safety, security,
Yeah,
100%.
it's safer for me to have sex with you than to bring you to my house because I don't really want you to know where I live. There's a whole bunch of things. So I could understand from the woman's perspective that like, well, yeah, there's probably going to be more emotional stuff there because there's a lot of more hurdles that you kind of have to jump through as a
So
woman.
let me ask you this, because this is intriguing to me then.
Okay, go
because you're married, you have an open relationship on both sides. Is that not something that you think about when your wife leaves on a Saturday night and goes and hooks up with a guy? The fact that she had to go through all those levels of comfort before she would go and do that with him.
So this conversation is going to be a lot of trouble. This is a totally separate conversation, but how edgy do I want to be? I think that the vast majority of rape happens because women are kind of trained to be these docile, non-fighting, non-combative creatures. I think the vast majority, 90% plus of unwanted sexual encounters would stop if the woman said no. My wife is the type of person that would say no. Absolutely. I don't even worry about it. I know women in my life who have had men to try to rape them are the kind of women that are like, we're not doing this. We're done.
But take out the security component. I'm talking about the emotional, the fact
the
that
emotional
there has to be
component.
some
She's
emotional.
the exact same as me when it comes to that. She doesn't need like the crazy emotional connection. Like there are
So
people.
you
where,
don't have any. You don't have, as a man, you don't have any. And I know you're doing your thing too. So it's on both sides. It's not one-sided. But you don't have any concern when she leaves on a Saturday that she could go get involved with somebody, and maybe they go in thinking it's just physical, but something happens in that moment and it becomes an emotional experience for her, and then it creates a problem for you. That doesn't cross your mind.
No, but I live an exceptional lifestyle, right? From my life, I know the value that I have, and I know like the position that I'm in. Like I've got a ton of people that I talk to. Like if somebody wanted to leave me or step out, like I'm fine. I can find a million other people to date. Not that I would ever want to replace my lovely wife because I love her very much. But it's not like one of those. I think the most complicated thing for this is for average people. When you talk about open relationships that are open on both ends, those relationships are incredibly challenging for the guy because it's much easier for a woman to find casual sexual relationships than it is for the guy.
Right.
And oftentimes you wind up in these situations where the guy is kind of like desperately trying to find anything, and the woman's like, well, I can find a new guy like literally every single night on Tinder, you know? So in the average case, but in celebrity circumstances or whatever I would be, e-celeb, quasi-celebrity, whatever, like there are a lot of people that I have options for as well. Usually if we're doing stuff, we both arrange for stuff at the same time. Ironically, the biggest fear that we usually have for our stuff is if I fuck up really bad and I make like another girl pregnant. That would be the worst thing that could happen to us, aside from one of us getting murdered by like a crazy person. But
do you understand? I'm curious because you lead such a different life than I do, and it's really interesting to me. But do you understand the argument? Like I'm someone who believes in monogamy, and I believe that the reason that I believe that it's a beautiful structure, it's not going to be for everyone. Again, to each his own. But the reason I value
for most people, monogamy it makes sense.
The reason I value it though is because societally, I think something really incredible happens in terms of trust and commitment when it's just one person, and that sexual tier is maintained just for that one person, particularly when you involve children, and it becomes a structure.
I forgot about that. You're right. But he's not even worried about. Dude, I don't think he cares. I think if like Melina did that and was like left him, he'd be like, okay, on to the next.
That to me offers a lot of stability. Now, I'm not saying people don't cheat. I'm not saying people don't violate that contract, but do you understand why that contract exists and why it's considered a stable structure in society?
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. The only thing that I would ask is, I don't
nerd card time,
because I live my life. I don't care if people understand me. From my perspective, here's the way that I tend to view relationships. I can have sex with almost anybody on the planet in terms of like I'm physically capable of doing it, right, within reason. Sex is just sex, but there are certain people that have certain types of minds where I can only share certain experiences because of who they are. And that might be something as silly as going to, the observatory, the Griffin Observatory out in Glendale in LA. There were times I went out there with people that was like super fun. It might be like going to different countries and spending time on the beach with my wife. It might be playing music with people. I like to play piano. There are other things like these are like really emotionally and psychologically intimate moments for me that I can only share with certain types of people. And we create these like little slices of time where we kind of exist in our own little bubble in the universe, and we share those moments that are very special. Those are the moments to me that are the most intimate. I can put my dick inside any girl, and that's whatever, woman, not girl. But like that's like whatever. It's just sex to me, right? And I understand why for some people that's special, but for me, like I've had sex a whole bunch of times. I can remember like, oh yeah, that was cool, that was hot, that was fun, that was fun. But then there are some moments in my life that are truly special. This was like so much fun, like emotionally. This was like a really like driving through the mountains of Malibu with the top down on my convertible with a woman, and like these are the moments that are like super special to me that I like more than just like the sexual moments. But I understand different people value.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, for me, sex is not just sex.
Sure, of course, I
deeply personal, intimate, and ultimately, like that's how I had my baby. I mean, so something incredible can happen in that moment that can connect to people in a way that nothing else can. So I do believe that for me, monogamy and sex, and that's I guess why I have a problem with this hyper promiscuity in women, because I can remember a time where yes, there were badly behaved guys. Back then, you called them badly behaved guys that would sleep around and do all this stuff. But women, in large part, weren't that way. They had a much higher view of sex. They had much more self-respect when it came to their bodies, in that this is my temple and I'm not going to share it with anyone because it has high value to me. My sexual organs have high value because my sexual organs are what are going to enable me to one day make a child, and that's a superpower, and that should be reserved for someone that I love and trust. And there were a whole bunch of emotions that went into sex for good reason, because then I think it gave people pause. You weren't just going to sleep with anybody, because there could have been consequence. When you invite birth control, and you invite, not saying I'm opposed to birth control at large, but when you invite this en masse and you make this the new norm for everyone, what you're essentially encouraging is a mindset of just sex doesn't have any meaning, and sex should be meaningless, and that I think tears at the foundation of society ultimately.
Sure. I don't know if I'd say it tears at the foundation of society, but I would say that like sex is a really big deal, and people on the left have kind of made it too much of a whatever. And there are emotional ramifications, there are psychological ramifications, there are safety issues related to sex.
Disease. I mean, it can get kind of hairy.
Sure. Yeah. And I think that I think that people don't treat it sometimes with the respect that it needs to be treated. Even if you like, I do like casual sex, and I think people should have casual sex if they enjoy it. But it's a privilege that comes with a whole host of responsibilities behind it. I got into a lot of heat one time. I don't remember. I was fighting with someone on Twitter. It was like, I've been raped like 3 times in a row, or somebody stealthed me 3 times in a row, and then I got raped another time. It's like, if you're having all these bad experiences, maybe you shouldn't be having casual sex, because it sounds like you're getting raped a lot. It's probably time to like come back and like reassess your game plan, because something's not working here.
Speaking of the ops.
And when you find out that there's these people that are walking into the rake over and over and over and over again, it's like, okay, casual sex is cool, but it's like driving, and with any great new privilege comes a whole host of responsibilities that you need in order to ensure that you're doing it in a proper and safe way.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about abortion with you. Yeah, why not? We've talked about everything else controversial. Why not do that? And then we'll do just a little bit about some politics and the national divorce that a lot of people are talking about, which I'm actually getting on board with.
I don't think so.
Oh, don't be so
do
sure.
Another $20 on that, you're going to be $40.
No, I'm saying you're saying that I'm saying what I could potentially sign up for. Me personally saying, oh yes, vote yes, not what's going to happen. I don't think a national divorce is actually going to happen. Okay, let's talk about abortion a little bit. I saw this clip from you. I had a hard time understanding it. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to ask you to clarify. Go to, you see where life begins? Let's do that.
Kind of hard to hear, but if you could talk about where you think life begins again.
Yeah, sure. So when I think of when life begins, I think of the capacity to deploy consciousness, because it feels like conscious experience is the thing that we value the most about people. Like if we look to see like who's alive and who's dead at the end of life, like the last lady brought up that having a heartbeat is an important thing, but like when your heart stops beating, that's okay. Even if we can replace it, it's okay. But when your brain dies, we typically consider, oh, this person's dead, usually because they can't deploy a conscious experience anymore.
Explain that to me.
So when I try to figure out where does human life begin, something that can be instructive is to find out, well, where does human life end? Like what is the thing that we're actually protecting when we talk about human life? I don't think it's the body. I think it's the mind. I think that we have like a conscious experience that we have, and when we think about harm, we think of like that subjective experience being like terrified or being harmed in some way. So people die when their conscious experience ends. Well, when where does life begin? Oh, I see at the very beginning is probably when conscious experience begins. And before that, there is no subjective experience to speak of, which I think is necessary to speak about things like harm.
Okay, as we're discussing this, what I should have asked you first is, what is your position on abortion?
Well, I'm pro-choice up until around 20 to 24 weeks, I think.
Okay, so do you initially, my first gut reaction, do you have a problem with some on the left who don't make any distinction for abortion and essentially are saying that a woman should be able to abort a baby to the end of term, essentially right up until delivery?
Yeah, it's philosophically, I would say it's indefensible, and politically, it's suicide is stupid. So those people.
Okay, politically aside, though, that is happening. In fact, I had Kim Iverson on the show. I don't know if you know Kim, but I had her on, and she defended that to the end. She essentially said you should be able to abort a baby right till the borderline moment of delivery, which was interesting. I mean, there's a very strong position. I don't know that most
insane, but yeah.
Well, but people say it. People say it.
Very
and
few people.
oftentimes
That's a super ultra French
oftentimes
position,
you will have, though, when you go to put liberals on the record about, okay, when should it end? They won't tell you.
Okay.
They won't say 22 weeks.
Because
They'll
they
be
don't
very
have
hesitant to say
they
that.
don't have like a philosophically coherent position that's all politics for most people when it comes to abortion.
Okay, so you've heard the studies about pain and how babies can feel pain. Now there's numerous studies out that show it's 13 weeks actually, where a baby in the womb can feel some type of pain. I don't know if you've heard that.
Okay, don't care.
Okay, so I care because it's a human life, and if it's experiencing pain,
well, the experience part is important. So I would have to see the
What did she say?
particular statement.
babies can feel pain. Now that
Most people when it comes to abortion.
okay, so you've heard
have like a philosophically coherent position that's all politics for most people when it comes to abortion.
okay, so you've heard the studies about pain and how babies can feel pain. Now there's numerous studies out that show it's 13 weeks actually, where a baby in the womb can feel some type of pain. I don't know if you've heard that.
Okay, don't care.
Okay, so I care because it's a human life, and if it's experiencing pain,
Well, the
that's a
experience
problem.
part is important. So I would have to see the particular study when it talks about like pain, because there are certain things that like I'm pretty sure there are certain responses that we have just in our brainstem. So for instance, human response time, if we're pushing the edge of what's possible, is I think around like 150 to the average like 200 milliseconds, right? But if you put your finger on a stove, on a hot stove, you can pull back before you even have the experience in your head of feeling any pain. Because I think some neurologists
this is
going
a
Fucking-
technicality though. You realize
well, no, it's crucial. There is something happening in the brainstem that's like causing your finger to pull back really quickly, and you haven't actually had the subjective experience of pain.
Okay, so
when
you
somebody
said-
says like, "Can you experience pain?" Like, well, amoebas can avoid negative
Okay.
stimuli, and a fetus.
an amoeba.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's a perfect example. Of what
Sure.
You said 23, 24 weeks though.
20 to 24 weeks.
20 to 24 weeks. Okay. Can you bring up that image, Tyler, from Tommy's.org? People need to understand, and I think this is a huge problem, that women don't. Okay. Can you just show me that picture? That's a baby, and that is a 22-week-old baby. I want you to look at that picture.
I have
everyone
a
to
son.
look at
I've
the
seen all the
picture.
pictures. I was there for
but
his
I want people in the
delivery. It was super
audience
fun.
to
Yeah.
know, because it's very easy. You say these things 20 weeks, 22 weeks, 13 weeks, and it's very hard to understand. That's a 22-week-old baby that was delivered actually at 22 weeks, if you would believe it. The story is incredible.
Where's the
and
baby at
survived.
now?
So when
Do
we're
you ever
talking
show
about,
like when you do these things? Do you ever show pictures of like this is a mom living in a house where she can't afford rent, where
No,
she's
no, no.
addicted to drugs, where she's a single mom, where there's no help for her, or do you ever show
Nope.
pictures of like this is the kid in the adoption clinic
Nope.
because nobody's there? No, you
No,
only,
no.
you only want to show
What-
the one side.
show pictures of kids in an adoption clinic
Sure.
to have this conversation about whether or not we should murder a baby in the womb?
Well,
Different
are we talking? Well,
conversation.
if you're trying to just invoke an
I'm not
emotional
going to
response, then I think
no,
that the progressive
no,
because
I'm not going to justify
Uh-huh.
murdering. What I just saw was a baby, not an amoeba. That's a baby, based on all the other things that you.
You're
talked about.
justifying.
We can talk about adoption. We can talk about how to assist women who find themselves in predicaments that
Well,
are.
but conservatives never want to
unfortunate.
talk about
We
those
could-
things.
we
so
want to talk about it all the
they
time.
never want to talk about those
Conservatives
things.
talk about crisis pregnancy centers all the time. Donate money to it. Make it a top
They-
priority.
the
all
conservatives
the
care about the
time.
baby right until it
No,
comes out of the womb.
That is
and then
nonsense.
at that, it's personal
That is
responsibility.
absolute
It's your
nonsense. You
family.
have people like Allie Beth Stuckey. Do you know Allie? I don't know if you know Allie. She works the plate. She's front and center. Lila Rose. These people in the pro-life movement care deeply about what happens to that child from the
Why
time
didn't
that it
conservatives
is
support
conceived.
to extend the child tax credit then from Biden for upping it from 3,000 or
Can
from
we talk
2,000?
about this for 1 second? Because we're going to
Sure,
get.
okay, yeah, go
Let's
for it.
talk about this for
Okay,
1 second.
sure,
Because,
sure.
no, because I'm deeply curious. Are you worried at all about do you think that most people know what they're talking about when we talk about 22-week-old baby? The reason I showed that was not to upset people or to upset you.
Well, of course it's
or-
to upset people. That's the goal.
No, it's,
Yeah, of
it's
course.
reality.
No,
in the same
the
way that I
goal
want a
is-
woman who
the
goes in
goal
for
is-
an abortion should have to look at an ultrasound.
Sure. And I think that you should see things on the other end as well. I think in that case, if you want to
We're
deliver a baby,
talking
then
about, no.
you should see
We're
this is what your life
talking
looks like
about-
post-pregnancy.
So that should be the justification. So in other words,
The
if your life is
justification-
going to be, then you shouldn't have had sex.
The justification should be, here are your ethical or philosophical arguments to justify whether or not it's good or bad. Not like, let me show you enough pictures to make you feel, because I can show you enough
No.
pictures about literally
It's a-
anything.
that's
I
a
can show you
baby.
enough pictures about anything to make you feel anything about
No,
a certain
no.
way. Really?
We-
Wait,
no,
what's
no,
one topic
no,
you think
Stephen,
I couldn't? What's one topic you think I couldn't convince you of? If I'm showing you
whether
pictures.
or not somebody should be able to end the life of something else. You mentioned an amoeba.
That is a philosophical
You mentioned
argument.
an
That's an
amoeba.
ethical argument.
You mentioned an amoeba.
And we
I
all
am
saw
simply
the one
showing
guy
you
go
that
on
that is
Stephen.
not an
Was it
amoeba.
it wasn't Stephen Crowder. It was the Turning Point USA guy, Charlie Kirk, where he held up the picture and he said, "What is this?"
So
and
let me
Charlie
ask you
Kirk said,
this.
"That's a beautiful baby embryo." And he was like, "No, it's a fucking pig."
So did that look like pig to you?
That didn't know.
Okay, so
but
that's
8
why I
weeks
showed
earlier, what it looked like. I said I was against abortion for 20 to 24 weeks. He showed me 22-week fetus.
That's a
or-
20. Okay.
Sure.
And I also had a conversation with you 2 minutes ago where I said that most people on the left aren't willing to define the number at all.
good thing you're
and are
talking
very,
to
very
me and not
comfortable with
most
that.
people on the left.
So if we showed a 19-week-old baby, I'm pretty In fact, I know because I have a baby and I went through all those sonograms. You're going to see something that looks like a baby. Tyler, do me a favor. Pull up a 19-week-old baby. Let's see what it looks like. Because this is what I'm talking about. These numbers are quite arbitrary. And the bottom line is...
The pictures are arbitrary.
What the bottom line is,
Uh-huh.
it is a human life growing inside you. I had it growing inside me, and it is a human life.
Human life is not the question. The question is there an experience there that's worth protecting?
That's ridiculous.
What about a person in a coma
That's
that's never gonna, what about a
ridiculous.
person in a coma that's never going to wake up?
That is, Stephen, it's ridiculous.
What is it? Talk
because
to me about
it
that.
is
It's a human
ridiculous.
life.
It's like the viability argument. And
We're
how
not talking
there's-
viability.
Oh, there you go.
I don't
Look,
care
there's
about viability.
Okay, 19 weeks. Looks like, that's weird. Looks like a baby. Okay.
Right into the trash
baby.
can.
Little legs.
Easy.
Deeply disturbing what you're saying, though. And
What
this
about
is
the people in the
result,
coma?
But
What about
this
the
is the
people in the
result.
coma?
No, this is the result. The conversation that we're having right
Where'd
now.
the guy go?
Where it's like
We're not
easy
having a conversation. We're
garbage
looking
pail.
at pictures,
No,
and you're asking me to cry because of a picture.
no, I'm not asking
That's
you to
what you're
cry.
asking
What
me
I'm
to do.
asking you is to factually acknowledge what we're talking
We're
about.
not talking facts, though.
Yes, we
the
are.
facts would be, here's the argument for why it should be defended. Not, here's
the
a
reason,
picture. Doesn't
the
it look
reason
really
why,
cute?
The reason why I oppose
I
abortion is
needed
because
this
it's a
car.
human
What the
life. And I'm
fuck?
showing you that human life in the same way
You
that
can't
I argue.
show me a human life. We can
Yes,
talk
I
about the
can.
concept of human life.
Okay. It's a person that you make that's growing inside of
Okay,
you.
so what about a fetus at 1 week?
It's a person that you make that's growing inside
Okay,
of you.
so what if you terminate a pregnancy at 1 week?
Yeah.
What is being harmed?
You
Who
just-
is being harmed?
The baby.
What baby? There's no experience
The
there
baby
that's being
that's just-
harmed. They don't even have the brain yet to have the
Talk to me
experience.
about the experience of a baby at 22 weeks. How do you know what the experience of a baby is at 22
Because
weeks?
at 20 to
monkeys.
24 weeks, and that window is when all of the necessary parts of the brain are formed and
So
communicating
you're
with each
making
other.
you're making a decision based on how
God, they're
much of the
fucking
baby is
everywhere.
formed to decide whether or not the baby should
Holy
be murdered.
shit.
But it's a baby. It's still a baby. At 2 weeks old, at 3 weeks
Why do
old,
I
at 4
need
weeks old,
this
it's a baby.
How much of the
ass,
baby
shitty
should
ass
be
What? Let me
murdered?
ask you a
Do we
question.
want to beg the question
Let's
any
ask,
harder?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
So when do you approve
You-
holocausting infinite amounts of
but
children,
you-
innocent children? Like,
This is
of course I'm not
absurd.
going to answer. The question is
what would happen to the baby if you didn't murder the baby? Would it turn to a full-term baby? Odds are.
the fact that you're asking me what would happen if you didn't do a thing proves that that thing isn't worth protecting. You have to wait for it to turn into something else. So my question to you is, again, who is being harmed when you terminate a 10-cell
That's the
fetus?
same argument that people make who say the baby's not viable outside the womb.
I'm not
so it
making
should
a
be murdered.
viability
It's
argument.
The same argument.
I'm not. It's not the same
It's the
argument.
same argument because they'll say you're saying that its brain is not. They're not having an experience.
There's
or
no
whatever you're
harm.
saying.
There's
And
no one that you're harming.
Fuck,
Yes.
there's
That's
so many
ridiculous.
monkeys.
Well,
The
who's
baby-
being harmed then? When you
the
have
baby.
the 10 cell,
The baby.
What
It's
is
a human life
what
that's
is-
been formed.
But they have no mind. They have no concept of themselves. They have
That's
no sense of being. They have
ridiculous.
nothing. It's
Why can't I-
ridiculous.
It's
You think the
absurd.
10-cell thing
It's
is
absurd.
looking around with the 1-cell
Listen,
eye?
I had a
Yep.
baby.
Yes,
I
I had a
went
baby
in.
too.
The baby lived inside my body.
Okay.
I went in.
I felt
saw
him
the
kicking a little bit.
sonograms.
The belly button
He
popped
kicked
out.
inside
He
my body.
flew out of the mother.
I
as
had
soon
a
as
baby
he
who
was
had a
done.
personality very early on.
Okay,
That
yep.
the sonogram, you know the sonograms, you go in for the sonograms, and there's a light that shines, and my
Yeah,
little
you
man
do the little jelly
would
for the
go like
ultrasounds
this.
and everything. Yeah,
It's a
I
baby.
remember, yep.
It's a baby. So that is
At,
what
te-
all
at,
I'm
10
simply.
at 1 week, is it a
All
baby?
I'm simply what I'm. It's a growing baby.
It's
Yes.
growing, so
it's
it's
a
not there
growing
yet.
baby.
It's not there yet.
No, and you know what? Guess what?
Yeah.
At almost 2 delivery, it's not there yet either. And when it pops out, sometimes they have to make it cough, and they have to do something to make sure that the baby's okay, and it's not there yet.
It is
And if you
very
take-
clearly there.
And
At-
also,
at
if
6,
you take
7,
the
8
baby
months, it
outside
is
the
very
body,
clearly
for
there.
those making the viability
We're
argument,
not
but
making the viability argument.
people
I don't know
are.
who you are.
People
Which
are.
people in chat?
In-
Are they? Hey, are they making the argument
people
in chat?
make it all the time.
No, I'm just kidding.
Viability is the argument that gets made all the time. But regardless,
We're
it's
not talking
important.
about viability.
If
It's-
we're going to have a, but listen, I understand where you're coming from.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I do. I understand there are many people with your line of thinking.
There
on
aren't very
this,
many
on
people
what-
with my line
yes,
of thinking.
there
They're
are.
making bad arguments like the viability
No,
argument,
no,
which is
no.
garbage.
They make arguments about 20. They delineately. Let's say they delineate 22 weeks, whatever it is. That's
Gotcha.
that was originally the number that was used.
What I should be doing is the one with the least sad-looking picture, though. That's the
No,
best.
No, but you should look at a baby and say it's a
I
baby.
need to be able to say, look at one at 12 weeks, and then that's
Because
the one
it's
that
a
looks
baby.
like the
It's a
dolphin
baby.
embryo. And I'm like,
It
Dude,
that's
looks
I
like a
love
baby,
him.
so we
I
can't
love
live in a world of
Destiny.
delusion. We cannot live in
a
a
world of delusion is saying it's a life worth protecting because it looks like a particular thing.
It's a baby. It doesn't look like a baby. It is a baby.
What if I showed you a baby that was
Yeah.
delivered and had no brain? Is that a baby that's worth protecting?
Would I tell you to, if the baby was delivered with no brain,
It
it
has
wouldn't
no
be
brain.
alive.
Well, let's say it can be alive. There are babies that have hydrocephalitis. You've got lots of water in the brain. You've got a brain stem. There was a woman
And what do
actually.
they do? What do they do to those babies when they're delivered?
Sometimes they keep them. The parents will keep them until they. I think
Okay.
they die when they're like
So
4 or
would
5.
if you're asking me if I would advocate to murder that baby, the answer would be
It
no.
wouldn't be murder, it'd be killing. To
Murder.
be fair,
It's murder.
Killing.
It's murder.
Well, we're debating whether or not it's murder. That's the point of the debate. Murder is by definition
Killing
unjustified
is
killing.
murder.
Not always.
You kill something, it's murder.
If you kill something in self-defense, does that count as murdering?
Are they killing the baby in self-defense?
I'm not asking. We're asking if the killing
That's
is justified or not.
Okay.
Murder is by definition
It's
unjustified
getting
killing.
silly.
It's not getting silly.
It's getting silly.
It's
It's
not.
getting silly.
If you ask me, is it okay to murder something? That's tautologically false. Of course not. Murder is by definition unjust.
Here's why I think it's important to show the pictures, because
No!
one of the
Oh,
arguments,
thank God
and
I
I
got
had
that fucking
somebody who
monkey.
used to work on Planned Parenthood. I had Abby Johnson on here, and she talked about what goes
Was
on
she the
behind
person
the
doing the
scenes.
selling the body parts for money, or?
No, she worked at Planned Parenthood. She was a Planned
Okay.
Parenthood clinic director that left and became part of the pro-life movement, and she talked about what goes on behind the scenes in Planned Parenthood.
Gotcha.
And I had her on the show, and I asked her about why don't they show sonograms to women? And I firmly believe, and for example, this is similar but different argument, but for a long time, I was plant-based and I didn't eat meat and all that stuff. And I said, and I did it for animal reasons. I was very, very in that head when I was younger. And I said, you know what? I want to go and I want to eat meat. I want to get comfortable with this because there were nutrient deficiencies that I think it's very hard to get what you need to get when you remove meat. Personally, that's what my experience has been. And I said, you know what? I want to know what I'm doing, though. I want to watch what happens. I want to know the difference between humane and inhumane killing of animals. I want information. I want to be informed, and then I can make that decision. And the way that I feel about it is, if a woman is going in,
drop
to
a
get an
link,
abortion,
bro.
they need to know what they're doing. They need to see what's going on. And what she told me is that they don't show the sonograms because they don't want women to have an emotional reaction when they see a baby growing inside them. And women, in large part, will have an emotional reaction because you will see a life moving around. You will see little hands sometimes. You will see little feet, and it will look like a baby because it is a baby. So all I'm saying is, if you decide you want to get an abortion, know what you're doing. Go in there, and they should show you a sonogram.
You don't have to see it. That's your choice. It's your personal medical
And
history.
if you do want to see it, they should show it
If
to you.
you want to see it, then sure.
And
But
they
I'm sure if
don't.
you ask,
They
if you
don't.
ask, can I see sonograms?
They don't.
We don't do that here. If you might get emotionally attached.
That's what happens.
Okay.
They don't show the sonograms to the women
gotcha.
in Planned Parenthood. That's what happens. So the reason I showed the image to you is just because for me, it is
Because you don't have an argument.
Where's murdering a baby is not an argument?
No, that's a statement. Murder is wrong. You murder baby. That's not an argument. That's a statement. That's a
Don't murder a baby
conclusion.
in your belly. Don't murder a
Murder
baby.
is wrong by definition, of course. The question is it a human life that's worth protecting? That's the question.
So you know what?
And we saw a picture, but
If
the
it-
picture's worth 1,000 words. I don't know if it's worth any arguments.
So
but
you think that it's the job of who to make that arbitrary decision about whether or not it's a life worth saving at what stage?
well,
Is it the
we're all
government?
kind of are in charge of that, right?
Is it Is it the government? Is
Ultimately,
it
it's
the person?
probably the government, I guess, because
Why?
because we all have our personal moralities and our ethics, but we all have to come together and decide what's right and wrong. So downstream from our collective ethics is going to be our legal system, which is the government, right? So our law is hopefully it's codified morality from all
So let me
society,
ask you,
so-
how do you feel about the Supreme Court ruling then on abortion, sending it back to the states?
That has nothing to do with ethics. Those are really complicated legal arguments.
Do you believe it should be a state issue, abortion?
Oh man, okay. If you want to talk about the Supreme Court case once, the Supreme Court one is complicated. I disagree with the Supreme Court case. I disagree with the recent Supreme Court ruling. Even though Roe and Casey were probably not the best rulings, because I think that there is something to be said for the the precedent of the courts. That when the court gets into the business of rewriting rulings that it's done 40, 50, 60 years ago, you've put yourself in a weird spot where all of a sudden the court can look retroactively at any time you've got new people on the Supreme Court. But these are legal arguments. These aren't really.
But I'm
right?
asking you, do you believe that it's a
Do I
state
believe that it
issue?
should be a
In other
state
words,
issue?
if one state decides that it's illegal and another
so
state decides it's not, is
I
that
am
okay
partial
with you?
to the arguments that oh God, it wasn't Gorsuch, it wasn't Thomas. Who did the majority opinion? Alito. It seems to be, I think it was Alito, right?
I'm not sure.
It seems to be the case that abortion is a far from settled issue in the United States of America. That we don't all agree on that. Like
That's
gay
correct.
marriage, the Supreme Court ruled one way. We're all kind of gay marriages, whatever. Abortion is not solved. So in the sense that we have wildly differing opinions on abortion in the United States, personally, I feel like that's probably best left to local levels to sort out how we feel about that.
Okay, so we
I
agree
think
on
that's
that.
a state issue.
Yeah.
Not because I agree with the right to abortion, but because obviously there's huge disagreements in the United States. Even 60 years or whatever after we've made it part of a
Right.
Supreme Court ruling, there's still big disagreements about it. So I think that it should be left to the
Yeah,
states.
I mean, I'm a 10th Amendment advocate, so I agree with the ruling because I believe that it was originally meant to be, a states' rights issue, and it was returned to its proper place. So even though I'm personally pro-life, I actually do make some exceptions for rape, for incest, for physical life of a mother.
Why would you make exceptions for rape?
Why not? Well, because
it's a baby.
here's
You would
why-
murder
no,
a baby
no,
if it's.
listen, and I'm going to tell you, I personally now.
You have
now,
like
I'm not
the
telling
worst collection of
I'm not
abortion
telling-
opinions.
I'm not telling somebody
Okay.
else what to do.
We're gonna look this up real quick. Not that. I'm putting it in the complete wrong spot. Why? Oh, it's a space.
There's nothing like a new Subaru, but in today's tight auto market, you can't wait. Pre-order your new Subaru.
He's in the police station, by the way, guys. He's in the police station.
Make this guy. Minnie, wait! What are you doing in there?
Don't worry about it.
Minnie, I need food!
Don't come at me like that. I'm trying to reload. Fuck. Alright, this is for you, okay?
Minnie, I don't want to die like this. Wait, let me reload,
You're not gonna die.
Okay, go. Wait, so you know he can shoot those bodies, right? He's obviously in a position to kill those people, right?
I see him.
You see him?
I see him. He's in the room right in front of us.
Oh no, Minnie! You want me to run first? I'll be the bait. And then you can shoot him? Or do you want to run into like the next room and then I'll shoot him?
Alright, no, do you see him? He's right there.
Wait, hold on. I'm third personing.
Hey, is there any way that we could just talk this out?
Oh god, I see him, Minnie! I see him!
Are you a mass murderer? Because there's about, what, 8 bodies here? It's kind of one.
Oh my god, Minnie, he's right there!
What the fuck game is this?
Sorry.
Minnie, stay there! Minnie, keep him talking!
Wait, I can't. I'm sorry, can you turn up your microphone? I can't hear you.
Keep him talking.
I mean, are you a bad guy or a good guy? That's all I
Oh
want to
my
know.
god.
Oh shit!
Did I get him? Did I hit him?
Yeah, you killed him!
Oh, get fucked! Oh shit! Oh, I fucking...
That's
I'm
bad.
coming! I'm coming!
Wow. I am
That's
impressed.
funny.
Oh my god, the dream! The dream! Does he have food?
I don't see anything.
Move! Oh my god, the bodies are
Oh,
everywhere!
he's got a lot of. Oh, he's got beans. Get it. You gotta. Shit.
Hold on.
Powdered milk with beans. SKS ham.
That was actually hilarious. Fucking Destiny. The man Destiny. Oh shit, I beat the fucking level.
Do.
Okay.
But
This
what
took me
I'm
so
saying
long
is
the first time.
personally, like I feel uncomfortable telling someone who was raped that they don't have access. I personally, I struggle with that myself.
Shouldn't that should be an easy one,
However,
right? Like, listen, rape sucks, and having a baby can suck if you didn't want to.
Yeah.
But are we really gonna murder an innocent baby because
I don't know how to make a mod,
mistake
but
of
Well,
raping?
that is the that is an
try
argument that is
at some
made.
point.
I personally morally struggle with that one.
Okay.
I also struggle with, well, obviously, life of the mother is life of the mother,
Of course.
and incest creates many complications, physical and otherwise. That's a medical bag that I don't feel competent
what
to
if
assess.
and this is, I'm curious, I don't have to find this, but I'm curious, what
How
if
am I
you
supposed to
are
just-
pregnant, you do I don't know if they still do amniocentesis or whatever, but you do the test and you find out the baby has like Down syndrome. Do you think you should be allowed to abort in those cases, or like an
I don't even
extreme-
support that test. It's a disaster. The amnio is a disaster.
Okay.
But
Well, it carries a
no,
risk.
I
I don't
don't
know if they do
believe
that
you
one
should.
anymore, but,
No, I don't. I don't believe that you. No, I
But
don't.
then why an incest then?
Well, you know what the problem is with incest is.
There's a lot of problems with incest.
Well, there is. Here's where it comes down to essentially. I mean, I could sit here and say I'm pro-life across the board, but it keeps me up
What
at
part of
night thinking
Springfield is
about
this
those
even?
particular situations that I don't feel like I have enough of a hold over. And I think that someone who's been through rape, it depends on what does that circumstance look like. How old is that individual?
Fuck,
I mean, there's
dude.
so many questions that I need to ask about what's going on
have
there.
to
Is it a
catch up
small
to this.
child?
Oh, I
Is it-
should have
is it
taken the
even-
shortcut.
So
I
I
forgot about the
understand-
Is it an
shortcut.
11-year-old? I mean, that
But you have
becomes
no
so
problem
gray
telling
and
like a
so
15-year-old
nuanced.
that like you have a baby, it's 4
No,
weeks
what
old,
I-
but you have to, you're done.
Listen,
15,
I
you're having the
would
baby. Mm-hmm.
personally encourage life in all of those. Take life of the mother aside.
Mm-hmm.
I would personally encourage life in all circumstances where I believed that
come
I
on,
could.
come on.
However,
Well, but you would
Come
vote
on!
for legislation making it illegal
Fuck
for 15-year-olds to get
you!
abortion.
I would
Yes.
vote for a legislation that I believe that the law as it is right now, where it's returned back to the states, is where it should be.
No, but so in the state of Florida, you would vote for DeSantis says we're going to make all abortion except for when the life of the mother is harmed, and in case of rape and incest, we're going to make abortion illegal. You would vote for that law if it was up to referendum. So
You
if a
mean should
15-year-old
should a
15-year-old be allowed to get an
able to
abortion?
abort? No.
Okay.
No, and here's where it comes back to me to the promiscuity, because unfortunately I believe that the reason that I don't value promiscuity in culture is because I believe that hyper promiscuity in culture has now made it so that we treat abortion as if it's an in-and-out procedure, like it's
taking
nothing.
a
It's not.
shit.
Abortion is something that should be very serious. It's not how it's treated now. It's treated like another form of contraception in many places. Women are getting multiple abortions. A lot of times it is because there's carelessness involved. You look at the number of cases that involve rape, incest, life of the mother, they're actually quite small.
Yeah, of course.
It's very often a decision that just someone wakes up and decides, I don't want a baby. Why did you get pregnant? Oftentimes it's because you didn't do something to prevent yourself from getting pregnant. So this hyper promiscuity, no consequence culture is a problem for me. I personally struggle with those instances, rape, incest, life of the mother, because every single situation can be so different, but I don't want any blanket legislation that's going to enable anyone of any age to be a conduit for abortion as a result of poor decision making on their part.
Sure.
And that's a
I understand
question
what
of
you're
what's
saying,
going on with their parents,
Sure.
50-year-old.
And I don't agree that a baby should be the punishment for poor.
A baby's never a punishment.
That's what you're talking about. Like,
A
you need to be
baby
held
is
accountable for your
never-
action. Here's your.
No, you can't say that somebody can be selfish and make bad decisions and
And
as
not
a
be
result
punished with a
murder
baby.
a baby.
But they can if they
But
were
it's
raped.
not punishment. That person has the option to have that baby and put that baby up for adoption.
Okay.
They don't have to keep the baby if they don't want the baby, but why can't they allow that baby to have a life? So I'm not telling you to keep the baby. If you don't want to be, there are people who should never be parents.
Sure.
They don't
But
want
you
to be
would vote
parents.
to make it so they have to keep the baby, or they have to give the.
No,
deliver
not
the
that they have to keep
They
the
have to
baby,
deliver
but
the
they
baby.
should deliver that baby. And I guarantee you, most of them, when they deliver that baby, will want to keep it.
I mean, by
guarantee
the
you
time
they'll
you're
wanna keep
done,
it.
but yeah, but sure, most
Because
people
they're-
that are
because it's-
slaves in basements to people for
Fine
6 months
part.
eventually like the people that are
This
keeping them
makes-
hostage. I mean, that doesn't.
But your argument is making a baby sound like a punishment, and
You're the one that's. You're saying there should be consequences for your
I'm trying to
actions.
create
You can't
a society
escape your.
where there are consequences for actions, where you take sex seriously because sex is something that can have a consequence, particularly for women when it comes to pregnancy. It should be taken seriously because there's always a risk of pregnancy, and if you know that, and if you know there's a risk of pregnancy, you should keep in the back of your head, do I want to have a baby right now? And if you don't, you probably shouldn't be having sex with that person, or have sex with someone where if you do have a baby and it happens, you're okay with having that baby, because a child shouldn't have to suffer as a result of your decision making. That's all I'm saying. A baby is never a punishment, though. Ever a punishment. I mean, I just can't even like think about it like that. It's insane to me. But regardless, yes, somebody should have their baby and give it up for adoption if they don't want to be a mom.
Okay.
Many options.
And then a
Okay, I
whole
want to
bunch of
ask you
kids in
quickly about the.
orphanages.
This is the last one we'll do today.
Mhm.
The national divorce. I think is a really, really interesting conversation. I remember this being brought up to me a few years ago, and I was always someone who didn't support that. You know, I would say, listen, we all have to figure out a way to have a conversation with each other. We all have to be able to, not that we have to agree, but we should be able to sit down. We're one country, you know, under God, all this stuff. And that's just how I felt about it for a very long time. And now I hear it, and I really feel that there are a lot of policies of the left that are so extremely damaging that I don't want them becoming reframing what this country is. And I'm starting to get behind, like, hey, the left and the right see the world so fundamentally differently in 2022. It's not just a political conversation about taxes or, you know, regulation or green energy. It's very deeply personal about these woke policies, about, you know, gender
This is kid booing in the
activism
fucking
when it
car.
comes to kids, about school choice, about that. I can see how people would say, maybe we're just too different to be one. And am I worried that the policies of the other will infiltrate the country at large? We see the world very differently. So I think it's an interesting, do you support that in any way? Could you see a world where, forget about whether it will happen,
Yeah,
but
so here-
is that
this
the
is-
right path in some respects?
Okay, this is a valuable lesson I learned in a video game. I played a video game. I had a large group of people that I managed in the video game. And sometimes in that game, we had to make a decision about what was the next type of spaceship we were going to fly. And it's fun to have like a few people in the leadership be like, we're going to make this spaceship. Like, let's just do that. And that'd be awesome. And there was a lesson that I learned. Somebody suggested me this idea. And he said, anytime you want to do a particular thing, you should appoint at least one person on the other end to make arguments against it. And I found that when we went to do things in the future, it was always a really good idea. Because what would happen is if everybody wants to do one thing, you can very quickly get lost in this where you go farther and farther, you're like, whatever. And you need one person on the other end there to kind of keep you grounded. Because at the very least, even if you ultimately go in that direction, at least they're like, well, at least consider this, remember that, or like, don't forget to factor in this thing. At least they're there to kind of hold you to.
Right.
Yeah. So something that's happened in U.S. politics and worldwide, and I think the internet has contributed a lot to this, is in some ways we've become so ideologically homogenous in the country. It feels like we're getting more and more different. But I think what's actually happening is two groups are forming that are becoming more and more the same. where the right is completely pulled away from the left is completely pulled away from the right, and now on the right they're having these conversations that are fucking wild to me, and on the left they're having these, like on the right it's like our election was stolen, the vaccine is, you think, mind control or whatever, and on the left
I
it's
didn't
like
say that. I just didn't want it.
and then on the left it's, you know, like people are trans at 2 years old, and, you know, trans women and cis women are exactly the same competition, and we should have 55 an hour minimum wage, like, and there's no more. I noticed this the most with the minimum wage argument, that when we were all kind of like here for minimum wage, it's like 15 an hour, 15 an hour, maybe 12 an hour, now 15 an hour, 15 an hour. But now that they've like totally fractured, people are like 15 an hour is slave labor, 25 an hour is the starting point. I was like, oh my God, what happened to the conversation there? But you're only surrounded by other left-leaning people. I think you said something that we see the world very differently, like the different groups in America. I agree with that, but I think that like 99% of humans are fundamentally the exact
What
same.
am I supposed to be doing?
Like most of us want to like work so that we feel like we're contributing to society, come home, have families, have a little bit of fun. Like broadly speaking, that's where we're all at. And we're going to get into the weeds on stuff like gay issues or some social stuff. But for the most part, I think most people want the same thing. I think that as the groups have drawn out separately, I think the issue that we get into is people view the other side as having this fucking hatred for like their own people. So I can speak on the vaccine thing. When I look at people like you, who I would call anti-vaxxers or whatever.
I'm not an anti-vaxxer.
Okay, anti-coronavirus vaccine, right?
No, I just believe that people should be able to make the decision for themselves and not be mandated for.
You use the term experimental vaccine. Sure.
It is an experimental vaccine.
Sure.
It's not?
Not anymore. It's FDA approved.
Oh,
just like all the monoclonal antibodies.
Isn't that convenient?
That's how the approval process works.
Was it an experimental vaccine when it came out?
Well, every vaccine when it
okay.
goes through experimental
So then my
stages.
terminology is correct.
Well, no, because now it's an FDA-approved vaccine. It's not experimental.
I've been talking about an experimental vaccine for 2 years. It was an
well, every
experimental
single
vaccine
vaccine is originally
just because
experimental.
something gets FDA approval overnight, by the way, doesn't mean that it's not experimental.
What does experimental mean? Is experimental stands for I don't like it?
The day of difference. So the FDA approves it, and it was an experimental vaccine yesterday, but today it's not. What makes it not experimental?
Experimental is a human concept.
I
yes,
agree.
it's experimental.
Destiny is gone. I mean, 15 hours. It should be like 20 something. If we're adjusting for inflation, if wages had gone up the way everything else has fucking gone up, it'd be like 20 something bucks an hour.
When the experiment ends, we say that.
What makes it not experimental is that it's time tested, and it's not time tested, so it's still experimental.
Which, you know that like when flu vaccines come out, those are created every.
That's what I'm saying. Like that should be base level. It should be like the minimum wage should be like whatever it takes to have like a studio apartment and like a car by yourself. Like whatever that is, like minimum wage should be like if you work 40 hours, you should be able to afford that at least as a ground level. Fuck, did I quit the game? I hope I didn't.
Season. Those all experimental?
This is experimental technology.
Are the flus all experimental to you?
The mRNA technology is experimental technology. There still aren't even adequate studies on it for many groups of people.
Well,
That's why you have.
So when does the mRNA technology not become experimental? Is it in 10 years?
Typically,
20 years?
when most vaccines come out, it's years of testing. When you have vaccines
I'm asking
that come out
you,
for childhood
when are you
vaccines,
going to say that the mRNA vaccines aren't
several
experimental?
years of testing where you have
So by
information.
2030, assuming that everything's fine, you're like, okay, they're not experimental.
10 years of testing. Yeah, that's what I would expect to see on a new experimental technology. I would expect to see, because side effects don't unfold overnight. Some do.
Well, for vaccines, it's 2 months. You're not going to see side effect 12 months later. The vaccine doesn't stay in your body. That's
actually not medically accurate. But carry on.
That is absolutely medically accurate.
Not
but
true. That's why they do on childhood vaccines. That's why on other vaccines they have extended testing for them.
Of course, we always look for extended testing. But for any vaccine that's been FDA approved.
Bottom line, listen.
Okay, wait.
No. Whether I chose to get the vaccine or not, labeling it experimental is accurate. It's experimental vaccine.
Okay.
Take it or not. But that is not my position. My position is you should be able to. I don't care if somebody wants to inject themselves with arsenic, by the way. It's up to them.
I understand. What about drugs?
Up to them.
Cool. Okay. When I look at your position, okay, I'm 99% sure that you are thinking in your mind that this is the best thing for most of the people in the country, that people ought to have the right to do this thing. You're not thinking like, I'm going to fuck some people over, or
that's dog shit.
I'm thinking you should be able to make the decision for yourself.
Sure. And then the people on the left who get a little bit crazy and are like, I want I want children, everybody vaccinated, mandatory, blah, 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 blah. Even if there is evidence showing like, for young boys, is it worth the risk? I don't know.
Right.
I have to assume that they also want what's best for the country, that they want what's best for people. They think that they have the right answer, right? Mm-hmm. if you don't start from a place where you genuinely believe everybody is coming from the best of intentions, that they have like the best, at least the voters. I can understand thinking that like maybe for some businesses they've got like misincentives or misaligned incentives, but at least for the voters, if you don't start from there, everything is already lost. You have to assume that when I'm talking to a guy that says that gay marriage should be illegal and it's horrible, blah, 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 the reason why he's saying that is because he thinks that certain LGBT issues are toxic or corrosive to the fabric of the country. He must believe it, yeah. So
fundamentally believing that people are good.
Yeah, we have to believe that. And I think that part of that belief is having these interactions with each other, right? You know, I can see somebody with a Blue Lives Matter, you know, back the blue, MAGA, all this, blah, 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 blah. And I can say that person, think, you know, they're not necessarily a horrible person because my mom is like that. She's a Cuban, and I know my mom. My mom is not a hateful, evil, horrible person, but she's also an insane fucking Trump supporter, okay? But it's not because she hates liberals and she hates the country.
But that's not where we are in 2022, unfortunately.
I understand, but that's why I'm talking to you, right? That's what
No, that's great. You know, I could walk away here today and say, you know, Steven seems like a nice guy.
Sure, but a lot of people aren't like that. I agree, yeah.
That's just not realistic, though, because people, and I think the last 2 years, though, I really think the last 2 years made that so much worse. And it was just my experience too. Like, it made everyone crazy, but it really just made it like you're the enemy in a way I hadn't seen in my lifetime. Perfect example was like I went on The View and I didn't get the vaccine. It was just a personal decision at the time, by the way, a decision I made with my own doctor saying this isn't for you based on your medical history. I wouldn't do this.
On The
You already
View?
had COVID. We know what that looks like.
Like as
no
a
big deal.
guest,
This is my advice for you. That was why I made the initial decision. And I went on there with people that I knew and had worked with and really just wanted to talk about mandates and my view that essentially I felt that this was a very personal decision because it was new and a lot of, you know, studies hadn't been done
She
on
was
a lot
on
of
The
people. Just
View.
let people make the decision with their doctors, and if you get it, good for you, and if you don't get it, I'm okay with
How many subs? 36K. Ah, damn, she's building her own thing.
that, whatever.
For real.
And I was just shouted down on second one as misinformation by people who were at, I mean, Sonny was at my wedding. So I realized in that moment, like, wow, we're in a dark time.
Yeah.
And that is the problem. And I think when you see, you know, cable news thrives on division. They thrive on screaming. I worked in there, you know, in that medium for a very long time. Politicians are always thriving on you're the enemy, you're this and you're that. So it's very hard for people to look at each other as not the enemy when that paradigm is reinforced everywhere. They turn their TV on, it's reinforced. They look at a politician they like, it's reinforced. Politicians can't win without being like, you're the enemy, you're what's wrong. You know, so I just don't think it's realistic. That's what I'm saying. In 2022, is it realistic to think that, or are we now at a point where a national divorce is coming because people can't see each other as people anymore?
This is the issue. This is what I think is the issue, okay? I'm 33 years old, so I kind of grew up with the internet. It started to become a thing really like when I was older than like 10 is when people were using more than like AOL keywords and stuff.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is
And
Grandpa?
then even before me, there's this feeling of when you grow up in an area, to some extent, you kind of have to be able to get along with the people next to you. You're going to have to make your views somewhat commensurate because these are the people that you see every day. These are the people you interact with. If you have some insane fucking beliefs, those are going to either get weeded out or you're going to be the town weirdo, okay? Because nobody's going to be able to figure you out, okay? If you wanted to have sex with toasters in 1970, everybody's going to know you're weird. If I want to have sex with toasters...
Not in 2022.
No, because I can go online and I can find the best toaster fucking community that gives me all the best models and I can have 7,000 other people reinforce
But what if
an
somebody
opinion.
identifies as a toaster?
True.
Just saying.
But the internet has given us, in some ways, this beautiful ability to find other people. And in some ways, the worst thing is that we can find anybody we want. And it's let us not challenge our opinions and not be forced to make commensurate ideas we have with people around us. Because a lot of people, I don't even know who my neighbors are, but I can tell you like 15,000 people on this internet forum that all believe that either Trump or Hillary is the actual demon spawn that's going to lead.
Literally, national divorce. Leave it to a woman to refer to Civil War as a national divorce. Bet I'm making bank right now.
Lead us into World War III. And that, I think, is like the key problem is how divided we've gotten and how uncommunicative we've gotten with other people
That's
around
true,
us.
too. We don't communicate. And the fact that we don't know our neighbors is a problem.
Yeah.
It's a big societal problem.
To further that, because you talk about like the national divorce, if we did a national divorce, this is what would happen. If that happened,
rural America's
then there'd be
poor.
no national divorce. Because here's what would happen on the left side, okay? We do the national divorce. Thank God we got rid of all the Republicans. Well, now you've got AOC and the progressives looking at like Biden, and they're going like, why are you guys the new Republicans? You guys are
Then
crazy.
you got to do another split.
Exactly. And then
Yeah,
on the Republican
right.
side, no offense, but like all the Daily Wire people are fighting with all the Turning Point USA people, which fight with all the alt-righters,
The
which fight
Trump,
with some of the Trump
DeSantis,
people.
yeah,
Everybody on the right fights,
Yeah.
It's funny because on the left, we always think that we only infight, but I've spent more time at right-leaning communities, and I didn't realize that so many people on
Oh,
the right.
yes.
Oh my
No,
God.
there's a lot of-
Yeah, and
yes.
the gossip behind the scenes and
Oh,
everybody.
yes. Yes.
So
All
as soon
real.
as so this is kind of my thing. The United States of America has been an awesome experimental 250 years later, still an experiment, in that we've gotten so many different types of people together under one roof, and we've kind of made it work. It's been a little bit rocky at times, but damn, we're the biggest country in the world. We're like the leaders of freedom and democracy, some people would say. We've done a lot of really cool stuff in a relatively short amount of time, and in a long amount of time. We get the oldest living constitution. We've done a lot of cool stuff. We have to believe a fundamental underpinning of liberalism with a capital L is that lots of different people can exist together and can find a way to make it work. And when we start talking about things like a national divorce, what we're really talking about is we're undermining the concept of liberalism with a capital, not like being liberal conservative, but like the idea of like freedom of speech and democracies with different people living with each other. And that's a scary concept to me.
Too many people in the country don't even support that anymore. I mean,
Yeah,
if
I
you
know, we
look
gotta
at
bring 'em
cancel
back to it.
culture
Yeah,
and
bring
you
'em
look
back.
at,
That's
you know,
not good.
Censorship, it's a disaster.
That's the
Tyler,
question
I'm going
we-
to check
yeah,
in with
go.
you once more. Do you have anything for us? Otherwise, I want to ask about 2024. This will be our last question. I actually
boy.
wasn't.
Yeah.
So you said in the beginning
Oh, there's a whole
that
other one. I
you think
gotta-
Biden's going to run again.
I think Biden's going to win again. He's going to win again.
Oh,
my
Tyler.
goodness.
Dude, put
He's
money
just
on
yanking
this
my
one.
chain now. Okay, Biden's not going to run again. Here's why Biden's
Okay.
not going to run again. I'll tell you
Another
what I think
$20.
is going to happen. I got $20 for this
Oh
one.
my gosh, okay.
Biden's not going to run again
I'm gonna
because he
get
doesn't
loaded
know
off of
who he
this.
is. He doesn't know where he is, and they know
Okay.
they can't run him again because he clearly has a medical condition. I'm not going to say it's dementia because I'm not a I'm not a holistic doctor, so I wouldn't know.
You're not an
But
MD
see how I
certified.
do you see how I went
Yeah,
just wrapped that around?
absolutely
Okay,
nuts,
so
He doesn't get enough diet and exercise, man.
well, probably not. But he's got enough boosters. There's that. Anyway, so I don't think it's going to be him, but. And I'm curious. I was going to ask you who you think it is going to be, but you think it's going to be Biden. So
I
but
feel like
let's
the
just
incumbent
say,
advantage is like so big. This is one of the reasons why it would be really scary to run Trump again and for Trump to win is because he can't run again. You
Well,
lose
let
your
me
incumbent
ask you this
advantage
though. Let's say it wasn't Biden. Can we just assume for a second? Let's say it wasn't. Who do you think it would be? Because everyone's talking about Gavin Newsom, and I'm
Dude,
just
as
wondering
soon as-
how you
if
feel
I don't
about
make
that.
this mission, I'm
The-
going back to
so
the cheat code.
it's so much
It's
changes
not
in
gonna be
6
Newsom,
months,
are
right?
you
Like 6
kidding?
months ago, I think it was 3 months ago. It was
Mm-hmm.
basically like gas prices were like $27 a gallon. Like I remember I think in Miami Beach, I want to say I saw over $7 a gallon. I was like, oh my God, it's
Yeah.
over. But I mean, like we've seen gas prices fall a lot.
Yeah.
The economy changes. Different things are happening, foreign policy wise, domestic policy wise.
Yeah, but if you had it today, let's just say we.
If I
fast
had
forward to
today,
yeah.
how popular is Newsom nationally? Because when I lived in California, man, the opinions on him were split sometimes. Although I lived in some conservative areas sometimes too.
Who else would it be?
I don't know right now. Who
Okay.
else are the
So,
like besides Newsom?
I think it's going to be Newsom. Honestly, I think it's going to be Newsom. I don't think it's going to be
Bet
Biden.
money!
Kamala's just. I don't know,
That's
just
that's
not
actually
that.
how you know
It would never be Kamala, I don't think.
Biden is him. Timothy. That's how you know she's like she's from TV. She's from New York. She thinks Newsom is popular, bro. Not a lot of people outside of California know who the fuck Newsom is, bro. And he will very quickly get fucking, semi like canceled or like he's not progressive enough type beat. Oh shit! I won that level with no cheat code. Look at me.
Think.
No, she's really profoundly terrible at delivering a message. There's enough video. You don't have to trust me on that. Audience.
Kamala?
Just go watch her.
Agreed.
But I'm curious from your perspective, who would you, from Republican side, because we're looking at really Trump, DeSantis. That's what's going to be one of these two.
No.
Who do you prefer,
No.
Dee?
Fuck me.
I think it's pretty clear. You're going to say Trump, right? You prefer Democrats have to run against Trump.
For like political strategy, who would I prefer to be in power?
No. Who you would prefer? Like you get to pick who Democrats get to run against, who they're more likely to beat.
Who are they
assumption
most
is you're gonna
likely
say
to
Trump.
beat? Oh man,
Trump or
DeSantis.
DeSantis. That's what's good. That's
I'd say
they're more likely to beat
DeSantis.
Trump because I think Trump makes more Democrat voters mad
Oh.
than DeSantis would.
okay. And you're in Florida. How do you feel about DeSantis?
Maybe.
I
I'm
don't
kinda
like
might-
him very much, but
Okay, he's very popular here.
yeah, but I'm
Predict has 37% Biden, 18% Newsom. I put money on Biden. Do it, dude.
Yeah, he's very,
very,
popular.
I'm
No,
very
but do
liberal.
you know
I'm very
why?
lefty.
I'm curious. Do you understand?
I have no.
why-
I just moved here like 6 months ago. So.
Okay, so where did you move
Purchase
from?
Lisa's cool
California,
clothes.
Newsom.
Okay, so what's really interesting? Oh, that's fascinating.
Yep.
You and a whole bunch of other liberals left a liberal, rotting place and came to Florida. How fascinating! Why'd you do that?
Crazy.
Why'd you do that?
My wife really likes beaches, and
Oh, it's just the beaches?
Well, it's
because
the
they have
beaches.
beaches in California, you know.
Not that you can swim at it year round. The beaches in California, though, some of them.
Is
are
that why you came
way-
here for the beaches? Let's be honest.
It's the it is the beaches. She likes tropical weather, and it's the time zone because when we do video content here, we can stream to Europe.
Do you think that most liberals left California and New York City because of beaches and the time zone to come to Florida? I'm just
Probably
curious.
affordability is a big one.
It's very expensive actually right now in Florida to rent.
I know, actually, because my rent is really high. But
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, like
That's not
it could be, well, affordability is one of those things. Tax is another thing.
Where do I fucking get
Taxes.
clothes,
The general-
bro?
Low taxes.
Yeah, the lack of support for the city.
That's why they came to Florida.
I don't know why any particular person moves. For me,
Oh,
taxes are insanely high, and the city is not supported with my tax money.
Oh, you mean in California?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, do you understand as a liberal? Because oftentimes I'll have these conversations.
I
with
remember.
liberals.
Hold on. I was born and raised in Omaha, Nebraska for 30 years. So
Okay.
I
So
understand.
do you understand why people move to cities that have low taxes and that have
Where do
freedom
I
is
fucking
prioritized
buy
for
this
citizens?
goddamn outfit?
DeSantis. One of the reasons people came to Florida actually was DeSantis primarily. I don't think it was Florida.
Okay.
I think it was DeSantis because he was the guy that was on the front lines and he was battling a lot of the mandates. And people who were coming from mandate-rich turf like California and New York and were exhausted by lockdowns and mask mandates and vax mandates came to a place where they felt that they could just make their own decisions. That was really the appeal of Florida for the last 2 years. I don't know what it will be in the future.
I mean, Florida has always been
we
like the
go.
final retiree destination for a lot of Like a lot of Americans. My parents have lived down here for I think like 10 years.
Yeah, but I'm talking
For
about
a
young
pub's
people,
30%
30s, 40s. They're
Oh,
not
damn, it's
retiring.
really
They're coming
close
down
I
for
don't know how
Trump
many
and
young people could
DeSantis.
afford to move to Florida. I don't know if there's been.
I wonder what a debate with DeSantis and Trump would look like. I don't know who truly is more popular. I mean, actually, I do think Trump is still more
Like tens of
popular
thousands, hundreds
There's
of
a lot.
thousands, or whatever.
with
30s,
conservatives.
40s is a
Work
lot.
from home maybe affected that too because they were able to work long distance.
But why come to Florida?
Why? Probably because it's it's either Florida or Texas.
She like wants him
Right,
to be
but
like, I came to Florida for the freedom that I didn't get in fucking Nazi Germany, California. That's why I came to Florida. That's literally what she wants him to say. Leave.
No
Why-
income tax states.
But why aren't people moving to New York and California?
Why would? Because it's a higher cost of living, higher income tax.
Okay. So you're making a case for what I'm making a case for.
What do you think I'm making a case for?
You're making a case for lower taxes and more opportunity.
I'm making the case for the opportunity I'm going to have is probably going to be the same almost everywhere because it's a federal.
Well, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about people in general.
Sure. Well, the opportunity depends. You're probably going to have more opportunity in California for a lot of things than depending on the type of job you're working. There's a reason why it's like the tech capital, Silicon Valley of the world.
To
right?
keep more of your hard-earned cash, though. Here's the point I'm making.
No, wait. Hold on.
To keep more of your money.
This is the issue that I have. Okay. Before I got into streaming, I was a professional carpet cleaner. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
it sucked. I worked 13-day stretches. I had every other Sunday off, and I made anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 a month.
Okay.
And that was probably the time period of my life when I was the most conservative person.
Mm-hmm.
When I thought that if I work hard, if I do whatever I can build blah 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 blah. And one of the things I realized is as I got wealthier, so many things in life became non-issues, things that were insurmountable before. So for me, it was anything related to my fucking car. If I popped a tire,
Right.
if I broke a wheel,
Yep.
the check engine light was on forever. Okay, you
Yep.
put a piece of tape over it, whatever. These are things that were just destructive
Mm-hmm.
to my life. And as I got older, I realized, hey, these things don't matter anymore. When
Well,
I
you
had
could
a
afford
son,
them because you had more
Exactly,
money.
Yeah. When I had a son, I was thinking, well, what kind of school do I want to go to? I went to a Catholic school growing up. I really liked the Catholic high school. Didn't like my Catholic grade school. I wanted to go to a good public school. So I bought a house in the best public school district because I have the money to do that.
Right.
When the coronavirus stuff happened, and there's a lot of people staying home, and I look at like what my son does in the
Fuck,
class
fuck,
when he was
fuck,
at
fuck,
home.
fuck,
When my
fuck,
son
fuck.
comes home in first grade,
No.
he has an iPad
No.
that is rented to them. They get to
I
take
know.
these
I worked
things
in
home.
schools like that. I know.
That is insane to me. And one of the most upsetting things that I could think of as a parent is if I was stuck in a shitty part of the city and I didn't have the opportunities afforded to me by my parents and my kid didn't have access to internet, technology, an iPod, lunch. And I look at children who are stuck in these shitty scenarios,
Yep.
and before they even have a chance to step one adult foot out into the world, they're already like playing so far behind. So when I think of like social programs and taxes and all of this shit in general, I make a lot of money. If I lose an extra 50 or 100,000, it sucks, but I don't really care at the end of the day.
Yep.
But if that to me is the difference between a kid getting to take home an iPad or to have a gym that's not leaky or be able to do those things, I'm okay with that trade-off. That's generally how I look at things. And I understand that for some people you like the freedom to do what you want with money. I like freedom too, and I do like the low tax
Right.
here. But the reason why I left California was because I didn't feel like I was getting my tax money. There's homeless people everywhere. A lot of
Right.
the schools have issues. But if I was living living in a place like Sweden or any place in France or Germany or these other countries I've been to, man, they got buses that run 24/7. Their cities are awesome. They got school. They got healthcare. I don't care if I get taxed all year because people are at least getting something for it. Sorry, that's my
and I hear what you're saying. I think it's a fundamental difference oftentimes between liberals and conservatives in terms of what you think the solutions to the problems are. So I think people can recognize problems. Like you were talking about inequality, essentially, and income inequality, and that's something that's real. And obviously, once you have money, and you do now, you're able to afford a lot more options. You're talking about, a luxury school. These private schools oftentimes can cost $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year for grade school in some cities for kids to go to school. So of course, that's going to afford them more opportunities. I think where the interesting conversation happens is what's the fix. And immediately while you're talking about that, I'm thinking, well, that's why I'm an advocate for school choice. That's why I'm not an advocate for spending a ton of money on schools that waste that money and largely don't produce better teachers, better quality of education for kids. I want that single mom who's struggling to pay bills and has a child to be able to send that kid to any school in the system that she wants, because I don't want her to be districted, by the federal government.
But what do you do with the fact that these people can't drive their kids to that school? The best school for them might be on the other side of the city. It might be a 45, 50,
But
60
we're not
minute
even
drive.
affording that option, because oftentimes folks on the left shut down school choice in order to enable teachers unions, in order to enable this structure. The problem I have with a big government structure oftentimes is that it doesn't afford flexibility to families. Like, I am a big proponent, and I'm not saying there aren't great public schools out there, because there are. But there are also terrible public schools, and I want to afford that woman the option to send her child wherever she wants, even if she may say, I'll figure out how to get him there. Can I do it? Yes, you can. You have the opportunity to do that. So I was hearing that, and I was hearing, we started this whole conversation talking about money and finances, and that what you just described to me is my reason for wanting people to have money, because money is power and money is choice. And you had said, $60,000 a year, someone can be happy, but $60,000 a year doesn't offer the same freedoms that when you have, I don't know what you make in a year, but it sounds like a lot. You're able to send your kid to that school. You're able to make decisions that you wouldn't be able to make on a $60,000 a year salary.
Sure.
So all I'm saying is that we live in a world where things are expensive. That is a reality. And by empowering people to be financially independent, whatever that looks like, and maybe that's you make $60,000, maybe that you make $60,000 or $70,000 a year, but you make a different choice about where to live.
Dude,
and
why does
you
it?
don't live in New York City, you
fucking
live somewhere
do
else,
that?
or maybe it's you make $200K, and for your
Yeah,
family
of
that's
course
what
I gotta
works because there's
research.
3 kids
Fucking
involved, and I don't
flying
know
right
what
by the
everyone's individual
item, dude.
family
It's
dynamic
dog
looks
shit.
like. But money is power, money is freedom, and money is opportunity. That's just a reality. So
I just wish we had some of that opportunity without the money needing to be there. Like, no offense, I love you, Nathan, but you don't deserve anything. You're 11 years old. You haven't worked for anything in your life. The only reason he has the opportunities available to him that he does is because of his father. And
Right.
there's another kid out there that is probably smarter than my kid, more talented, can do whatever, and he's stuck in some horrible school where
That's
they
why
don't even have TVs.
that's why I
And
speak out for school choice.
School choice. His mom wouldn't be able to drive him the 45 minutes to the other end of the.
You don't know that. You don't know, and that's also why I talk about community, because the disintegration of community is one of the biggest problems in society. Because it used to be that we lived more communally, and you would have a baby, and let's say we talk about that single mom who has a kid.
This
and
mission
finds
is
herself in an
propaganda,
unfortunate
bro. I'm
circumstance, but
fucking
wants to
up
keep
right
that
now.
baby. It used to be that you did know your neighbors,
let this guy
and that
go.
families lived more communally, and your mom, your dad, your aunt, your uncle were close by, and we don't live connected like that anymore, and that's a big problem.
No,
because there's
are
one
you
to lean
fucking-
on within your own family, within your own community? I remember growing up, and I lived in a little cul-de-sac, and we weren't, we didn't have a lot of money, but everybody knew each other.
is
So
this
if you needed
fucking
somebody
happening,
else's,
man? What the fuck?
oh, I'll watch the kids today, and there was much more a sense of that.
Sure.
So I don't think that, for me, the solution is not government. I don't believe that government is this all-powerful, all do-gooder God. I believe the answer is in personal responsibility, personal accountability, and the rebuilding of community as a support system for each other. And if we don't do that, you can throw all the money at a problem in the world, and it's not going to fix it if you don't have a sense of A, shared humanity, and A, shared community. So maybe we can agree on some of that.
This is I disagree, but this is like the classic tension between the liberal and the conservative in the United States, and I think that the answer is in the middle. That the liberal tends to view problems from the top down. The government can put more money at it. We need federal legislation and laws. We need to blah blah blah. And the conservative tends to look bottom up, right? Well, you're not going to need this federal help if you've got neighbors, if you've got churches, if you've got communities that can help you.
right.
And yeah, the answer is there's a tension between those two things where sometimes communities can fix problems in ways that the government is never going to be able to help with. But sometimes you need the government to come in, after 64 civil rights, and they need to say, listen, okay, racism in the workplace, we're not doing this anymore. The federal government's taking over here. But yeah, I understand that like the conservative mindset is one that tends to be more locally focused, and there are a lot of problems losing that. But the answer is somewhere in that tension between the two. And obviously, being on the left, I fight more for the left side. But I mean, I recognize, especially coming from Omaha, the value on the right side as well, for sure.
Well, I had a great time. I hope you did too. You've certainly made me think. I think that's just something that we need more of in society, is that I invite someone like you on and I walk away and I say to my husband later, you know, he talked about this and I disagreed on most of it, but this came up and it forced me to think about this a little bit more, particularly on the abortion debate.
I'm just going to have nightmares of that 19-week fetus being
it's not a fetus, it's a baby.
Baby.
Seriously speak, I'm telling you straight up though, the losing argument for liberals on abortion, I will say this because I think that there are a lot of people in the country who come from a good place who are pro-choice, but I think the losing argument for that is minimizing the fact that there's something very real and very special that goes on inside a woman's body in the process. And if it's just like, oh, just kill it, no big deal, you lose, because it is a person growing inside of someone. So I'm just keep in mind when you make those arguments. Seriously,
gotcha. Okay.
I'm just saying. You know how you could say to me, well, think about the rape, incest. That's, you know, our job is to kind of listen a little bit too, and that. Just saying, I don't think that's going to be a win.
Okay, gotcha.
Just saying.
I hope Destiny comes back to collect his money on these bets.
On the show, Tyler? Tyler was very quiet today. He was just observing what went back and forth. I'm curious, did the audience like it?
Yeah, they liked it.
That guy's part of the Dollar Man for sure.
Did really well. The audience was a big fan. Really liked Destiny.
Do you have anything to share?
Definitely want him back. I just thought it was an exceptionally interesting conversation.
Tyler's conservative, so you probably twisted him up a bit too.
Well, there were a lot of points in there. I said, God damn, that's a really good point. Specifically, the
he got to him.
Where
rich people send their kids to.
Destiny's the only person on the left that actually fucking manages to once in a while fucking move people.
Well, no, the point you made about conservatives need to step into these gender studies, because when there's no conservatives in the gender studies courses,
of
then
course,
what
never
does it
mind.
do?
I take it back.
Over and becomes an
That's a good point.
It's like
I think
it's
that's an
value.
exceptionally interesting point.
Yeah, it's a problem that I have with conservatives and art in general. Is that like all the arts are dominated by these fucking progressives, and I want there to be more conservative representation there, just so that like, it would just be better for it
to make it more interesting too.
Yeah,
honestly.
it would flesh it all out for sure.
Yeah. Well, that's why, you know, the Daily Wire. I know you made a little joke about them, but they're getting into like film and TV and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, I've seen all three of the God's Not Dead films. Have you seen them?
I saw the Gina Carano one, and I actually thought it was quite good. I'm not gonna lie, I did enjoy it. So I don't know. To each his own, but I thought it was pretty good. Audience, thank you for being here. And again, when I launched the show, I told you I was going to bring people on who agreed and who disagreed. That's what we do here. Hit that subscribe button. If you don't, Destiny here is going to get mad at you. Hit that like button so that we can have him back to talk about, I don't know, maybe we'll have you back after maybe after the election.
After Biden wins?
Maybe we could have you back when Biden doesn't run. Let's do that.
We'll see.
Okay. All right. Thank you for being here today. I will be back with you on Friday with a solo show talking about, I don't know, some type of crazy. See you then.
There's this YouTuber, Hunter Avalon, that literally switched sides because of him mid-career. Oh, shit. I might have to watch that. Destiny, Hunter Avalon. Do I have anything in my watch laters? Fuck. Excuse me. That's a Simpsons video, though. No. Dude, which one of these is better? Destiny loses mind in frustration, rage quits. Which one of these is? Oh, they're both like a year ago. Should I just watch myself live? Would I break the universe if I watch myself live? Mike Frompa. Oh, Mike from PA. Mike from PA. Let's see. I love the pivoting, confronting Mike. Fuck. This one is more recent.
Yeah, I love reminding people that it's not the role of the media to endorse candidates. Are you looking for analysis of the...
And why wouldn't you just keep your bet?
Because we have no certainty about the outcome, they fucked it up so much.
So, if they change the outcome of the election, you don't consider that rigging?
I never said it was rigging. Are you having trouble following me? I said once they said they weren't going to release the result for days, I said fuck this election.
Yeah, but why not keep the money in? It's free money now.
Because I have no faith in the process, and I was proven right because they still don't have results. They still have mathematical problems. They're still recounting. They still fucked it up.
When you say you have no faith in the results, are you implying that they would report a dishonest result?
Dude, I forget. Fucking, we're 2 years into Biden, bro. It's crazy. I forget how fucking quick this shit goes.
No, I'm saying straight up that they're incompetent and they don't know what happened. That's different than them actively changing the result. I don't know why this is hard to... You agree that they're incompetent, right, Destiny?
Yeah, sure. It's hard to read between the lines sometimes with all the shit that you say. So you don't think the Iowa caucus results will ever be reported?
I don't think they're... I mean, I don't know. I mean, we have multiple math errors. They said that math is an opinion. Do you agree with that?
Can you show me where they said math is an opinion?
They said they couldn't change the results of the caucus sheets, even for math errors.
Okay.
Damn it.
Because it's an opinion.
Do you think that they mean to say that math is an opinion, or they don't want to set a precedent of starting to actually change some of the recorded vote tallies because of what that?
No, they didn't change. No. Now you're being slippery, Steve.
Not being slippery, Steve.
Nobody says change the recorded vote tallies. They say change the calculations of who gets the or the county delegate equivalents based on apparent math errors or violations of the rules.
Oh, so are you talking about not the vote tallies, but the actual addition of the whatever numbers?
So what they do is they take the result, the final realignment result, and then there's formulas that they apply in order to give state delegate equivalents. So people fucked up the arithmetic. Yes, this is the problem.
Is there actually evidence that there's like these sheets that have fucked over candidates or whatever?
Yes, there's plenty of this evidence. I mean, we got it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Now this is
This is from the Chicago Tribune, February 9th. Those
New York Times even did a whole article about it.
Known as caucus math sheets could not be changed even if they contained mistakes, according to the lawyer for the Iowa Democratic Party, because they were a legal record and altering them could be a crime. The incorrect math of the caucus math worksheets must not be changed to ensure the integrity of the process, end quote, wrote the party lawyer Shayla McCorley, according to an email, blah, blah, blah. The lawyer said correcting the math would introduce, quote, personal opinion, end quote, into the official record of results.
Now, I don't know about you, but math is like, especially arithmetic here. This is not personal opinion. This is something that the court can take judicial notice of, like 2 + 2 = 4. We all could agree that's pretty basic, and we could all correct arithmetic errors. Now, for some reason, the Iowa State Democratic Party doesn't want to correct these arithmetic errors. And I have no faith in the Democratic Party of Iowa coming to a conclusion that makes any fucking sense. I mean, straight up, why? Because the entire process is questionable. I mean, like, what would you look at it? Like, why did they put an app? What was the purpose of the app? It's not that it's trying to rig something. It's just so insecure and incompetent that if it was in Bolivia, Destiny would be supporting the coup.
But first of all, this has nothing to do with Bolivia. It's not even
It's called an analogy.
The analogy fails on so many different levels. Secondly, why do people use apps? I don't know, because they probably thought it would speed the process up, but obviously the rollout was fucking botched as fuck. Also, I'm pretty sure that I'm having multiple people telling me this. They can't change the court documents themselves, like the actual legal writings of the arithmetic, but they can change, like in the event of a recount, they can actually change the ending totals that they report. They are able to change that.
Okay, the idea that this is some sort of court document is something that they introduced. It's not something that's
introduced when.
When they said, "Oh, we would change this, but this would be a court document." That's something they said. It doesn't. It's not actually. Is this Mike? The evidence is not there. In fact, previous.
So why do you?
Previous court cases have shown that Democratic Party internal things, like, for example, caucuses, are entirely up to the discretion of the Democratic Party.
So let's assume. Can do that. Yeah. So let's assume that that's the case. Why would they do that? Let's assume they're arbitrarily.
That's a very good question. I would have to be reading their minds. All I can do is look at the results and say,
Jesus fuck.
I look at the results and say they have a disputed outcome, and it looks like to me, Bernie Sanders won the popular vote. Looks like Bernie Sanders would be the beneficiary disproportionately of these math errors being corrected, and it hasn't happened.
Wait, do you know that? Is that true?
Why.
How do you know that Bernie Sanders is the beneficiary of the corrected math errors?
It's been covered a whole bunch. That's why the New York Times and no one called the election. Hold on. I mean, I know you don't cover politics very much, but
I mean, I covered enough to have been way more correct than you about Super Tuesday. So I mean, I would be careful there, my dude.
Wait. You called that everybody was going to drop out and simultaneously in synchronized swim fashion endorse Joe Biden?
I'm sorry, do candidates not drop out during the electoral process? Are you implying that every single person was going to go all the way to the convention?
Of course not.
Okay, so people run out of money. It was pretty clear that.
So wait. Your argument was Bernie's gonna win Iowa and New Hampshire, win Nevada by 28 points. Then Joe Biden was gonna catch himself in South Carolina. And then in the 3 days between South Carolina and Super Tuesday, everybody was going to drop out except Elizabeth Warren. Like, you saw all that coming.
My initial statement months ago was that I didn't believe the American population was anywhere near as progressive as all of your little funny polls and graphs tried to demonstrate. There were a lot of Bernie bro math games going on here.
What are you talking about? The people said they support Bernie. Said they supported Medicare for all in majorities of states, even that Biden.
No, not really. No, really depends on how you word the question. Really. There have been what was that KFF poll that just recently came out that like 55% of people didn't even know what Medicare for all meant. No, it's like you can play the number games, but when the votes are actually cast,
I'm going by the exit polls. I'm going by the exit polls.
Or when you look at politicians that actually run on Medicare for all, these plans aren't really as popular as you make them out to be. That was always my initial contention. I didn't know if Bernie would win Iowa and New Hampshire and have like a little bump over 3 or 4 or over 3 small caucuses and primaries. That's entirely possible, sure. But my initial contention was always that I don't think Bernie Sanders is popular enough to get over that. What did I say? 25 to 30% bump that he seemed to have never been able to get over. And if we go and look up the RCP national averages on the polling, I'm willing to bet he probably never got over that 30% bump.
Oh shit! Redacted from redacted.
I think he was at like 33.
Oh no, he just recently got there. Okay, no, he just recently got there. Sure, although trailing Biden by 16 points, but yeah.
Ultimately, like what we've seen here is
this is what cost me this one.
We've seen the fact that Joe Biden and the Democratic Party did something that was pretty unprecedented with the number of people that dropped out and endorsed Biden. And I have to hand it to him. I didn't think that was possible. And keeping Elizabeth Warren in the race so that Bernie Sanders would narrowly lose Maine, narrowly lose Massachusetts, where she finished 3rd. He would narrowly lose Texas. And then his margin in California was a lot less than it would have been had she dropped out and endorsed. She still hasn't endorsed.
Wait, so do you think that Elizabeth Warren was kept in by the DNC? Also, you're ignoring the fact that Bloomberg was in here the entire time taking delegates from Biden as well, because Bloomberg's voters sure as fuck aren't going to Bernie. And Bloomberg had a way larger share of the delegate count than fucking Elizabeth Warren did.
Did he?
Also, Elizabeth Warren wouldn't have, if she dropped, there's no guarantee that all of her voters are going to Bernie as well. The last I saw, it was like a 50-50 split between Bernie and Biden. Not
prior to everybody dropping out, her vote would have gone overwhelmingly to Bernie.
You don't know that.
We do know that by the polling that took place. I mean, ultimately, these are counterfactuals. All we have on the ground right now is what happened. What happened is...
Sure, and what happened was exactly the opposite of what... Remember when you guys were all making fun of the fact that people were saying Bernie is running against all the moderates like it's one thing, and that people dropping out of the election aren't going to coalesce around one candidate like that? Guess what happened? Exactly that happened. This idea that you're trying to say, well, I could have never seen, Pete and all these other guys dropping...
Wait.
Of course...
So wait a minute. You don't think it was significant that Elizabeth Warren did not drop out and split
Bernie
the vote?
Nah, I don't think it mattered that much. Nah, I don't think it mattered that much.
Literally, she got 20% of the vote in Massachusetts. And you don't think that the majority of that would have gone to Bernie?
If it would have gone 50, even if it would have gone 50-50, we don't know if that would have been better. And this is assuming that Bloomberg stays in, because if Bloomberg drops out,
Bloomberg's entire strategy was to try Super Tuesday. The idea that he would drop out before Super Tuesday is madness.
Of course. But the idea that all of these other candidates...
Elizabeth Warren had no path to the nomination. She did far worse than Klobuchar.
Neither did Pete Buttigieg. Neither did Amy Klobuchar. Why would they stay in?
That's a great question.
Neither
Why
did
would they drop
Steyer.
out
Why did
3
they
hours?
stay in? What do you mean? Why did they drop out? Because they had no shot at Super Tuesday of doing
So
anything.
why did she stay in? Why did she stay in if she had no shot?
Why does Warren
Good
stay in?
question.
I have no idea. Ask her.
That really good fucking question, right? So we have ourselves.
Maybe she wants to hold on to delegates to negotiate for positions in a cabinet
for
later
what?
on.
Her 70 delegates?
Who
They don't
knows?
fucking
I don't
matter.
know. What, so
she dropped out immediately.
So what is the alternative?
The alternative, I can only go by what the talking heads were saying on MSNBC, which is that Democratic Party officials were looking for Elizabeth Warren to stay in so that Bernie Sanders didn't consolidate the electorate.
Can I get a source on any of this? I want a reputed. I want a publication that tells me that they have sourced from within the DNC that Elizabeth Warren was asked to stay in to sabotage.
On MSNBC. I mean,
I want to see that. I haven't read anything like that. I would love to see something like that.
Pull it out your ass just randomly.
I would love to see something like that.
Oh my god, hold on.
How do I
it's
fucking
not,
get on this
I
boat?
have it somewhere, but it might take me a
Oh,
while to find.
I think
But
I know how to
Get it, Mike.
but once I get it, he'll just like move on and pretend like it's not.
He'll move the goalposts. We don't.
It's gonna be an event. He's like really famous. For
Well, this is the like. Please give me evidence.
Just play
Damn
like
it.
no one
Please
cares.
waste some time. Just like get some evidence. Give me time to get some more stuff from my chat.
Well, the thing is that like you
He's
guys
got
are the
a hype
ones that
train
like
right now,
like
Red.
people like people were talking about how Amy was going to stay in to ruin Bernie's chances in Minnesota and shit, and he still ends up losing the state. Like there's always a
Well,
conspiracy.
she dropped
theory.
out. She dropped out. She dropped out. Endorsed. She
Sure,
dropped
but
out
you've
those files.
you've always got like there's always a conspiracy theory to explain something. If somebody stays, if Elizabeth Warren stays in, it's good because she gets delegates to give to Bernie, or it's bad because
I'm
she's
a
being
dumbass.
pulled
Who
by the
actually
DNC
thought
to
that?
spoil anything.
Idiot.
If
I'm
she
a
drops out
fucking
now,
That was
moron.
incredibly
and
stupid.
if she
That was
drops
incredibly
out now,
stupid.
and everything you've said so far, Mike, has been incredibly stupid. Do you understand that Tuesday
Not
was
a single
it
one
was a
thing I said has been
referendum on
incorrect.
everything you've said for the past 5 months, and you were wrong on every single point. It was a resounding no from the African American community, from the moderate community, and even partially from the Hispanics that Bernie Sanders is never going to be the nominee ever in the United
says I'm
States of
like-
America
oh,
for
there you
president of
are.
America. You were dead
You have
wrong
it-
on
you have
every
Wait,
single,
wait, wait,
on
okay,
every
first
single
of all,
thing
first
you
of all,
talked about.
Wait. You're just all this is. Wait a minute. You are trying to pretend that Elizabeth
did he say
Warren
that?
not dropping out was dropping out,
Ever, even partially resounding no from the African American community, from the moderate community, and even partially from the Hispanics that Bernie Sanders is never going to be the nominee ever in the United States of America for president of
still
America.
dropping
You were
frames.
dead
You have
wrong
it-
on
you have it-
every
Wait,
single,
wait,
on
okay,
every
first
single
of all,
thing
first
you
of all,
talked about.
You're just all this is. Wait a minute. You are trying to pretend that Elizabeth Warren not dropping out was dropping out, not dropping out.
Partially from Mike has been incredibly. You've ended up losing the state. Like there's.
Please waste out your ass just randomly.
I would love to see something like that.
Oh my god, hold on. It's not. I have it somewhere, but it might take me a while to find. But
Get it, Mike.
but once I get it, he'll just like move on and pretend like it's not.
He'll move the goalposts. We don't. Mike.
It's gonna be an event. He's like really famous. For
Well, this is the like. Please give me evidence.
Just play league. No one cares.
Please waste some time. Just like get some evidence. Give me time to get some more stuff from my chat.
Well, the thing is that like you
He's
guys
got
are the
a hype
ones that
train
like
right now,
like
Red.
people like people were talking about how Amy was going to stay in to ruin Bernie's chances in Minnesota and shit, and he still ends up losing the state. Like there's always a
Well,
conspiracy.
she dropped
theory.
out. She dropped out. She dropped out. Endorsed. She
Sure,
dropped
but
out
you've
those files.
you've always got like there's always a conspiracy theory to explain something. If somebody stays, if Elizabeth Warren stays in, it's good because she gets delegates to give to Bernie, or it's bad because she's being
Who
told by the
actually
DNC
thought
to spoil
that?
anything. If she drops out
That
now,
was incredibly
and
stupid.
If she
That was
drops
incredibly
out now,
stupid.
and everything you've said so far, Mike, has been incredibly stupid. Do you understand that Tuesday
Not
was
a single
it
one
was a
thing I said has been
referendum on
incorrect.
everything you've said for the past 5 months, and you were wrong on every single point. It was a resounding no from the African American community, from the moderate community, and even partially from the Hispanics that Bernie Sanders is never going to be the nominee ever in the United States of America for president of America. You were dead
You have
wrong
it-
on
you have it-
every
Wait,
single,
wait,
on
okay,
every
first
single
of all,
thing you
first of all,
talked about.
You're just all this is. Wait a minute. You are trying to pretend that Elizabeth Warren not dropping out was not significant to split the vote.
Of course not. It wouldn't have made that big a difference on Super Tuesday.
I just
Bernie
told
got
you that it would have
crushed.
most certainly would have flipped
Oh, do I need to hit
Texas,
it?
Maine, Massachusetts, which totally changes the entire dynamic, and also every other state is probably closer. And Bernie Sanders runs it another 10 points more in California. Like you're literally delusional, which I guess
You want to assume that Warren should drop out, and then we give all of those votes to Bernie
I
somehow.
never said all.
Okay,
I
if it
never
goes
said all.
50-50, your entire argument is mute. So what does it have to be? 70-30 go to Bernie? Maybe they do.
Of course,
but then what?
70-30.
But then what? Then what? Do we just assume that Bloomberg stays in forever and we don't get to attribute that? Because if Bloomberg drops out, who do you think he's endorsing? Even if he stays through Super Tuesday, who does he endorse afterwards? Of course it's going to be Biden. So none of this matters at the end of the day. Warren represents a far smaller spoiler for Bernie than Bloomberg did for Biden. So any what or whatevers you want to bring up about Warren is going to apply 10 times as much to Bloomberg to Biden.
That's not. Do you have evidence of that? Do you have actual evidence of that prior to the dropout? Because from what I saw, it was pretty 50-50.
Oh, I'll take your word for it.
Among Biden, Bloomberg dropping out as well. Like you're just making claims that you don't have evidence for.
What am I making claims about? The
That
delegates that they amassed?
That Bloomberg's voters would automatically have gone to Biden, but it's ridiculous to say that Elizabeth Warren's voters would have gone to Bernie. Everybody knew that Bloomberg was making a play for Super Tuesday. Him dropping out before Super Tuesday was never on the table.
Of course.
Elizabeth Warren, on the other hand, had no path to victory because she had not even finished in the top 2 in any of the first 4 races, including humiliating defeats in New Hampshire, where she finished, what, 5th?
Okay.
Or was it 4th? I can't remember. She stayed in the race, sucking up 10 to 15% of the vote, the majority of which, a large significant chunk of which, would have been Bernie Sanders supporters. We know that by countless polls showing that Bernie Sanders was the top second choice for Elizabeth Warren by 20, 30 points for most of the race. Now, when Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar dropped out during the post-South Carolina bump and said, vote for Joe Biden, that created an aura of, wow, this guy really is the electable candidate. And what predictably happened, now we couldn't have seen, why would someone drop out with 3 days to go? There's no more investment to be made. They could have overperformed their polls. They have no idea what could have happened.
Maybe they want cabinet positions in Biden's office. Who knows? People
so
make deals like this.
He's selling cabinet positions?
You don't sell them. These things are done. It's not about whether it's legal or not. It's negotiating for positions. I'll drop out, do this favor for you. Maybe I get a cabinet position later or whatever. It's not that uncommon. It's not that crazy. This is how electoral politics is played. It's not just you do one national poll and then that's who gets to be the president.
Of course. But first of all, you're not. It's actually against the ethics laws to trade positions of
What ethics law? Show me, Mike. I want to hear these ethics laws. Please, let me see. Show me the ethics laws that say that if this guy drops out and gives me an endorsement, maybe he doesn't get a position in my office later on down the line.
Louder voice means more right, by the way.
What?
True.
Elizabeth Warren won 45 delegates on Super Tuesday. 45
wow,
delegates.
45 delegates. She's a fucking loser.
If only Bernie had those 45 delegates, everything would be so much different.
So, no, see, you don't understand how delegates work. You don't get any delegates until you get 15% of the vote in a congressional district. Now, if you get 13% of the vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking about viability to district, sure.
You get no delegates, which is exactly what happened to Elizabeth Warren. In most of the country, she got between 10 and 15% of the vote. 10 and 15% of the vote equals no delegates. Now, if you are somebody who's, say, at 30% of the vote and you go to 40% of the vote, that's a hell of a lot more delegates.
A hell of a lot more?
Yeah, it depends upon exactly how it breaks down and depends upon exactly who else is viable and not viable. This is not a very, especially in California, which I believe she was statewide. Was she statewide viable in California?
So I'm super curious. You legitimately think that if Warren wasn't in the election, Super Tuesday would have gone way differently. That Bernie would have come out on top. You really think that?
I think that it's obvious by looking at the distribution of votes that he would have won states like Massachusetts, Maine, and Texas, and he would have run up the score more in California.
She got 13.2.
And then also, the idea of her coming out and endorsing him, unifying the progressive vote behind Bernie, would have added some sort of staunch in the national media narrative, because the number one issue, and I think you can agree with me on this, is that boomers, people over 55 years old, their number one priority is beating Donald Trump. And they just want the most electable candidate. And it's not that they don't like Bernie's policies, and it's not that they don't like Bernie Sanders. They're just trying to pick the most electable candidate. just like they did in 2016.
I actually don't hate that
just
argument
like they did
too
in
much,
2004, and
but-
just like they did in 2000, they tried to pick the most electable candidate. And just like 2016, we're going to get the same result, which is a horrible, embarrassing defeat because Joe Biden does not motivate marginal drop-off
this
voters
guy is
like
wrong.
young people of color, young people. He's going
Those
to
young
fucking
people,
lose.
Mike, they
Terrible.
didn't vote for Bernie.
It's a primary,
Bernie,
my dude.
If you
Primary
can't vote in the
turnout
primary,
is low.
It wasn't
Primary
for
turnout
Biden.
is
It wasn't
low.
for
Yes,
Biden.
it
was
is.
huge. Biden's turnout was massive in a
What
lot
was
of these
the
states.
what was the total turnout? What was the total turnout percentage-wise of eligible voters? Are you aware? Go ahead and go.
I don't know
look
what
it
the
up.
total turnout of percentage.
Why don't you know? You know it's huge. You know
because
it's
I know
huge.
that in some
What
states it was
it?
70% over what was reported in the primaries before. It doesn't matter what the I don't know what the total percentage of voting population that turned out is, but I know that the population that came out and voted was a lot higher in the last cycle. And I know that Bernie's coalition didn't come out and vote. So if you're going to sit here and say, "Oh, well, Bernie's coalition, they'll come out and vote for him in the general, but they can't even show up in the primaries," Mike, that's a pretty hard fucking sell, mate.
Okay, if you've ever been involved in an electoral process before, you know that primary turnout is abysmal and always has been, compared to a general election. General election, marginal voters are where these elections are won and lost. Why did Hillary Clinton lose against Donald Trump?
For a variety of reasons.
And one of those was what?
Dude, how
One
come
is
they're
Rust
hitting
Belt
on me when
voters,
I'm
one
going
is a
to the
Comey
cop?
letter, one is the fact that half the country fucking hated Hillary after years of fucking
I
Benghazi
get
emails. Her being a woman probably played a little bit into it. Her lack of appeal to certain types of voters, working class voters.
Why did she
There's like
lose in the
15
Rust Belt?
See Cletus.
I don't because I don't know because her trade policies or whatever probably didn't come off as her general rhetoric wasn't very working class friendly like Trump's was. Was a little
As
bit too
opposed to
establishment.
Biden. Biden is known as to be very different on those trade policies, right?
Pokey W.
I don't think that Mike. Are you gonna be okay tomorrow?
No, well,
you do know that tomorrow is the last day for Bernie's campaign, right? That he's done. Like you can sit here and play like you can try to play like all the game. He's not going to do better. He's destroyed. I don't know if you've seen the recent polling data.
I have seen it.
He's down like 30 plus points in multiple states. Tomorrow is
he better win. He better win. I mean, like, listen, this is the way it works. Like, you either win the delegates or you don't. I'm not delusional. I don't.
What's
know
your
what
bet on
you're
it?
talking
I already bet on it 4 months ago that I never cashed out or
Mike,
backed out on.
Mike.
No, of course Mike's not going to bet on anything because he knows that he's full of shit 90% of the time he's talking.
Why I mean, if you bet, you
Alpha
get big
Mike.
odds. If you bet, you get big odds right now. That's for sure. It'd be very profitable if it happened. Well, I mean, listen, like, this is the way it works. Like, you're seemingly happy that Bernie Sanders is going to lose.
I'm not seemingly happy because I don't play team politics like you do. It's not a fucking
Why not?
come out here because it's not entertaining to me. I don't like the idea of coming out and just simping hard for some fucking candidate, like and then
Okay,
and
so
then
I have a question for you.
blinding
Do you
myself.
care about the policies? Do you care about
Yeah,
the
of course
policies?
I do, yeah.
That's why I'm simping for, as you say, simping for Bernie.
Sure, and if I cared
Because
about policies, I wouldn't
care
pick
about the
somebody
policies.
that's been in Congress for 40 fucking years that signed zero major legislation. None of Bernie's
That's false.
policies are getting passed.
Literally, the number one law passed by Obama in his second term was authored by Bernie Sanders and John McCain. You fucking idiot! It was the VA reform bill. So that,
Nice.
and in
Wow,
fact,
nice. In his 40 years of Congress, he co-signed a VA reform bill.
What
Good
do you
job.
mean?
Nice.
And the ACA, the most significant expansion of the ACA was his community health centers, over $10 billion, which covers, what, 10 million more people under the ACA? That was Bernie Sanders. Like, we can go down the list here. He's got plenty of great political outcomes and policies. We all know about the Amendment King, where he passed more roll call amendments. He's been on the reason why we're talking about free college, $15 minimum wage, all that shit is Bernie Sanders.
Fuck,
I mean, he's the first independent congressman in 30 years when he won in Vermont. And he did it by cucking the Democratic Party, which I'm sorry to tell you is going to happen again because young people are not going to come out for Joe Biden.
Young people already didn't come out for Bernie Sanders. They're not going to come out anyway.
It's
they
a
don't.
primary.
It does. If they don't come out for the primary, they're not going to
came
turn out for the
anyway.
general.
You're actually not even right.
They
Like, they
didn't.
did turn out.
They didn't.
Young people did
Youth
not
turnout
get
is
out.
better in 2020 than it was in 2016.
Not as a percentage of total voters.
Now what happened, which this is something that is surprising, but maybe not, is boomer turnout was up even more. Boomer turnout was up even more, which is a surprising fact. But guess what? There's no Republicans running. So a lot more. So there's no Republicans running. So plenty of boomer moderates and conservatives can come out and vote in the Democratic primary. And it's no loss for them. So youth turnout wasn't fact up.
So you think
but
Republicans are voting in
relationally-
the primaries, and that's the only reason why Biden was able to win some of these, or what was that?
Did I say that? I mean, are you incapable of listening to words that
Oh,
are
I'm just trying to
very-
figure out what you're like implying, because you always have like a
Fuck!
double meaning. I don't know what.
What I'm saying is
No!
exactly what I just said. Boomer turnout was up even more, but youth turnout was in fact up. Now, primaries are low turnout affairs. They always have been. They've always been part of party activists, not the great mass of the people. Most normal fucking people don't vote in the primary. Most of them barely vote in the midterm. Most people vote every 4 years.
No one
That's
is
where
denying.
the real turnout
No
is.
one is denying that turnout for primaries is lower than turnout for main election seasons. Of course.
In fact, there was just a study by Tufts University that was just put out about Super Tuesday, and it shows that youth turnout was up
Mike, why are you
in almost every single state.
Youth turnout was up by absolute numbers, but as a per capita of the vote, it fell. And Bernie Sanders got less of it than he did last time as a per capita as well. Doesn't matter if a few more youth showed up, if every other age group is being motivated that much more.
What the fuck is
It means
he?
Bernie's
I mean, like,
revolution isn't happening.
I mean,
it's just not there.
Bernie won youth by massive numbers. I mean, he's up by like 50 points among youth. Now, the problem is that when you're running in a electoral contest against somebody who's doing well with the very
Yo, this card is
elderly,
glitched out.
you're probably going to lose unless you get much more progress within the elderly. The reason
Maybe
why Bernie
they should have
Sanders
focused on that a little bit more then, huh?
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
wow,
Listen,
right when I
the
get
problem
into
that Bernie Sanders has is if you're asking me, Mike, do you have any criticism of Bernie? I'd love to launch into criticisms of the Bernie campaign. I don't know where you think who you're talking to here. Like, I support Bernie Sanders because of the policies, because there's significant differences between Joe
Dude,
Biden and Bernie
I can't
Sanders.
break.
If you support him because of the policies, why do you encourage people not to vote in the general election?
I mean, like, I'm totally ambivalent between the two at this point. Maybe
You
I
don't
mean,
think there's a meaningful difference between like a Biden administration and a Trump administration for 4 more years?
I mean, yeah, of course, there's going to be significant differences.
And you
between
don't?
the
Do you
two,
think
but-
down
but-
ballot voting is important? Because you're literally telling people on stream
Jesus
not to
fuck.
do down ballot voting. You don't care anymore.
I vote for no. I told people on stream I'm voting for every candidate that supports Medicare for all. So I live in a swing district.
You told people on stream that you didn't care about voting down ballot votes. You didn't care. It didn't matter.
I might have corrected. That might be a clip that exists, but I corrected and said I'm going to be voting for all the candidates that support
Medicare
Medicare
for all.
all.
So if they don't
For
support
example-
Medicare for all in like a vulnerable district, you'd say, nah, don't support them. Let the Republican win instead.
Correct. I would say that.
Why?
Yeah. Because the Democratic Party is full of people that have we got 4 years of Trump, and the
let me
result
tell-
is Joe Biden. Like there is no
Damn it.
power for the Democrats. There's no power for the progressive
Where is the
left.
power for the progressives? If the best you can do to turn out a progressive candidate is literally an 80-year-old white Jewish guy, you couldn't find anybody fresher than that? Like, how are you going to say that, oh, well, Joe Biden sucks? Bernie Sanders isn't exactly a great candidate.
What does that
either.
say? Wait. What does that say about centrists? That the best person they could turn out is a 70-year-old old white guy with a rotten brain who does 7-minute speeches and who doesn't campaign because his campaign knows that if he is out there in public, he's going to embarrass himself.
What does it say about your candidate that he lost to a guy who didn't campaign?
Well,
I mean, like, at least
Oh my
Biden
God,
was like the
how the
vice president
fuck
of
did I
Obama.
just
That's probably
spin
where
out?
most of the
Wait,
name recognition
so,
comes
like-
from. But I mean, come on, dude.
That's exactly right. I mean, Barack Obama and the Democratic Party behind the scenes didn't
Barack
want to see
Obama.
significant change. They don't want the type of politics that Bernie Sanders is selling. They want a type of politics that is very corporate. They
This
like
is what
money
they,
in
no,
politics.
it's not
That's
about
how they make their money.
corporate. It's just that most of America, even the Democrats, aren't as far left as you wish they were.
That's not.
That
That's. I mean, the
absolutely
evidence
is the
just
case.
is not.
That
that's evidence
absolutely
just
is the
not-
case.
Have
It
you ever
just
seen
is.
any of the exit polls, dude?
I mean, if you go like every single policy position, let's go through them.
Sure,
and you can
we
tell
can
me
go
where
through
they-
all the studies on Medicare for All, where every single candidate that ran on a Medicare for All platform did worse than people that didn't, especially in vulnerable
That's
districts.
not even true.
It
That's not even
absolutely
true.
is true.
I live in one of them, Destiny. I live in one of the most vulnerable districts in the entire country.
What does that have to do with
PA7.
anything?
My candidate in PA7, who flipped it from red to blue, is a fucking Medicare for All candidate. So my congresswoman is going to get my vote because she's a co-sponsor. Directly
shit.
north of that.
Well, if
and
one
Joe
person
Biden,
did it,
and
oh
Joe
my God, you
Biden's
got it.
hometown, in Joe Biden's hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania, in a
Yeah,
district that
Nickelodeon,
Trump won by 15 points.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Cartwright is the incumbent Democrat. Guess what? Co-sponsor of Medicare for All. I don't even know where you fucking get the idea that what happens is the DCCC does not support progressive candidates. They do not want progressive candidates. Do you?
May I chime in?
I mean, no. Shut the fuck up.
Well, it's
no.
something for Destiny. There's
Fuck!
something ongoing right now.
No,
called
I only
Operation
need one
Chaos.
more. God
Oh
damn
my
it.
God, shut the fuck
God,
up.
who gives a fuck? Okay, shut the fuck up. I don't care about
Okay,
this.
never mind.
I don't care. I don't give a fuck about
Your
this.
mic's up.
The point is like if you actually, I mean, like voters do not care about
Where is
Medicare
it?
for all.
Where
There
is
was
it?
a study I read where it literally made no difference on whether the candidate they support that in 2018 if the candidate supported Medicare for all or not. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I
People
linked
are
the thing
voting
in
for the
voice
party.
comrade text. I mean, I've seen this thrown around a lot. I haven't seen any good reputations of it. But like when you
Okay,
control
hold
for
on.
all of the different candidates that were running under a Medicare for All platform, even when you control for other policies, it seemed like Medicare for All was a pretty unfavorable position to run on, especially in vulnerable districts.
But this is not. By the way, I mean,
Cookie
Medicare for all
Arts
is
Room.
not the only policy.
Okay, what
That
other
isn't
policies
progressive
is it? Is it the Green New Deal that has no support in Congress?
The Green New Deal that has 80% support among the American people.
How many people do you
$15
think
minimum
actually
wage.
know what the fuck any of it actually is?
I mean, people support a fucking jobs guarantee. I don't think you realize how far left people are in economic
I
policy.
know that, and this is
Can I buy it in the
what
Krusty
this is
Burger?
what this whole election cycle has been on. Is all of this? I don't think you realize what all the people support. I don't think you realize, bro. I don't think you have any
I
fucking
think
idea.
no. I don't think you realize how people vote. They don't vote on policy. Have you ever believed that they vote on policy?
Then why do you ever think that Bernie Sanders is going to win? Why do you care about his policies? What do you mean? What do you think they vote on?
Okay. Okay.
Wasn't there a
for
thing
sure.
where-
People
Right,
vote
right.
for a variety of eclectic
Am I though?
fucking grabastic opinions. Some people do indeed vote on policy, especially people that are disengaged from politics. You're not going to engage them by running the same old campaign, the narrow target of the persuadable voter campaign, the small ball shit that Hillary Clinton tried to run in the suburbs of Philadelphia. That's not going to work. People get motivated for all sorts of reasons. One of them is transformative policies. Bernie Sanders also has his own sort of charisma, and that's why he appeals to young people because of his authenticity. That is a special.
What if we just spin another narrative and say he appeals to young people because young people are stupid and gullible, and that's why he has no support from any older voter? Like
older
I mean,
voters
we can
do
spin,
like Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders has a positive approval rating among younger voters.
Is my
no one
internet
cares
broken,
about
or is it just black screen the
rating,
whole fucking
where everybody
video?
has like 60, 70, 80% approval. It's who do you vote for? Bernie Sanders or Joe Biden? And he absolutely
Why are they voting? Why are they voting for Joe Biden?
Probably because he's a recognizable face and people like the way that he talks. He's Uncle Joe or whatever, and then he's like a relatively.
Wait.
moderate
They don't like the way he
politician.
talks. He doesn't campaign. You just said he won in states where he didn't campaign.
I'm
so it
sorry.
wasn't
Is the
one
only
way he
place you
talked.
see a person talking on the campaign trail? People
He
know
didn't
of
run
Joe
any
Biden.
ads.
They
He
have a
didn't run
general-
any fucking ads. He didn't
Oh, okay.
campaign. He had
So
no campaign.
If he's
So
in
where
a
do they
state,
see him?
if he's in a state and he didn't campaign there or run an ad there, you just have no idea who Joe Biden is. All those low information voters are really coming to bite you in the ass, aren't they?
recognition. He has name recognition. Absolutely. It was Joe.
So
he was
does
Barack
Bernie.
Obama.
Bernie's
Barack
had name
Obama's
recognition
VP.
for 4 years, my dude. He ran an entire other election cycle. How are you going to cry and say name recognition is
No.
what Biden is winning
Oh,
on?
Jesus Christ. They know him because he is what? Considered the what? Most electable candidate by the mainstream media. Based on what, by the way?
It's all.
What's the evidence?
So all of this is just the mainstream media leading these low information voters around. But the Bernie bros, those are guys that actually are politically savvy. and know
Well,
what's
okay,
going
so
on.
do you I have a question for
Mhm.
you. Now, do you think that political coverage, news coverage of this campaign has characterized Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden as the same electability? That
No, not
nominating
generally.
either one
No.
of them, nominating
Why?
either one of them will be fine, be the same against Trump. It will.
course.
Basically, why not?
Why not? For a variety.
I mean,
of reasons.
if you go by the polling averages in RCP right now, in Michigan, heads up, they're the same. In Pennsylvania, heads up, they're the same. In Wisconsin, heads up, they're the same against Trump. So within a point or two, or less than a point. So why is the electability narrative constantly dogging Bernie but not dogging Biden? Do you think there is
I
no
don't think it's
institutional
relevant.
bias?
I don't think that the media saying that Bernie is not electable is driving all. I don't think you can simultaneously say, oh, no, look, the media is killing Bernie, blah, 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 and then look at the audiences that he gets for his speeches and go, oh, look, actually, everybody loves Bernie, blah, blah, blah. Like, is Bernie's message really appealing to people? Do a lot of people love his messaging and they go out and that's why they're so motivated to vote for him and that's why he's got such high, blah, blah, youth turnout or whatever? Or is the media poisoning everybody's mind against him? Like, what is it? He's got, look how much money he gets in donations. Like,
it's pretty simple. This is very simple. Like, young people are not affected by mainstream media narratives because I don't know if you noticed, but they're not watching cable news. They have alternative sources of media. They have alternative sources of information, like my stream, your stream. They're not involved in the typical political conversation. They have their alternative forms. Whereas elderly voters, they're spending a lot of time watching cable news. They're spending a lot of time referencing with the opinions of party elders. Like that is where that's why Joe Biden is performing well among older voters, because those older voters are closely aligned with traditional media. That's why Mike Bloomberg's $500 million on television ads got him a lot of votes with old people because they watch TV ads. So it's not very complicated to say Joe Biden is doing well because he's typically thought of pretty positively by the average Democratic voter. And he's performing well amongst the voters that turn out at the highest rates, which is elderly voters. And those voters have been immersed in narratives saying Joe Biden is the most electable. Party elders agree. Vote for Joe Biden to get Trump out of office. And beating Donald Trump is the #1 priority of these older voters. Whereas with young voters,
who spent the most on ads this campaign cycle after Bloomberg?
I'm sure probably Bernie because he had the most money.
Call of Duty
And where do those
Warzone.
ads show up on?
I mean, you're talking orders of magnitude less.
Sure, cable news probably, right? I'm sure there have been ads that have been shown on radio stations.
I
on
doubt
cable
he had the
news
money
networks.
to do a full court press on television.
I'm gonna
in
have to do
places
this
like
level
Texas and
again.
California.
Didn't
Even
Bernie
though he had
spend,
the most money.
Didn't Bernie spend, behind Bloomberg?
stupidest-
I'm pretty sure he has like the most money in his campaign. So
I mean,
it
like
seems
Bloomberg,
like just
he
showing
spent like what? He spent like what?
400 or
100
500 million or something.
Like Bloomberg spent like 500-600 million, which was more than Hillary Clinton spent on her entire general
No, I
election
was
and
one
primary
away.
campaign and television ads. Like Bloomberg spent more money.
Dude, I
on
literally get like
ads
one
than
viewer on
anyone
each.
has ever spent before. So it's a little bit of a different ad environment than the traditional.
Sure, I'm just
fucking
saying that if we were
campaign.
just saying that
Literally
ads alone were
one
propelling
viewer on
Bloomberg
each.
to where he's at, Bernie's ran a fuck ton of ads too.
For a total
and
of
Bernie,
2
when he
viewers,
became the
Garrett.
front runner, started to get quite a bit of favorable coverage when he had that nice town hall where they threw a bunch of easy questions at him. That one dude that made that weird fucking is it not? It's not Chris Wallace. The guy that made the weird comparison to the
Chris
fucking
Matthews.
Chris Matthews, the Nazis. That dude ended up quitting. Like everybody roasted the fuck out of him for his weird ass fucking comments. And despite all of the favorable media coverage, it didn't seem like Bernie built any more of a coalition. It was a pretty short time where he's a front runner, but. This idea,
No,
this
I mean,
narrative
he
that it's
did,
just
he
cable
did,
news,
but-
this idea that it's literally just cable news that's poisoning the well against
Well,
Bernie.
let's examine what happened. So Joe Biden, after losing New Hampshire or Nevada by 28 points, went to South Carolina, and the entire Democratic establishment, we're talking about Barack Obama on down, reckoned with the idea that Bernie Sanders was, if nothing changed, going to be the Democratic nominee. They took stock of the remaining moderate alternatives to Bernie Sanders and said, Joe Biden is winning in South Carolina. He's our only hope of stopping Bernie. And with the South Carolina machine, effective, as you say, politics, I don't have a problem with any of this, honestly. I think this is the way politics works. And the fact that Bernie Sanders was not capable or not able to arrest this is why he didn't do well on Super Tuesday, because the moderates were able to coalesce behind Joe Biden. He did best in the state most favorable to him probably in the entire country, South Carolina, and he pulled off a, frankly, solid victory. You combine that with a favorable media coverage, you combine that with all the rest of the moderates doing that synchronized swim dropout, creating this kind of inevitability and building on the case of him as the electable candidate. He got almost all of the late-breaking voters. And Elizabeth Warren staying in, splitting progressive votes, led to Bernie Sanders losing narrowly in a lot of states that he needed to win, and Joe Biden performing well enough that the math is the math. Unless something happens significantly tomorrow or now today,
Dude, literally,
Bernie Sanders is not going
literally,
to have the
Garrett.
delegates needed to
Click
win.
on that link, Garrett. That's for
Telling me
you,
that
man.
the strategy for
That's
Bernie
the narrative.
Sanders, the strategy
That's
for Bernie Sanders was that he needed
I don't know how they found me on YouTube, but the spammers got to me, bro.
3 moderates competing against themselves, or 4
No, no, no,
moderates
no, no,
competing
no,
against
no,
them
no,
in order
no,
for
no,
him to
no,
get a
no, no,
plurality
no,
of the
no.
delegates.
And I don't even want to like block them or like remove them because it's like, yo, they're interacting, you know.
No. My
engagement's engagement.
my simple argument is if Bernie Sanders did not have the political pull to get Elizabeth Warren to drop out and endorse him,
Oh
and
no,
she had
I
basically
have
the
this is
same platform
timed.
as him on a lot
Do
of
you
most
think
issues.
do you think
That
if,
shows incredible weakness?
if we look
what
back,
do you want me to
If
say?
we look back then, do you think Hillary was right when she said nobody likes Bernie?
I mean, I think that the idea that nobody likes Bernie in Washington is probably pretty damn close to true. As
Why
far
were
as
people
I gotta
so
start
mad
making
when she
YouTube
said it
videos
then?
so I can
Because
get people
Bernie
to watch the
didn't take that
streams.
nice. He said that people liked him. Bernie's even
I have
switched his
to
tune
get
on Obama now, and he's starting to play towards
ketchup
Obama
packets
voters.
again.
When he recently came out, said Obama was a good
well,
friend.
I mean,
and
like,
everything.
okay. So I mean, I guess we have like different ideas of politics. So for me, like, I recognize the Democratic Party is a abject failure and has had barely any political power for the last 20 years, right? Like, you agree with that, right?
Not necessarily, but go ahead.
Like, we held the Congress for 2 years during Obama's presidency.
Mhm.
We now have a Supreme Court. We haven't had a liberal Supreme Court since 1965.
Yeah, but the question is that the fault of the Democratic Party, or is that just changing American opinion?
I mean, I guess it's the question of whether or not you think politics at all is just totally random and we just kind of bounce
I've tried
along
that,
with it, or that.
but it's so weird to try to download the clips off of Twitch. I just screen record, so I just have like hard video on my computer, so I can just like edit it and upload it later. Cause it's so weird trying to download videos off Twitch.
There is some sort of leadership and material conditions that result in people making decisions.
Politicians aren't there to just make decisions. Politicians are there to represent the will of the people that elected them. That's the point of being a politician that's held democratically accountable to your constituency.
Right. Wait, okay. So,
Learning from my mistakes.
Absolutely. So do you think that Donald Trump is democratically accountable? He's like making decisions in the best interest of the people? Like, what's...
I think that he was elected by people that definitely
What the
support
fuck is wrong with
out of
that
him. Yeah, for
stupid
sure.
ass
He's got
car
like, what is it,
getting
like a
my way
fucking
for?
96% approval. Something insane. It's always over 90%. His approval rating is insane right now.
Okay, I have a question. Do you think Donald Trump, assuming Joe Biden, so this is the candidate you wanted, so you got.
Whoa! I never said I wanted any candidate. Okay, so don't try to pin me with
well,
Biden. I don't give a fuck.
I had a clip of you saying Buttigieg, and then another clip of you saying Biden.
I'm like
so
okay-ish against a lot of like Buttigieg's positions. Sure, I maybe softly with
so
him.
you said, and I know you had the Biden as your like Twitter.
Yeah, because
cover
I know
for
it
a while,
mauls
right?
the fuck out of people like you. Yeah.
Why would it maul me? Why do I care?
Well, I mean, you can pretend not to care now, but you screaming and drooling on your stream like a couple weeks ago after Bernie won a couple shitty caucuses, I mean, clearly painted a different picture of you. My talking points have been more or less the exact same over the past 3 or 4 months, but you can pretend not
my
to care
talking
now.
points.
That's
My
such dog
my
shit.
talking points are this. I think that Joe Biden.
Yeah, that's what I'm
is
doing.
a
I'm screen recording it
incredibly
right
weak
now.
General election candidate in the electorally college significant Rust Belt states.
Fucking
That his support of NAFTA, his support of TPP, his
trash.
support
I'm
of
gonna have to
the
do it
bankruptcy bill,
again.
his support of
This
basically the
fucking
Iraq
car
War.
will move,
He's been on
bro.
the wrong side of almost every major cleavage in the Democratic Party, let alone the country. And Donald Trump is going to go, and frankly, I don't think he's all that good of a campaigner. In his 4 other campaigns for president, he'd never won a state until South Carolina this cycle. I think he's going to get fucking destroyed by Donald Trump, and I think putting him up with is madness. I think his policies are inferior. That's why I don't support Joe Biden.
And you don't think the idea of putting up a
Is this
heart attack
video
candidate that calls
before or
himself a
after COVID?
socialist, you don't think there'd be
Joe
any
Biden
problems
has
in
2
the
brain
general...
aneurysms.
How long
I
ago?
mean,
Nobody, half the people don't even know about that. Bernie Sanders had a heart attack fucking
Wait,
a
you don't
week
think
ago.
the Republicans are going to make sure that people are aware of this shit?
Sure, they might, but it's not going to hit as hard as Bernie literally had to cut his
I
fucking
might actually
campaign
win
in
this
half
game
because he had a heart attack while he was
on
campaigning for the
stream
nomination.
the whole time in one run.
I mean, literally, Mike Bloomberg had the same exact condition.
No one's talking about Bloomberg's condition.
Well, so the point, ultimately, like, you're just cherry picking some random.
I'm not
like,
cherry picking anything. Did Bloomberg have an aneurysm on the fucking trail now?
Where's my car?
No,
did that happen
no, he
recently?
didn't. No, he did. So okay, so what time? How long ago does it need to be before it's not significant?
Like when the
and
media is
arbitrary?
relevant. Like who's running for president now and has had an aneurysm or a heart attack? Bernie Sanders.
And Joe Biden. Joe Biden has 2 brain aneurysms that have been surgically repaired
During the
He's got
on the
terrible
campaign
health.
trail?
Not on the campaign trail.
Then it sounds
older.
like people probably don't really care then.
Well, I guess we're gonna find out, right?
I guess we are. I mean, we've already found.
I guess we're gonna find out.
Here's the hard fact.
I wish
okay?
Bernie Sanders would run harder against Joe Biden, but my friend Joe Biden, that's his mistake. is he didn't run.
That's the reason he didn't make it.
No. I think that's one of the many reasons is that progressives have a hard time attacking their opponent. Like the same thing with Hillary Clinton. He said, I don't care about the damn emails. And Hillary Clinton asked about the turning points of the Democratic primary in 2016 says when Bernie Sanders said, I don't care about the damn emails, that was a turning point for her campaign. That was Bernie Sanders saying to the electorate, don't worry about the emails. Well, how'd that fucking work out?
So if Bernie would have gone hard on the emails in Benghazi, you think Bernie would have beat Hillary in 2016?
Not necessarily. I don't think Benghazi is a good story, but I think that he should have gone harder against her. Should have called her corrupt for her speeches. He should have actually ran a bare knuckle campaign and gone for the win instead of pussyfooting around the attacks. The same thing with Joe Biden.
I agree with
should
this.
have went hard against him the entire time about the Social Security cuts, the Medicare cuts, all the policies that I find abhorrent with Joe Biden from the Iraq war on. He should have drawn a clear distinction between himself and Joe Biden.
I thought you said people don't really vote on policies, though. Would that really have mattered that much?
I mean, I guess we'll have to.
Mets back
We'll
from the
never know.
bullies.
It's
Well, we are
counterfactual.
knowing right now. Bernie has
It's
lost
a Grandpa
one
Zans.
election
But
cycle
Bernie-
in 2016,
They
and now
took
he's
Grandpa
losing this one.
Zans.
But he didn't do what I'm suggesting. So it's we don't know what the world would be if he did.
Yeah, Biden's last brain aneurysm was in 1988.
So I mean, obviously, okay. I mean, hey, listen, I just watched the guy speak, and he can't get a sentence out. So that's my
No.
personal judgment.
Maybe
I
he
don't know
should try
about you.
Bernie's strategy, just repeating the same 6 sentences over and over and over again. Maybe he would have a better.
I don't know.
shot.
Bernie Sanders just did a town hall on Fox News tonight, my dude. It seems like he did plenty of new sentences there.
Sure. And Biden has also done town halls where he's done plenty of good
Where?
sentences as well.
When? When his eye exploded in blood? Like, what are you fucking talking about?
I mean, like, we can cherry pick, like, any bad statement you want. Biden definitely has more gaffes than others. He also has a really bad stutter. He also sounds worse than he did in 2016, sure. But, like, it's not like Biden is constantly gaffing.
Okay. So now that we're here, let me just ask you this question. Do you think that Joe Biden is going to debate Donald Trump effectively?
I don't know who would debate who effectively. It's impossible to know.
Okay, so you're just gonna say I don't know. So you
I
think
really
he'll be a
don't.
good candidate.
I think that it's possible that people see Biden stutter around on stage and they think he's a total buffoon and he looks like an idiot and then people hate him. It's also possible that they see him stutter around and they think he's endearing and he comes off as an uncle or whatever. I thought listening to Trump that Trump sounded like a fucking moron every single time he spoke, but people like that shit too. I don't know.
Oh,
maybe
no.
Bernie,
I mean, they
maybe
sounded like a
Bernie,
moron.
maybe
However-
Bernie would have went on stage. Maybe Bernie would have been impassioned. People would have loved his fire or whatever, and they would have rallied behind him and all that
guess
shit.
we don't know,
Or
yeah.
maybe he would have just gotten hit over and over again for being a literal socialist that sucks off fucking Fidel Castro, and then everybody would have fucking hated him. I don't know, Mike. It's hard to say. These things could have gone either way. To pretend
Most
like
Americans don't give a shit about
to pretend
Castro.
like what you know what Hispanic voters in Florida might. I guess we'll find out. Is that tomorrow? We'll find out how those votes turn out.
No, it's not. That's not tomorrow. Florida's not tomorrow.
Okay,
but,
whenever the Florida thing is, but
No. I mean, listen, like I
these
think
could have
Florida's
gone
also
either. These could have gone
pretty
either
lost
way.
cause, too.
The idea that like Bernie clearly would have trounced any of these debates, that's just not necessarily true. We don't know that. We've seen even on stage right now in some of the past debates where Bernie's had pretty lackluster performance against other Democrats that haven't been going that hard on him. So I mean, like, I don't know. It's possible that
I
Bernie.
don't know. I don't think he's actually had a bad debate.
You don't
Joe
think
Biden-
any of Bernie's debates have been bad at all?
At worst, he gets a C plus. There's no really terrible debates. But Joe Biden, on the other hand, frequently looks confused. I mean, he can't maintain coherent thoughts. We were just gonna have to agree to disagree. I think that when the reason why Joe Biden is not campaigning publicly and making speeches because his campaign judges that his performance is so poor that it would be damaging to his campaign. And luckily for them, it seems like it's gonna work out.
Well, if
in
Bernie
the
lost to
primary-
that, Bernie was never going to make it in the general anyway. So at least we saved ourselves that.
Well, I mean, like, okay, so like, how ultimately, I know that most voters are pretty not involved in politics. They don't watch it frequently. They're not watching it all the time. Frankly, the bandwagon effect is huge, and Bernie Sanders failed to accumulate sufficient amount of external validators to his campaign. That's a fatal flaw of his campaign. If we're going to run another progressive candidate, they're going to need to do a lot better at consolidating the progressive vote and getting external validators.
Sure, but this has always been a chief criticism of Bernie Sanders that you've just hand-waved off. The fact that he's not politically effective. Whether we're talking about running a campaign now, whether we're talking about being politically effective in Congress,
well, there's different
or whether
types
we're
of,
talking
different types
about
of ways of being politically effective.
if you can't
Now,
even
this
get
is-
endorsements
this is-
from representatives on the campaign trail, like how do you think
He
you're
did.
gonna? Nowhere near as many as Biden did.
I mean, like later in the cycle, sure. Biden was like traditionally way behind where a establishment VP would be. He barely got any. Like, it's not just me that thinks Joe Biden's a weak candidate.
Biden has always had a solid
That was the
lead when it comes to
Democratic
endorsements.
establishment thought. Like, why do you think there were so many candidates in this race?
Biden has been leading in endorsements for the entire race. Like it hasn't been
He's like
close.
way behind the curve as far as
I don't know
like,
what the curve is right now. I'm pretty sure you don't either, but so I'll just concede that to you. I don't know what the curve is, but I know that I think he's got like 10 times as many as Bernie when it comes to like representatives and mayors and former party leaders, senators.
I'd have to look at this, but yeah, I mean, so why do you think there were so many candidates in this race? If Joe Biden was a good candidate, why did 5, 10, 15 people run against him?
I don't know, because people saw an opportunity to run. I guess you'd have to ask them why.
I mean, because he's a catastrophically weak front runner, and this is without a doubt.
Fucking God, these
also
trucks
true
are
of
gonna
Bernie
be
Sanders.
death of me, bro.
Like, the truth is, he does not have the support of the establishment. He was behind enough in establishment support.
Of course, there's another one of you.
Ultimately, what we're looking at here.
Yeah, just restart the mission, bro. I'm not gonna make it.
A situation where we
That is
have
the bathroom.
an extremely opposition.
Gotta take a break to help Ezzy. Don't even need these on right now. If he doesn't answer this, I'm done. I quit. I cannot. Okay. Yo.
Right? I got this right there.
Yeah. Shit. Yeah. Let's see. Oh my fucking god, dude. If you do it again, I'm not calling back. I said if you hang up again, I'm not calling back. Dude, I don't know. I'm not touching nothing. Alright, let me hear this. What's happening? Dude, I'm literally pressing nothing. I'm just holding my phone with 2 fingers right now.
Bro, I'm not touching my phone either.
You're not pressing the side volume button on accident or some shit?
No.
Yeah. Oh my god, what's happening?
Fucking with it or something,
Dude, I'm literally holding my phone. You can watch me. You can see me on stream.
It must be my shitty phone. It's my phone.
Dude, what the
I'm not
fuck?
touching it,
But
DJ.
play
I'm
it.
not touching
Play it, play it, play it.
Did you hear Josh?
Yeah, I was hearing it. That beat's goated, bro. That beat is goated. Exactly, bro. Auto tune it, and you're done. You're done.
Who's that guy that did the Island Boy beat? He made some dope ass beats out of Cat.
I actually have no fucking idea.
His name is Kiffy.
Kiffy?
I follow him on IG. He made the Island Boy beat. He makes a bunch of like beats out of like Cat. I showed you him, bro. You know exactly. I sent you a ton of his shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I didn't know he made the Island Boys beat.
But he made the Island Boy beat, bro. That was a start, bro. That was a
Dude,
year ago.
those boys are beefing now. They don't even like each other anymore, bro.
That was literally a year ago, bro.
Damn, they fell off quick. Island Boys fell off quick, bro. That's crazy. I mean, dude, I'm hearing it out of the speaker on the phone. Like, I can't really give you like a full honest opinion because like I'm hearing it like 2 times removed. Put on some sound goodizer. Yeah, it's somewhere on there. Yeah. I mean, when you with stock plugins, just that and like reverb, maybe a little delay. No, honestly, it's like just look, play with it. Just fuck around with it. I'm gonna start bleeding just now. Call, call him, bro. Answer him. All right, G. All right, I'm here. Yeah, and like reverb. Just throw the wet up a little. Up. Put the wet up. Put the wet up. Yes. But like not all the way up. Like find a nice level. I said don't, but like don't just put it all the way up. Like try to find where it's like a nice. Yeah, sounds better. Yes, sir. Using pitcher? I've literally never used that. What is he saying there? What is he saying there? Oh, okay. Okay. I couldn't tell what he was saying. No, I don't think it matters at all. That boy got the mic on the fucking skate wake, bro.
Josh is like, bro, I want to rap. I'm like, bro, I got beats. And not only do I have beats, but I have beats that will go #1.
Yes, sir. Literally a whole drive.
A whole fucking archive.
Dude. Dude, what's today? 28th?
28.
I'm coming down the week of the 24th.
Say that. Yo, Alex is fucking blowing me up. Let me call you.
Yeah, call me back. All right.
All right.
Peace. I don't think he's gonna call back. I'm not gonna lie. Depending on how long the call with Alex is. Point thing is, we're back.
Additional Democratic Party to Bernie Sanders. They're opposed to him for ideological reasons.
Why
They
can't
don't
they
wanna
just be
get-
opposed to him? Because he's not a leader. Because they don't think he's going to actually bring it home for the Democrats in 2020.
Because there's no evidence to support that. That would just be their opinion, man.
How about the fact that he doesn't seem to have a strong coalition of minority voters compared to Biden? How about the fact that he can't make it through the primary? How about
What the fuck are you talking about? They were strongly opposed to him. They were doing Stop Bernie meetings last year that had nothing to do with his performance in these primaries.
What do you mean by Stop Bernie meetings?
The literal meetings among Democratic leaders
was
saying,
right
"How are we
there.
going to stop Bernie Sanders from being the Democratic
I
nominee?"
don't believe this. I don't think that was happening.
Okay, you'll gift me how many subs when I show you?
I'm not going to gift you subs. You're not worth it.
But yet you're here. You came to my Discord.
Yeah, because talking to you is not gifting you subs. Do you not understand the difference?
But you said you won't believe it.
I just want to
believe
see a story. I'm still waiting, by the way, for that story where top DNC leaders were telling Warren that she needed
I'm a
to stay in to
dumbass. I
sabotage
could've gone
Bernie.
that way the
Also
whole
waiting on
Like
that one
you've
too.
we haven't talked in how many months? You came to my Discord when I was in my own chat, and I chatted with you because I feel like you needed to get this out of your system. But here I put it. Let me put it to. And yeah, you're trying to spike the
I'm gonna wait
football
for the
because
police to go down a
you
little.
picked not Bernie. Congratulations.
Did I say Florida State?
Yeah.
Here you go.
That's
Here's the
always
New
been
York
my
Times-
prediction, though. My prediction
Here's
is
the New York Times. Here's the New York Times article about Stop
Hey,
Sanders. Democrats are agonizing over his momentum. I'll get a quote for you.
Why is Florida State? Gang gang.
And here's it. The matter of what to do about Bernie and the larger imperative of party unity, for example, hovered over a series of previously undisclosed Democratic dinners in New York and Washington organized by longtime party financier Bernard Schwartz. The gatherings have included scores from the moderate or center-left wing of the party, including Speaker Nancy Pelosi of California,
Dropping
Senator
pills.
Chuck Schumer of New York,
Dropping
former
pills.
Governor Terry McAuliffe of Virginia, Mayor Pete Buttigieg of South Bend, Indiana, and the president of the Center for American Progress, Neera Tanden.
What?
So, like, all these, when I say that they were literal Stop Bernie meetings, these are ideological. These are not based on, like, numbers on how he performs against Trump. They don't want to have a progressive president.
Why do you think it's more they don't want to have a progressive president rather than they're just worried that they would take somebody past the convention that would be unelectable? That the majority of the Democratic Party wouldn't
evidence
support.
to support the idea that he's unelectable.
Except for
Trump.
the fact that Democrats don't vote for him. But you
Okay,
think that's
you're
because...
now doing circular logic where the Democratic Party has done extraordinary efforts to defeat Bernie Sanders by signaling he's unelectable in their ideologically aligned corporate media, and have spent and Barack Obama has helped coordinate a consolidation around Joe Biden as evidence that he would lose to Trump, but that's not what that proves.
Why didn't Barack Obama just endorse Biden if he's like working so hard behind the scenes to fuck over Bernie?
I mean, why did he work so hard behind the scenes to prevent the election of the DNC chair that was supportive of Bernie Sanders?
Dude, I literally have to get one more.
I don't know. I'm
Because
asking you. Why didn't he come out and support Biden?
Ideologically, well, I mean, I guess he didn't think Biden had the.
Oh, he
Biden
dropped
had
it in the
stuff.
worst
Like, remember,
spot.
I don't know if you remember, but he was quoted as saying,
Fuck,
"Joe, you don't have
man.
to do this." And there's a reason why so many
Dude, that's
candidates
actually
joined the race
dog
against
shit. I
Biden
flew
because
right
they didn't
over
think
it.
He had the stuff.
Fuck
First of
Ezra's
all,
calling back. Yo. Dude, go to the gym, bro. Where haven't you been going hard? Dude, technology is working against us, dog. Bro, they don't. Wait, what did you kind of say? That they don't want us to win, bro. They didn't want us to win. God did. God did. The technology trying to stop us, bro. They don't want us to win. God did. It's my favorite shit, bro.
That was like cringe as fuck.
Dude, I love it. God did.
I don't understand.
I like what Drake like. You see, have you seen that one where he's like, I sent it to Drake, but whatever he might send back something on that beat, he might send back something different. I like what Drake like. Holy fuck, they got Shelley Duvall to make another movie? That's crazy. All right, G. If it loads, it loads. You got it, bro. Dude, there's backup saves. There's like revert saves.
I'll call you when I get on it then.
I bet. Hey, G.
I'll be up at the gym because I need it.
Yeah, dude, go hard, bro. We gonna do some legs? Bet, dude. Go stupid.
G.
All right, homie.
Alright, game over.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace. This is crazy, bro, because Kubrick fucked her up. Really fucked with her head. And I guess probably Jack Nicholson a little bit too. But it's more on Kubrick. It's crazy they got her to do another movie. Damn, that's fucking wild. I mean, good for her. Hopefully she's like in the right space for that. The era of quitting is already over. The Great Resignation gave workers current taking. But with job openings down by 15% since March's record high, it's clear that the frenzy of the Great Resignation is beginning to moderate. Employers are cracking down. I don't know. Oh, it's just a GIF. I want to see what fucking people say, dude. The article sponsored by employers. Yep. Once again, stop using the completely misinformed employer-centric phrase "quiet quitting." All our first people doing exactly what they're paid for. Although I would love to see the receipts on how much you clowns were paid to write this propaganda. Blah 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 blah. A lot of haters. A lot of hate. I bet there's like a little bit of truth to that. Damn, you saw that? Sets out women directors. My favorite moment, dude. Kirsten Dunst had the best moment when there was like actress roundtable. It was all female actresses, and they're talking about how they don't like they want to work with more women directors. And Kirsten Dunst is like, I mean, I don't know what you guys mean really, because I work with female directors. I find them.
Biden came into the race after most of these candidates, right? Biden joined the race pretty fucking late. I know there was a lot of talks of him joining the race.
I think he joined in what, March, February?
Okay, you know what I actually have to do?
Traditionally, that's pretty early.
You know what I actually have to do?
So I mean,
cheat code, because I'm done. I'm over it.
I mean, like, and as far as like the race goes, like,
hold on, I thought he joined in like May. I thought it was very late. It was insanely late. I'm pretty sure that there were like tons of people campaigning. Booker, Yang, fucking Amy.
I think Warren entered like he did it in April. It was April.
April 25th. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. When did Hillary Clinton enter the race?
Warren entered a full 2 months before Biden.
I'm
pretty sure Biden was the last person to join the race.
Hillary entered the race in 2016 on April 12th, 2015. So like April's pretty standard time. It's not
Okay, you can
not
call it
super-
standard, but he was literally the last person in besides Bloomberg. So.
I mean, okay. I mean, like, but everybody looked at Joe Biden as a possibility of running and said we could beat Joe Biden. I mean, like, all the stuff I'm saying about his like diminished capacity is something that was openly said on the debate stage by Tim Ryan, Julian Castro, like even Kamala Harris and Cory Booker laughed in his face when he said that he had the support of the only African American woman senator to ever serve, and Kamala Harris is like, "What? I'm right here." Like all the ideas that I'm proposing that Joe Biden is a weak candidate is pretty much conventional wisdom.
You
throughout
say
most of this
conventional
year.
wisdom, but it's not supported by any polling data. Like
Poll-
you can say
so
conventional
you're
wisdom, but in
shifting
head-to-heads.
Okay, if we're going by polling data, then Bernie Sanders is very electable against Trump head-to-head.
But Biden outperforms
So
him.
so by marginal.
Doesn't
by
matter. He
maybe
still
a point.
outperforms him.
By maybe a point. So wait, you're going to go an extraordinary effort to try to block a but Pete Buttigieg loses to Trump in most head-to-head polls. So did everybody go out of their way to say to defeat Pete Buttigieg?
You didn't have to.
No.
Pete Buttigieg was never popular. No one cares about Pete Buttigieg.
I mean, you thought that he was he was your favorite candidate. So what's that say about you?
It says that I liked his policies. I never thought he was going to win ever.
I mean,
we're talking about two different things. Whether or not we like
Iowa,
somebody's
wait. Even in Iowa, even after Iowa, you never thought he had a chance. I have to go back and watch your show.
Yeah, I said maybe he had it. It's
tell your
possible if he
bullshit.
does some miraculous shit. I also said the same about Warren when she had her huge spike, and I said the same about Kamala Harris as well. It's possible, sure. When an untested candidate grows really big, that they could have like an Obama moment or some shit and come out of nowhere. Yeah, it's possible, sure. But I never thought that like Pete had a good chance of winning. Of course not.
You never had a candidate, is what we said earlier. So obviously,
in terms of like policy positions, it would probably have been somebody like Pete. Or maybe fucking Steyer or fucking Delaney. I don't know, some moderate progressive
Pete?
Dem or whatever.
Which Pete? The one that supported Medicare for all, or the one that later was against Medicare for all? I can't keep up.
I don't know if Pete ever supported Medicare for all. I have to look back.
He-
I'm pretty
he
sure
did.
that wasn't true. I feel like I read an article about that. That's something that people.
He
say.
did. He
But,
went on. He
no,
went on
I
network
don't
TV.
support any policy that's more extreme than every other healthcare plan on earth. No, I don't
There's
support
like
that.
when what do you say more extreme? You're referring to the fact that it doesn't allow duplicate coverage and it covers more than any other.
And it has
program.
zero co-payments, zero deductibles, zero prescription costs. Yes.
No, it's $200 a year for prescriptions.
On the well, when Bernie gets on stage, he always says no co-pays, no deductibles, no. Okay, so $200 a year flat. Is that like a tax, or is that like something you pay into the plan, or what?
You pay it when you get the prescription. You know, you pay up to $200 out of pocket. So you want to see more like out of pocket costs.
Yeah, scale to income. Yeah, of course.
And so is the goal here to
Sick.
deter care?
The goal is to fund the system. One.
Well, why not just raise taxes on people that can afford to pay it rather than like when people use drugs?
Because you
Like, if
can't
they need
just
the drug-
raise taxes.
So wait. So let me give
because
let me
you
ask
can't just raise that much in taxes. We're not
Sure you
talking
can.
about a couple $1 million or a couple
Sure you
billion
can.
dollars. No, we're not.
Sure you
You can't. Even Bernie's own plans are unfunded on the order of trillions of dollars. I think $7 trillion was the most
first of
favorable
all,
one I saw
like,
recently.
If you look at Scandinavian countries, they collect double the amount in taxes than we do.
We're not a Scandinavian country.
Why? So what? Okay. So you're saying it's impossible for us to pass the laws?
I'm saying that if we can pass a law that is much easier to fund and has roughly the same effectiveness, we should probably go for that rather than shoving through the one that's going to cause, like, not only do we have this radically different Medicare law, we also have to radically change our tax structure as well. Yeah, it's probably better to ease into it.
And did we...
Uh-oh, hello?
You still there, Mike? Big Mike cut out.
hold on. Am I
Oh,
here?
there he is. Yeah, you're here.
Sorry, I just had like a lag spike there. So did we ease into Social Security? Did we ease into Medicare? Like, where's this easing in fetish you have?
I don't know exactly how Medicare and Social Security start. I'm pretty sure that if I
So
go back and read, as I do in
Medicare
all
was
of these
enacted-
conversations, it's going to be
Medicare was
completely different than
enacted
how
over
you.
18
but
months.
It doesn't.
Oh
but
my
that's
God.
that's not
Fine.
relevant. It doesn't matter. It's
Yeah,
not
of
relevant.
course
The
it
fact of the matter
well, like,
is,
you just have a
the
fetish
fa-
for easing into
No,
things.
I don't
Like,
have a
Bernie
fetish
Sanders-
for it. It's called
Better
political
stand-
effectiveness. That thing that we just both agreed that Bernie Sanders completely fucking lacks.
Bernie Sanders' policy was over a 4-year transition period.
4 years is nothing. That's instant.
Plenty of time.
It's not. To raise
of
that
time.
money, he even in his own plans, even with the suggested taxes, he wasn't
did I
able to
just
raise
win?
anywhere near enough money for it. He still was short on an order of trillions
We're
for funding this.
short, Wait, we're short $1 trillion right now with our current budget.
Our current budget deficit is $1 trillion.
Yeah. We just cut massive taxes on the wealthy.
Hold on, I'm just checking out. Okay, about 700 billion. Okay, so what does that have to do with anything?
But so like you're screeching about covering. Well, first of all, Bernie Sanders has proposed. If you go on his website, you can see all the different ways he's going to pay for it.
We've already seen those. I'm talking about independent people that actually evaluate how much money he can raise for these programs.
And the independent studies, for example, in the Lancet. I know
the Lancet study was garbage. I do know that study was really.
Oh wait, the Lancet. Okay, Dr. Destiny is going to tell me that the Lancet, which is one of the most prestigious journals, he's going to just discard it because he's decided that it's garbage. Are you fucking serious right now, dude?
So if you actually look at that Lancet study,
wait. You know more than the Yale epidemiologists and the Lancet. That's your position?
You do know that an epidemiologist has nothing to do with healthcare funding, Mike, right? That you have no say, you have no fucking education over funding healthcare and doing policy.
The Lancet, the Lancet has put out. Let me get this straight. I'm listening to you here. The Lancet has put out garbage science.
Yes.
Is what you're saying.
This study was garbage. I invite you to look through it
sometime. Okay, well, there are 22 other studies on Medicare
Fuck,
for All that have been collected showing that it saves significant money and provides better coverage. So if you're looking as far as science and evidence, the evidence is that Medicare for All is the most effective. Now, what you're saying is politically, Mike, it's not feasible. Now, when I ask you, how is Joe Biden going to pass this shit? It's going through the same problems that the Bernie Sanders policies do, which is he's got to make it through the Senate, and the Republicans have zero interest in expanding the ACA. So he's going to need to do it with Democratic votes.
Yeah, or you have to flip seats in Congress. Yeah.
So I mean, the political plausibility of Bernie Sanders winning the presidency on a
as it's calling again. Yo. What up? Go on FaceTime me. Go to file. And then I think like at the bottom it should be like revert to last backup or something. Yeah, click that. That's gonna be the last save that you have. So like, it might not be exactly where you left off, but should be good. It should pop up in a second. Is it loading right now? Dang, bingo bango. There you go. Save that shit right now. Ahorita. Yes, sir. Of course. Of course. Dude, literally. We're living, dude. Dude, I'm gonna bring my shit, bro. We're gonna go hard. I'm gonna bring my. Bro, I'm staying for 3 months, dude. Every other day. Boom. But hey. Hey. You oh, you have to do that little hack. You gotta like go to the mixer. Yeah, go to the channel that has the whatever,
Mhm.
and then go to the bottom,
Mhm.
and then that little dot.
Mhm.
Click that.
Mhm.
All right, you're moving the camera. Time. All right, yeah. Once you click that, then go to the top left of the mixer. Yeah, that little down arrow, all the way. Yeah, all the way up in the corner, in the corner, in the corner. Yeah, that one. Yeah, click that. Then click render wave file. All right, bro, you're not angling the camera for me, bro. This recording, the first option, the first option.
Oh, no. Yep.
And then render wave
Yep.
file.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Let's see now.
Boom.
Press on that.
Yeah, click that. And then hit start. Yeah, hit start.
God, look at this tuna. Jesus.
Boom. And now you have it like as a wave file.
Not saved it.
Yeah, like go back to the main where the patterns are and everything. There you go.
So I can mute. Should I mute this one? Mute this one.
Yeah, there you
So
go.
so now I gotta put this on the track, right?
Yeah, you gotta put it on its own mixer channel. Hey, you'll be chilling. Fine, fuck it. I mean, if he's way louder than the other two, yeah. Yes. I've actually never seen that either. I probably have to update my FL Studio. That's actually fire. That looks dope. I can't believe there was empty space on that beat. I thought that beat was done, so left room for a whole feature, dog.
Save as, right?
I mean, yeah, if you haven't saved it before, yeah.
Save it. Save
Yes, sir.
anyway. Now how do I make it?
Go to File, Export. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Nico.
Don't save it to your desktop, bro. Make a folder right now and call it BMP3s. Don't go there. Go to your bottom. Go to the bottom of the computer where the folder is, and then Go to music. I don't know if you just opened some shit. All right. Are you on the music folder? I can't fucking see, bro.
Looks like a black thing. I can't bring shit. They don't fuck around.
Yo, click on music. Then on the left, go down. Yeah, right there. Then go right click.
Just right click.
Yeah, like don't not a file. Yeah, new. What just happened? Yeah. Folder. And call that shit beat MP3s.
Whiskey beats. Now I can save it.
Yeah, and then just save it to that folder every time. And then actually pin that fucking folder to like favorites or whatever the fuck it. So you don't lose it. So it always pops up.
Stars.
Yeah.
Now I can send it to Josh.
Yeah, now you have it. I mean, you gotta yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You probably gotta do that first, and then you can send it to whoever. Amen. Take me to church, I worship like a dog at the side of the you can show me your life. Oh, you got it? Hell yeah, G. All right, G, I'm gonna go back to the stream, my dog. Yep, and then just go to the music, the folder you just made, and upload it, and you got it. Music. Boom. Yeah, I saw it. Hell yeah, dude. It's lit. Boom. Perfect. Send it, G. I got you, bro. Yes, sir. Dude. Just wait, bro. Once I'm down there, dude, it's fucking over, bro.
Yeah, dude, I feel like now I could fucking make someone go hard, make even myself go hard.
Exactly.
Like if I'm feeling down, I can just fucking whip out.
And if we need some inspo, smoke, drink some tequila, we're fucking on it.
That actually sounds like fucking.
That's dude. Tequila is like, if it gets there's like a lull in the energy, you just take a shot of tequila. It just brings you right back up. Right back up. All right, G. Go hard in the gym, bro. Get out there, bro. All right, homie. I hit you up. Peace. Just, friends helping friends. We got 2 more missions as Marge, and we're fucking
Medicare
donezo.
for All platform. And then he's going to turn around and run into his Democrats are going to sabotage that. He's not going to be able to pass.
Dude, he sounded like
anything.
Michael Knows for a second.
I mean, like
they're not going to support things. They're going to lose them elections in vulnerable districts. No.
Okay, so is the single payer system in Canada unpopular?
We're not Canadian. Why do you think that?
Wait, so Americans are exceptional, you could say, and that every other polity in the entire developed world has some sort of universal healthcare system, and we're going to be the one that finally rejects it. We want our insurance premiums back. We want our deductibles back. Please vote them all out.
Firstly, most Americans are actually happy with their insurance, believe it or not.
Evil
Secondly,
Colicans,
yeah, we are
evil
kind of exceptional in that we're
Colicans.
the only country that doesn't have a socialized healthcare system. So by definition, yeah, we are exceptional.
Because
Yeah.
Okay, so we failed, but what you've made a leap of logic where you go from we don't have it now, therefore if we got it, it would be unpopular.
I never said that. I said that it's unpopular.
You just said that if they voted for it, they would lose their
yeah,
seats.
I said that right now it seems to be unpopular with the broader American people.
Okay,
yes.
so if it passed and went into place, it would continue to be unpopular?
It's possible that it's possible that people would like it after that. But you have to
think
pass
that's
it
the logic.
first. How are you going to pass it without the votes, Mike?
It's this. I mean, how are you going to pass the public option without the votes?
Well, hopefully a public option appeals to enough moderates that you can bring them on board with the legislation. Sure as fuck isn't going to be that with single payer.
Like we went through this same rigmarole already, right? With the same argument.
We went through the rigmarole, dude.
Like the public option was part of Barack Obama's campaign in 2008 until
and they didn't have the votes to do it. So why do you think they would have the votes to do single
payer? They did indeed have the votes.
They didn't though.
They had 55. They didn't have 60 because the filibuster still exists. And as far as I know, Joe Biden is in favor of the filibuster, right?
Wait, so are we? Do you think we should eliminate the filibuster?
Absolutely.
Okay, even if we did eliminate the filibuster, we'll ignore the implications of that. Even if we did eliminate the filibuster, Democrats still aren't going to have 51 Senate seats next election cycle. So
I mean, if they don't, then this is all moot. Then it comes down to what do you think someone's going to do with executive orders? And Joe Biden, compared to Bernie Sanders has a far more expansive view of the executive orders. This is all the reasons why I support Bernie Sanders.
So you think that Bernie Sanders could pass single-payer healthcare with executive orders?
No. No, of course not.
What was the point of bringing up executive orders?
So you're laser focused on single payer as the only policy, right?
Well, no.
But Bernie Sanders has a whole panoply of policies, some of which are legislative, some of which are not. And I look at Joe Biden, and I don't see him performing like Joe Biden doesn't even want to legalize marijuana. Like this guy is.
I'm pretty sure Biden has said he is in favor of decriminalizing marijuana.
Okay, what am I doing?
No, he doesn't. He's against it.
What am I fucking doing?
I think he just had a speech. He just had a comment where he said it was like a gateway drug. This guy's out of the fucking 80s, dude. That's why I'm pretty unexcited because I feel like he's not going to do well.
So Biden said in Tuesday when he was campaigning in New Hampshire, I think it's at the point where it has to be basically legalized. Maybe he didn't mean it, or.
All right, hold on.
Also, I don't know why we've pivoted to Biden's position on marijuana, but.
Well, we're just having a freewheeling conversation.
Well, the free-rolling conversation, I don't know how you think single-payer healthcare was ever going to pass if we don't have 51. You're saying that we don't have 51 seats in the Senate, none of this matters.
Okay, I mean, I can give you a whole path that's plausible if you'd like.
What is the whole path?
I mean, first of all, the Democrats need to retake the Senate via the elections that are up. So they've got to win Colorado, they've got to win Iowa, they've got to win Maine. They're probably going to lose Alabama, right? I think there's one other race in Georgia that they have an outside chance at, but they're probably not going to get that. So if they win the 3, then they can narrowly flip the Senate.
May I chime in on Georgia?
No!
Who was that?
Fuck's sake. No one chimes in but me and Destiny at this point.
Chat,
All right.
I don't
I'm
know
sorry.
what's
I'm
going
sorry
on.
for explaining this, but this is the way it is. All right. Bernie Sanders has proposed we need to admit Puerto Rico as a state. And maybe that won't happen. We need to get senatorial representation for the District of Columbia. We need to actually do some radical fucking shit. And if we get 4 more Democratic senators, we repeal the fucking filibuster, and we provide a broad-based pressure campaign on the Democratic senators, it's possible. However, by no means is getting this single payer going to be an easy task. I don't think anybody has any illusions about that. Nobody has illusions about that. But we need, like, right now, like, the Senate as a now Bernie Sanders says he doesn't support the filibuster. I want to point this out before somebody he wants the quote vice president to rule on what things are covered or not covered by the filibuster. And which is basically another way of saying get rid of the filibuster without getting rid of the filibuster.
Bernie does not want
So
to repeal
that's
the filibuster. He wants to pass Medicare for all through budget reconciliation.
That's right, which takes 51 votes. So like all this, I mean, like this is all the same obstacles that Bernie Sanders is facing for Medicare for all. He's going to face for the public option. The insurance
Jesus, how the
companies are
fuck
not
do I
gonna
get
wanna have
over
a
there?
Robust public option. Like we're all aware of this, right? The drug companies are not going to want to negotiate for drug prices.
Wait, why wouldn't insurance companies want the public option?
Because it'll be two possible results. One, the public option is so
Christ, dude.
robust that people flee to it, and it's subsidized at a rate that makes it impossible for them to compete. Or it'll be so piss poor, and it'll be a dumping ground for adverse selection. So, in other words, insurance companies will cherry pick healthy.
Dude, am I supposed to be able to fucking do
and
that
They will
or
have a
no?
good business case for unloading
Holy
sick people onto the
fuck.
public option, in which case it'll cost way more than projected. So the public option is a bad policy.
Wouldn't that actually make the public option an amazing policy? If a whole bunch of the sickest of Americans were the ones that were dumped onto the policy that are getting subsidized the most by the government, private health insurance would be able to bring its price down. People that have private insurance would be able to save money.
Right, but you're missing the other side of the equation, which is the financing goes upside down because you don't have healthy people paying premiums into the public option.
Well, of
So
course
it's
you do.
gonna
You
be
pay it via
significant-
taxes. What do you mean?
That's right. So have to pay significant subsidies. It blows a huge hole in the budget.
No. What do you mean? You would raise
because
taxes
the public
for it.
option. Okay, the reason why the public
Fuck.
option is being
I don't wanna do
proposed is
this.
that you pay for it via the premiums collected, sort of like every other insurance policy. But if you don't,
My understanding is that the public option can be heavily subsidized by the government. This idea that
okay,
it has
if
to
you
be paid
but
for.
if you do that, then it's going to be then the other insurance policies will not compete because their premiums will not
you
be
can
too
subsidize.
high.
You can scale that to income. You don't have to subsidize it the same for everybody, Mike.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the public option will not have adverse selection because you're going to ensure that the subsidies for wealthier people, which is a small pool of actual people, is going to be low, so they'll choose to go into private insurance, but it will pay for itself when the sick, poor people are all in the public option. It's not going to result in... How are you going to pay for that? It's like in order to pay for it, you have to raise taxes. This is
Of
the
course
problem
you
with the
have to
public
raise
option.
taxes, Mike. It's fucking social health care. Of course you do.
It's the same thing with the...
It's not the same thing because you're not covering 000. You're not doing no cost of fucking prescriptions, no copays, no deductibles across the entire fucking population. An adverse selection on a government subsidized plan is probably a beneficial thing because those adverse people go to that plan rather than being in the private markets. That's fine. It's okay to pay a higher tax on that. Of course you're going to have to raise taxes for any form of universal health care. You think I think differently? You think I think there's some public option that exists that isn't going to require a tax hike? Of course it is.
So this is the whole point.
No.
Why are we maintaining the private system if all it does is soak up all the healthy, wealthy individuals and provides a good business case for the insurance companies, but all the sick and poor people are put onto the public option, which requires heavy taxes and high subsidization from the regular budget? Why not just dispense with the private insurance market if it's not functioning?
It is
to
functioning
finance
though.
Healthcare.
It's functioning in
It's
that people are buying health
functioning to
insurance.
generate profit for the insurance companies, but not for the social
It
provision of
doesn't.
health.
It generates profit for the insurance companies and it provides a service to the people that buy insurance from them if they choose to do so. People, if they want the option to do it, that's fine. You can have a public option and still have people.
All right.
You laugh, but we do this with
okay,
We literally do
honestly-
this with private schools right now, Mike. Like, why would a rich person send their kid to a private school and still pay taxes for public school? People do it all the fucking time, Mike. That's literally how it works right now.
Is that good? Is our education system?
Didn't say that our education system is good. I'm just saying that
You
economic.
just proposed it as a good example.
I proposed it as an example where we can have a system where people pay a private premium to
Now,
have
I
private
know
access
you
to
went
things.
to
but
private schools. I know
oh
you
my
went to private
God, dude.
So
You can have no.
Hold
on. I don't need you to explain anything. All I'm saying is that it's
Poorly.
possible for you to pay privately for a premium or some sort of
Oh my
luxury.
God!
You also still pay a public tax
So
on
we're
for other
going
people
to
that can't afford it.
spend hundreds of billions of dollars administering thousands of separate private plans, the purpose of which is to generate profits for insurance
To have
companies,
shoes on.
increase administrative expenditure
fucking
all
have
over the healthcare
shoes on,
system,
bro.
resulting in cracks where people are going to slip through. We'll have millions of uninsured people under Biden's plan.
Why would they be uninsured if they could just go to the public option?
Because they have to pay for it.
Not
and
if
they
you
can't
then you
afford to.
income scale it, obviously.
Okay, so as those income scales, are they actually going to cover the cost? Because under the ACA, they don't. There's millions of people that do not sign up for the ACA
The
right
ACA
now.
doesn't have a public option. The ACA is garbage.
Of course the ACA is garbage.
So why are you comparing the ACA to a public option? The ACA
Because
isn't the government.
The public option does not necessarily have to be good. It could be unaffordable, just like all these other
the
plans.
public option is literally supposed to be provided by the government. So we would set rates on that. We would literally vote on that. That would be part of what they do in Congress. It's not just a private company. The ACA is just a collection of private companies at an exchange that bid for your services. It's not a government provided healthcare plan.
My depth perception on these is fucked.
That's exactly okay, but you're underlining my entire point. There is no advantage to the ACA model that you're proposing, other than political viability.
Political viability at the end of the day is the only thing that matters, Mike.
But that's your judgment.
No, that's literally reality. When you get off Twitch.tv and you look at real politics, the only thing that matters is, one, can you get your candidate elected, and two, can they pass legislation?
Okay, was it politically possible? Okay, here's the thing. Your judgment of what is and isn't politically possible is based on your own opinions.
No, it's based on the fact that every single candidate that ran for Medicare for All had a harder time winning their elections than those that didn't, and it's been a referendum on Bernie's policies on him not being able to get voted through the primary process. This idea that there's a massive wave of progressives just hidden somewhere in fucking America is just not true, Mike. It's fucking delusional fantasy. You can cherry pick a few polls to show that people like all healthcare being blah, 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 but it just isn't borne out in any actuality. When it comes time for people to actually fucking vote, nobody's showing up for all of these crazy progressives. It just doesn't happen. The only places it happens are the insanely fucking heavy blue districts. And even in places like AOC's district, she's carried by fucking moderate white voters anyways. Like, it's not like there's this massive progressive fucking movement that's showing up somewhere that we're just somehow ignoring or missing because cable TV doesn't show them. They just don't exist, Mike.
Okay, so you've now conflated so many things.
Okay, Mike.
You've conflated voters with political plausibility, as if what the voters want is what gets passed. Like, this is just childish thinking.
I'm sorry, so who really controls it? Is it the corporations, Mike?
Destroy all the cola delivery trucks.
Are you confused?
Who controls what legislation
gets
gets passed?
Be confused. Wait. So hold on. Let me just ask you this question. Do you think that the will of the voters is what gets passed through Congress? Or do all the studies showing that the interests that are catered to by Congress, that's just conspiracy theories?
I think that it's largely overblown. I don't think that there are all of these people back at home that are opposed to a certain policy, and then a big donor steps in, and the guy's like, fuck them. I'm sure there are examples of certain types of legislation that gets passed that fucks over African American stuff that's a little harder to understand, maybe stuff related to tax law or whatever. But when it comes to a big thing like an immigration plan or like a Medicare plan, no, I don't think that people in Congress are like, fuck my constituents, I'll just vote however I want and win the next election cycle.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna write. So here is the former administrator of Medicare, Dr. Don Berwick. Now, you have your opinion, right? Now, Dr. Don Berwick, former administrator of Medicare, has his on the public option, and I'll just timestamp it for you. It's in the voice comrade text. I'll provide it to what other chats do people want? What are we in right now? And he'll explain to you why the public option is stupid. You can play it for everybody.
All right, let's go. 4 minutes. Hold on.
All right, hold on. Oh, well, I don't have ad block on.
This is interesting. When we talk about Joe Biden's desire to add a public option to the Affordable Care Act, even one that people could buy into,
Sam Cedar,
as opposed to just being limited, as the ACA is now, to people who don't have an option of getting health insurance through their employer or any other way, and subsidies only being available up to a certain percentage of wealth in this country, certain percentage of poverty, and the idea that costs are crazy. The real question is like, how you cut costs? Well, here is the former Medicare administrator, Dr. Don Berwick. He was under this under Obama. He explains why the public option at a House hearing will not be sufficient for containing medical costs.
I'm a little worried about public option for a kind of technical reason. Insurance companies want to provide insurance to people that don't need it. That's how they make money. And so anything that can be done to game risk, so that
public option would be used by all the people who really need the insurance.
Yeah, and if I were insurance companies would then try to find ways to have people who really need care go to the public option, which would enrich. It would be a good business case for them, and that's not good for the country.
So look, I mean, this is an
okay. So the first thing he brings up has to do with this adverse selection. Adverse selection here is not necessarily bad. If the poorest people are the people that need, it's not. If these people that need healthcare the most end up going on the public option, as long as that option is funded, that's fine. What's wrong with that?
As long as it's funded, because what it will do, it will blow up all the projections. Your whole point about the public option is that it'll save money compared to that wild-eyed Medicare for all, because we'll be able to do it in a more efficient manner of only targeting the public option to the people that are currently not covered. But what will
Wait,
happen?
what? I've never said that. I'm sure that if a public option becomes available, there are going to be some people that are going to hop off their insurance. Maybe they've got Cobra shit from an X insurance. Maybe they have private insurance that are going to hop onto the public option. Of course that's going to happen. Probably the people with the highest cost that those private insurance companies don't want to carry. Of course.
That's exactly the whole problem, because it becomes much more expensive when you do that. And so
It's
the
not
reason
as
that Medicare for all, hold on, the reason why Medicare for all and all the studies show it is cheaper is because it gets rid of all the administrative bloat, all of the costs associated with maintaining.
There is no. That's not true. That it gets rid of the administrative bloat.
It absolutely
it
does.
Doesn't. That's not even true.
That's what all the studies show. I mean, it's your opinion, man, but I'm just going by what all the studies show.
If you look at, so here is a big problem with that shit-ass fucking Lancet study that you cited earlier. If you go in there, here's how they figure out what they think the administrative cost of single payer will be. They take the current administrative cost right now of Medicare, and then they compare it broadly to the entire private sector. Can you think of any problems with that? Because I can give you two right off the top of my head. The first one is that Medicare people, as a total expenditure of all the money that goes into that healthcare system, are going to be spending way more on Medicare, on medical costs than on administrative costs. So, of course, for Medicare, the administrative costs are really fucking low because their cost of care is very fucking high. The cost of care being very high doesn't mean the administrative costs are any higher, so it just bloats it and makes it look like it's actually doing a lot better in terms of administrative costs than it actually is the first problem. Do you concede to that or no?
No, I don't.
Okay, that's fine. Then you're a fucking idiot. The second problem is that the administrative cost of Medicare.
You can't take a. First of all, this is not the only study. There are 22 other studies that you've got to dispense with, showing that the administrative costs are lower. And we know that they're lower because we can compare ourselves to Canada. And Canada spends half per capita than we do on medical care. And go talk to a Canadian. When they show up, they don't have to show up with a big old checkbook. And they don't, every year, they don't have to sit there and pick a plan to enroll in. And they don't pay premiums. And they don't pay deductibles.
First of all, that's not true. That's not okay. You think in Canada they don't pay any premiums, they don't pay any deductibles, they don't pay any copay on any of their medical insurance?
I didn't say they didn't pay any copay. I said they didn't have any premiums, they don't have any deductibles, and it's free at the point of service. Maybe they have to pay a small copay.
Wouldn't that make it not free at the point of service?
Limited. Okay, a small copay is the difference between us. For example, if I broke my leg under my ACA plan, it would probably cost me $5,000.
Ooh, a pool level.
How do I know this? Because I actually use the ACA. I go to the fucking market. I compare plans. And when I look at the plans, they tell me sample injuries and how much it would cost if, say, you broke your leg, clean break, you went to the emergency room, blah, 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 blah. There is nothing like that in other developed countries. They don't pay out-of-pocket costs like this. It's insanity. And what we're doing here is we're paying for the administration of thousands of separate plans.
So I understand you're telling me about a high deductible plan you bought off of the ACA, and it costs a lot of money to get. I don't know what this has to do with whether or not a public option would cost more or less than single payer.
You stopped watching Dr. Berwick in the middle of the video.
Oh yeah, well I just stopped.
No, wait. Let me get this straight for the audience. You know more than Lancet and Yale epidemiologist studies, the 22 other studies saying Medicare for all saves us money, and the former administrator of Medicare.
So first,
that's your fucking position of authority.
This is the biggest,
amazing.
This is the biggest appeal to authority in the world. Okay, so
appeal to science.
You're not appealing to science. If you were appealing to science, you wouldn't point to epidemiologists doing an econ study on how we can fucking fund Medicare for all. You fucking moron. That's not what epidemiologists fucking study.
Dr. Destiny.
Holy
okay.
shit!
Destiny,
You're so
let me know when you publish your study. Let me know when you publish your study. You're not even citing one study. You're not even citing one study.
This is literally a fallacious appeal to authority. It's taking an educated person from another area.
Do you know what appeal to authority? This is okay. This is ridiculous.
Wait, no, I do know. I know both types. I know both types of appeal to authority, and you've done both of them. So the first type of appeal to authority is an appeal to a fallacious authority, where you take a person that's an authority in one area, and then you try to say that they're an authority of an area that they have no domain in. So, for instance, saying an epidemiologist can tell us how to administer healthcare policy in the United States. That's one example. A second example is if I contend with a specific point that you give or a specific argument, and you just say, well, actually, there's an authoritative figure that says that's argument's right, so I don't have to address your argument. That's the second type of fallacious appeal to authority. You've done both of them, Mike.
You have a fallacious. You have no evidence. All you're doing is trying to come up with just so objections and saying, Mike, what do you think about this?
What do you think a just so objection is? What do you think that means?
You're literally.
Wait. What do you think?
Wait, shut the fuck up. You're interrupting me again. I have laid countless pieces of evidence on the table.
First of all, you haven't linked me a single thing. You when I asked you for evidence that Warren was being fucking herded by the DNC or whatever bullshit. Okay, fuck off. But so regardless, we're talking about this one Lancet study. Also, wait, do you know what a just so story is? Because you use that term, but I'm pretty sure you don't know what it means.
Literally just.
You don't know what a just so story is. That's fine. You're probably googling.
Authority is. You
I
know
do.
what
I just described.
is.
Wait, hold on. Do you want to look it up real quick? Because I just described to you both ways that you were doing it.
Okay? I literally appeal to the best authorities you can possibly appeal to.
And I'm challenging one of the. First of all, the epidemiologists are not the best people you could possibly go to. Okay.
No, the Lancet and the entire peer review process is also part of it.
So if I show you a single Lancet study and you have a problem with the methodology of that study that you can illustrate, I don't have to contend with that at all. I just say, well, you're wrong because it's in the Lancet.
You have your methodological problems that you pick out. How do I know they have any relation to what's actually real?
Okay,
you can't
I'll
just
link
make
there
up
you go. There's a bad economics thread. You can go through it later. You can read it on stream. Maybe you can argue with this guy. You could try to show why.
Well, there's a Reddit post. My mistake. I'll take Lancet. You can take the Reddit post.
So you're not going to look at the arguments at all. You're just going to cherry pick the headlines. You're literally doing the appeal to authority right now. You understand that, right? That just because you don't like the argument, you're going to side with the guys that created a calculator to calculate how much single payer would cost. Well, you can't even adjust the fucking costs to go into the negative. They literally have the calculator set up so it'll always fucking save you money. You're going to side with those guys over any sort of critique of that study whatsoever.
I just posted more links into the Twitch chat. Sorry, DGG. Of a survey of 22 studies, just so you can look at all the savings. So you're arguing in favor of a public option when Dr. Berwick, who is the administrator of Medicare under Obama, saying that there would be serious problems with the public option. I think as empirically founded of a base for saying that single payer would save money compared to a multi-payer model with the public option and for-profit insurance.
This meta-analysis of 22 studies is comparing single payer to our current system, not a single payer to a public option.
Holy shit.
So there's a whole other thing. Oh, fuck. So every time you said 22 studies in the past, you were fucking wrong. So, okay. So anyway.
Find me a study showing that the public option will save money over Medicare for all. Find me one piece of data. One piece of data. Now, you said single payer would be more expensive than the current system. It's not.
Then the current system? Wait, what? No, I don't think that's true.
And test the car.
So you're proposing that you'll have a magic public option, that it's actually a good thing when we have adverse selection.
Yes, sometimes it is. Thing. Yes, yeah.
It's not a good thing because that blows up the financing, which is your big.
If you do single payer, you're gonna have to cover every single one of these people anyway. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, but you have efficiencies because there's no more. Do you know how much doctors and hospitals spend on billing?
Do you know what a percentage of total healthcare expenditure this is? Mike, we can play these games all day by trying to go. The fact of the matter is that under your single payer care, you're going to have to cover every single adversely selected person that I would under my public option. The only difference is under my public option,
the benefit is, Destiny, that we have a progressive tax system where we capture all the revenue in the entire fucking country, and no one could The reason why adverse selection is bad is because healthy people subsidize sick people. That's what health insurance is. It's a financing program. It's the sick people who hopefully we do not know them ahead of time. They're the ones who get financed by all the healthy people. But under your system of a public option, the sick people will get selected out of the pool, and it'll just be sick people on the public option.
And who's going to fund it?
Be able to
the healthy people paying taxes, just like in yours, Mike.
Okay, but why do we keep the private insurance industry then? What service do they provide?
Because if people want to spend more on luxury insurance, or if people don't want to take advantage of the public
people are allowed
option
to
or
spend
whatever,
more on luxury insurance under Medicare for all.
No, they're not, Mike. You're literally barred from having duplicative coverage. And Bernie's plan extends.
Duplicative is not the different as luxury. What do you want? So wait a minute. You think?
Wait, Mike. When Bernie's literally
money. Wait a minute. So you think rich people are more virtuous and valuable than middle-class people, is what you're saying. Is that basically, since I have more money, I should be able to jump in front of you and get a kidney. I should be able to.
What the fuck are you talking about? Wait, who said anything about that? If you want to pay for
luxury health insurance, and I said that's allowed.
That doesn't mean being ahead on a kidney donor list, Mike. You're reaching really fucking hard. I'm cringing, bro.
You're cringing. Or an OR then. You get to go ahead of me in the OR for
Why would you go ahead of anybody? Maybe you want to pay extra to have some fucking room that has fucking flowers on the fucking wall or something.
That's allowed under Medicare for all.
No, it's not. You can't have
Yes, it
extra
is.
coverage, Mike. And
Yes, you can.
You
Dude,
can't.
if I drive by it, if I miss
It's
the fucking
literally-
thing,
you
it's done.
It
I
just
don't have
can't
enough
cover
time.
any covered.
And Bernie's
procedures.
plan covers almost everything, even in vision and
But
dental.
You could still have. It may not cover, say, Invisalign. It may not.
It
cover
does. That's
LASIK.
dental. It does. That's vision.
Okay, that's orthodontics. That may be.
What do you think
considered cosmetic.
orthodontics is, Mike?
Orthodontics is cosmetic, Destiny. You stupid
You think that
fucker.
orthodontics is always cosmetic? You don't think
No,
that
it's
people
not
get
always
braces, or you don't think people get things like that because they actually have problems with their mouth?
There's difference between needing orthodontics so that you have a pretty smile and orthodontics so that you can chew. This is sort of like whether you need to get a breast implant to have bigger breasts or you need to have reconstructive surgery because of breast injury or cancer. These are distinctions that are made under Bernie Sanders' plan.
So how
Medically
comfortable?
necessary things
How
are covered.
comfortable are Americans going to be that when I go to my dentist? Let's say that I have right now I have a little bit of crowding in the front of my mouth. Okay, it makes it a little bit harder to clean behind one of my teeth.
Dude,
if I want to go
oh
and get
my
Invisalign,
fucking
is that going to be
God.
covered
Oh
by
my
Medicare for all, or do I have to pay out of pocket for that? Because that's not.
I guess it would depend
Jesus
upon the
fuck.
medical judgment of your dentist.
So you're literally arguing this is like the rationing care meme. Like, so I literally am not going to be covered for this
All
procedure.
care is rationed, even under private insurance. They make decisions on this all the time.
Sure, but
You try to
people are
get
more
something
comfortable.
covered, and they deny you. They're more comfortable when private insurance denies
First of all,
you than
it's
it
a
would be
lot
if the
harder to
government
do
did.
those denials post ACA. Okay. Secondly, people are probably a little bit more comfortable with that if it's happening under private plans that they can choose between versus the government where they literally are bought into it. and they have to.
First of all, they don't choose between plans. Your employer picks the plan. 50 million people have their insurance either dropped or changed every year. Let's stop pretending this is some sort of freedom choice thing that you're making that up. Most people just get the insurance that their employer gives them. So you're
Do I have a
preserving
greater
the
choice
freedom-
over my
No,
insurance?
No. You're preserving the
Do I have a
freedom, not
greater
of me
choice
or
over my
you.
insurance if my employer gets it or if the government gets it for everybody?
Fuck, man. Fuck.
The answer is your government, because then you have a democratically accountable politicians that you can go and complain that they're not covering a thing.
Wait, I thought
Which
you
is what
just
you
said.
see-
Wait. I thought you said earlier though that politicians don't listen to their electorate, but for the Medicare for all they would.
Well, that's exactly the problem, is that our system is so sclerotic and unresponsive and undemocratic because of things you support, like the Electoral College, which
Yeah.
is why we have Trump, and you're a dumb fuck who supports the Electoral College. That's why we have a sclerotic government. Whereas countries like in Scandinavia.
Well,
or
wait.
Canada
If
or
we didn't have
Australia,
electoral college, wouldn't we
where-
just have
or
the
New
neoliberal?
Zealand-
Wouldn't we just have the neoliberal Hillary Clinton in destroying everything? Isn't she like a fascist anyway? Right?
I mean, like in the general election in 2016, I did my best to help get her elected. Unfortunately, she was one of the worst
Damn it.
candidates, totally unlikable and really bad
Damn it,
policies.
damn
so we
it,
couldn't
damn it,
rescue her,
damn
even
it.
though she had $1 billion
so,
advantage.
regardless, before this pivot, so then we agree then that none of these changes would actually happen. That the Medicare for all wouldn't be responsive to the people because politicians don't listen to their constituents anyway, right?
No, we don't agree at all. We don't agree at all. The democratic accountability is better than the accountability I have with my employer. I mean, listen, ultimately, fair-mindedness of the people listening to this. If you actually think you have any say on what your employer picks for health insurance,
Don't
fine.
employers
If
usually
that's what
offer
you-
multiple plans anyway? It's been a long time since I worked for a casino, but I thought you had like 3 or 4 things that you could pick between.
It depends on the employer. That's the freedom. The freedom isn't for you. The freedom isn't for your employer. And by the way, employers do not want this. They don't want the expenses. In fact, GM used to talk about the premium that they paid for health insurance on every car made. It makes American companies less competitive because by the way, we tax subsidize insurance provided health care. It's a tax subsidized thing. It's fucking stupid. No other major country does it. It's an artifact of price controls during World War II. And you're defending a status quo that is
I'm
more
not defending
expensive.
that. I would never defend private
Yes,
insurance.
you are.
No, I'm
You're
not.
saying private insurance should be protected.
I didn't.
That's
I said
the
most
bottom line.
Americans want to protect their private insurance.
I love
Private
you,
insurance is fucking
Todd.
garbage. Like you said, that's private insurance is one of the few things that economists
Then
all over the
why aren't
world
you
agree that
going
it's
out
horrible.
there and explaining this to your audience that we should
Oh my
all be fighting
fucking
against
God,
this?
dude.
I
I'm
literally
sorry.
say, I'm sorry, there is not a single member of my audience that
I'm not
thinks I'm
skipping
opposed to
this.
universal health coverage.
This is
I
fucking
literally say
ridiculous.
this every
I
day.
actually
The
am
thing
so
is
mad
that
that it
with you
asked me. It offered
progressives,
to
you
skip.
think that if I don't support your particular fucking plan, that means that I literally want poor people dying in the fucking streets. You know that Pete Buttigieg had a form of universal health coverage. I think every fucking Democrat running today, I think, has some form of universal health coverage. Just because it's not your single payer plan doesn't mean that it's not universal health coverage, and it doesn't mean that you want fucking poor people to be fucking dead on the street.
So ultimately, like, you're not gonna. Okay, I mean, ultimately, like, I've given you as strong as evidence that could possibly exist.
For what?
And you're not willing for single payer being superior.
No, the 22 study thing you brought up multiple times, that just said that a single payer would save us money on our current spending. We spend more money than any other fucking country in the world. I'm pretty sure any type of universal coverage, whether it's multi-payer or single payer, would benefit us in terms of overall spending on healthcare. Of course. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about a single payer plan versus a multi-payer plan. Or a public option.
And we've just discussed why for-profit insurance, which is what you're preserving with the public option. There's a reason why the health insurance industry, by the way, opposes a public option. They do oppose the public option. I don't know if you watch the debates on television at all, but they had ads describing the public option as government takeover of healthcare, just like single payer.
Of course.
There's going to be just as much of a fight opposed to the public option, which is exactly what happened in 2009 and 2008. I'm sorry, 2009, 2010. If you remember, that's exactly what happened. I'm proposing that we actually adopt a system that is better, more equitable, and the evidence is there compared to the status quo. Now, you're saying, well, what about my proposal? And there's just no data, no evidence, no studies for me to look at. If you had studies of me comparing Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren's Medicare for All to Joe Biden's public option, I'd be happy to look at those studies. But what we have here is my facts versus your feelings. And it's very difficult for me to engage with your feelings because they move around with whatever the needs of the argument.
What are you doing? Wait, do you just want me to show you like the difference in cost between the proposed healthcare plans? Because the committee for the fucking federal budget already has. I can find that in 2 seconds.
You can find it in 2 seconds.
Drive to the hospital
Peer-reviewed studies comparing Joe Biden's. Where'd you put it?
This is the committee for a responsible federal budget. Here you go.
Oh, isn't there? Wait, isn't this literally a Pete Peterson, like, billionaire fucking group?
Okay, we can spend some time on this if you want. Do you want to spend time on seeing whose healthcare plan is going to be more expensive? Do you really think Bernie Sanders single payer is going to be cheaper than the proposed plans of any other candidate, Mike?
Okay, so here's the thing. Do you think there's a significant distinction between public and private spending?
Yeah, one is public and one is private. What do you mean? Also, nice pivot.
In healthcare. No, I'm answering your question. This is not a pivot. This is an important background question. So if we add another $3 trillion in public spending, the healthcare system is the grand aggregate of all public and private system and all public and private spending in the entire system. That's how all systems, healthcare systems, are compared. This artificial distinction between public and private spending is one that is only made for political reasons, not for the purpose of studying the actual effectiveness of the system. So if you
we're
say,
we're not talking about the effectiveness. We were talking about the funding for the system. So of course there's a difference between private and public. You don't have to fight for private dollars. You do have to fight for public ones.
Actually, well, the thing is, of course, you have to fight for both. Because private dollars are actually subsidized dollars. So what you're doing in the United States, in the United States of America,
this
it's heavily
camera angle
subsidized.
is fucking dog shit.
What I'm trying to argue for, and look at the fiscal impacts. Oh, Jesus Christ. Studying all of this, all that's happening in the Warren and Sanders plans is they're capturing all healthcare spending expenditures and moving them into
hit the Shelbyville van and collect all the
public
before I had
side
to
of the
leave
ledger.
Fuck.
All that spending still exists in Biden and Buttigieg's plan, except it's out of pocket, it's private. So you're doing an apples and oranges comparison.
No, that's good though. We want that to happen.
Why do we want that to happen?
Because if some private spending can come from the people that can actually afford it, then that's public dollars that you don't have to fight for. That's the whole fucking point.
But here's the problem, Destiny, is that the vast majority of spending does not go to the small fraction of people who can afford healthcare spending.
It doesn't matter. Every dollar that doesn't go towards somebody that can afford it is a dollar
That's
that
why
can go.
we have 500,000 medical bankruptcies. That's why you have.
We don't have the millions of medical bankruptcies. That's a stupid fucking meme. That's not true. But regardless,
not at all
you don't
meme.
want it.
Absolutely. That's another study that I'm sure you're.
Do you know? I am familiar with that study. Do you know how they figure out if it's a medical bankruptcy? What they do is they look at you. If you have filed bankruptcy and within the past 2 years you've had a medical debt that's at least $300, they consider it a medical bankruptcy, Mike. That's where that study comes from. That's where that figure of 63% of bankruptcies are medical bankruptcies come from. It's not actual medical bankruptcies like I got fucking cancer and I've got to file bankruptcy. It's they took a bullshit arbitrary number. It was like $300 or $500, and they said if you filed bankruptcy and you've had a single medical expenditure over the past 2 or 3 years or whatever that has like $300 of fucking shit, then they call it a medical bankruptcy. So yeah, I am familiar with that study.
No, I'm very familiar with what you're saying.
Then why would you bring that up?
Not true, because the study writer basically says they think they underestimated the number of people who have medical bankruptcies. And I think you're actually.
You didn't respond to what I just said at all.
You're mischaracterizing actually what it was. It wasn't just some arbitrary number. I think it was a certain percentage of the debt load. And many people can't even afford a $500 expense. I think it's like half the country can't even afford $500 expense. So it doesn't surprise me that a $500 or $1,000 or $1,500 medical expense could cause them to go into bankruptcy.
Okay, so let's save the car.
The point is that medical bankruptcies do not exist in other first world countries.
I wouldn't consider if you had a cold and you had to go to like to get a prescription over for $200 or $300 a year ago, and then now you file bankruptcy. I don't think that's a medical bankruptcy.
Of course, but you're mischaracterizing. See, what you're doing is you're creating a reductio ad absurdum, and then you're
Wait, why do you throw these words? Didn't you have to learn these on the LSAT? Why do you say shit like this? How is this a reductio ad absurdum? Please tell me.
You're taking the case and you're reducing it to the most absurd possible example, the most edge case, and then you're generalizing that edge case.
How do you know that's an edge case, Mike?
How do you know it's not?
I'm just going by what the study said. They accounted for all of these when they figured out their percentage number.
So what percentage of the bankruptcies were medical debts of less than 1,000? If you don't know, you just made this up and generalized.
I didn't make it up, but you don't know either, which means it's probably not a good study to cite. I'd have to go back and look for it, but there was another one that showed the actual amount of people that had filed for medical bankruptcy, and it was much, 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 much lower than that. But I don't have that one off the top of my head, but I can find it for you later if you want.
You don't actually have the statistics.
Wait, can you tell me how any of this was a reductio ad absurdum, please? You throw around like all these lawyer terms. I think you remember these from like your fucking school days, but you don't actually know what any of these things fucking mean. You said just so story earlier. You don't know what that means. You don't know what a reductio absurdum is, and you don't know what the fucking appeal to a fallacious authority is either. What the fuck? You just throw these around in the hopes that I don't know what you're saying?
First of all, you're the one who doesn't know what appeal to authority is. You know it's.
I literally described both parts of it.
He did it.
I literally described both parts to it when I said it earlier. Oh my
it's
God.
appeal to improper authority. You literally couldn't have a more on-point authority than what I was, and you try to throw appeal to authority.
An epidemiologist.
You appeal
is
to these extreme cases. You appeal to these extreme cases.
What extreme cases?
Where you say, well, if a person had a cold a year ago, blah 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 blah, that could count as a medical bankruptcy. That is an extreme edge case that you don't know and you have no proof.
You don't know if that's an extreme edge case, though.
This is what you do.
No.
Dude,
my
Destiny,
claim.
I want to explain something to you, so I think this will help you in the future.
Mike.
You don't get to just read a study and go, I can come up with a hypothetical where this study doesn't work anymore. Well, I just refuted the study. That's not how science works, my dude. That's not how it works. Now, maybe you have an objection for why you have an idea. I encourage you to go replicate the study and test your idea. Up until that happens, or you find some other authority or some other evidence that this is a bad study, your counter argument is just that. It's bullshit.
Come on.
It's not actually a refutation of the study.
Right now?
A refutation of the study would be actual peer-reviewed science refuting it. Are we still here?
Yeah, I mean, I can go and find. I mean, like you cited a study that you didn't think I'd be familiar with, and I was, and now you're mad at me because I can't tell you the exact fucking wording of the study. I don't remember exactly like which part of it, like, but I know that the general characterization of what is considered like a medical bankruptcy was bullshit.
Right,
but I don't remember the exact words of it.
I'm reading more because medical bankruptcy is a huge problem in this country. Like, you agree with that, right? I mean, let's back away from the exact study, whether or not you think the $500,000 families per year is accurate or not.
Nathan Russell.
You still think, you do agree that medical bankruptcy is a huge problem, right?
What do you mean when you say huge problem?
We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people a year.
If that was the case, then yeah, of course.
So Elizabeth Warren had a study where they looked at 1.4 million bankruptcies. And they claim that 62.1% of all bankruptcies had some relation to medical bills. And it was those who had mortgage, so expanded medical causes to include, they were those who mortgaged a home to pay medical bills, those who had medical bills greater than $1,000, and people who had lost at least 2 weeks of work to sickness. So which one of those do you have a problem? Is it the $1,000? Is it the sickness? What is it?
Probably the $1,000.
Okay, later studies. Tal Grossen had a study in 2011. It said medical costs, out-of-pocket medical costs, influenced 26% of bankruptcies in low-income households.
That's a more reasonable number.
Wait.
Hold on. You just gave me the difference between 67% or 62% and 26%. You realize you just gave me two dramatically different numbers, right?
Of course, because life is complex, and depending upon how you draw the line, the point is, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of bankruptcies are from the underlying point of medical costs causing bankruptcy is unrefutable.
Okay.
There was another study in 2015 from the Kaiser Family Foundation. Medical bills made 1 million adults declare bankruptcy. Said that 26% of Americans 18 to 64.
I know, yeah. Before you said 62% was an underrepresentation, but now you're giving me studies saying 26.
I know. I'm just giving because you wanted to refute one study, and I didn't have a problem with. I don't have a problem with any of those. If people are missing, they're going into bankruptcy because of medical bills, that's a medical bankruptcy in my view.
Well, it depends. Right? Because life is complicated. If somebody makes $250,000 a year and they get a $1,500 medical expense and they go into bankruptcy, is that a medical bankruptcy?
Again, you have these extreme edge cases and then you generalize them so you could
I'm not. You gave me a hypothetical. You said that if somebody has a medical bill and that causes them to go into bankruptcy, that's a medical bankruptcy. And I just gave you a clear example where we both know that the answer is no. We probably wouldn't consider that a medical bankruptcy.
Okay. So ultimately, in that specific edge case, probably hard to argue that medical bills were the controlling factor.
Cool.
But I think we both could agree that if we no longer have medical debt, there's no such thing as medical bankruptcies anymore, right? So we no longer have to go through these splitting of hairs down the line.
Yeah, if I was opposed to universal health coverage, then I might argue with you.
Except the plans that you're proposing are going to have millions of people that are uninsured.
Except if you wouldn't be able to afford it, the public option would probably be at incredibly reduced cost or free. So no.
Okay, but it won't be.
Fuck
because
me!
That's the entire reason that it's an option is that you have to pay premiums.
No, it would be. The reason why it's an option is because it doesn't ban duplicative coverage. That's what makes it the option. Not that you have to pay premiums.
Okay. So your belief is that the public option is simultaneously going to provide complete universal coverage. Now, is this a mandated insurance policy?
What do you mean by mandated? What do you mean? Wait, which part is mandated?
Are you automatically enrolled?
No.
So if I just go to the doctor, I have the public option, right?
Maybe you can be by default if you don't declare a different one on a tax form or something.
Well, no, I'm not asking what you think it might be. I'm asking what is Biden's plan. We spent a lot of time debating Bernie's plan. I just wanted to know what Biden's plan is.
My understanding is that Biden plans to do expansions of Medicaid and Medicare and build on the ACA. I don't know in terms of what his rollout looks like for a public option.
Expansion. But that doesn't necessarily mean universality. Like you said, you believe in universality.
Sure, I don't think Joe Biden's plan has universality because I keep hearing people say that millions of people wouldn't necessarily be covered. I don't know if that's true or not, but if that is true, then that's obviously not universal.
So we would still have we would have the same problems as we do now, which is exploding healthcare costs, millions of people uninsured, medical bankruptcies. We would spend the most of any other country in the world, and we would have to pay new taxes because of the adverse selection that you would concede is going to happen.
We're going to have to pay new taxes under any plan. There is no Medicare for all in and of itself doesn't address exploding costs of care. They're not all administrative. Okay, there's a lot of different things that go into the cost of care in the United States.
So why? Okay. If Biden is so fucking important and electable, why don't we have any knowledge about Biden's plan? Is what I'm wondering.
Why are we
Like,
pivoting
we've
away
gone
from
through-
this?
we
Wait.
nitpick-
Whoa,
we
why are you
nitpick.
pivoting so hard from this now? You pivot so much in our conversations.
How am I pivoting? I'm explaining how
because
you
I was
have
literally
no
just in the middle.
fucking-
I was literally just in the middle of explaining.
Dude, fuck that car.
How any problem that you just
my
said
God.
exists under a public option also exists under a single payer, and now
No,
you
it
want to run
doesn't.
over? Yes, it
No,
does.
it doesn't. Single payer is immediately enrolls everyone. There is no one that's uncovered.
Sure, but
There
you
is
still
a
have to deal with it.
financing
You
program
still
that
have
is
to deal.
instantaneously adopted.
You still have to deal with exploding costs.
Yeah,
You still have to deal with tax increases.
Gambling.
So
I
we-
mean,
we eliminate
foreclosures
the-
for sure. Foreclosures probably number one. Medical issues actually might be tied with medical issues. I don't know if gambling is bad, but I mean, I wonder how many people actually have gambling problems. Like I don't even know what the percentage of the population that has actual gambling problems are.
We eliminate the for-profit insurance industry.
Just
We
eliminating the profits
we
of companies doesn't get rid of.
We massively reduce the administrative costs, and then we negotiate for things like drug prices, and then we have different reimbursement rates.
We don't even
And
know.
Medicare-
We don't
Medicare
even know.
reimbursement rates
We
are
don't.
lower.
We don't
than,
even know if the administrative costs
No.
would change
Don't
significantly.
fucking
That's
do
one
this
thing
to
that
me, you
hasn't even
fuck-ass
necessarily
car.
been demonstrated yet. Firstly,
well, they would.
Jesus,
okay.
dude.
First of all, there's a
Ugh.
tremendous number of studies saying that.
Tremendous.
But even if
Holy
I
shit.
Wait in 2 seconds.
I mean, there's 20. I mean, we have 20 plus studies, but it's fine. You say that it's not demonstrated.
wait. The
I'll
20
grant
plus
it.
studies have to do with comparing the total cost of healthcare for single payer versus
Right.
the entire United States.
Right. And it shows that the administrative costs would decline. That's the advantage of a single payer system.
Yeah, but
And when we
decline
look at
significantly
something
as
like-
a total.
So wait.
Oh my
So you
God.
don't look at Canada at all? You think that is Canada like a no-go zone to you? Like they spend half as much per person. They have universal coverage, longer life expectancy.
Sure, but that might
better
not be
outcomes.
because they have a single thing that administers health insurance. There might be the cost of care in the United States is very fucking high. The ways that we pay our doctors is very fucking high. I don't think that just administrative costs are the only reason. Like admin costs and healthcare profit are 3% of the total medical spending that goes on in the United States. I don't think cutting that a little bit is all of a sudden going to magically save us trillions of fucking dollars.
Did you miss everything else I said? Reimbursement rates are lower and prescription drug prices are lower. You're talking about like 20% cost reductions at least. Furthermore, like
where do you get that 20% at? Wait, what?
oh my god, okay, lower reimbursement rates. Oh my god, this is
Okay, wait. So when
this
you say
has to
lower
be-
reimbursement rates, you're saying that we're going to pay doctors and nurses and everybody less, right?
no, what we're gonna pay them. We pay them fee for service right now.
Wait, no, wait. I'm curious if you'll actually own a
So
single
that-
fucking thing you said. You're telling me that we will pay doctors and nurses, we'll pay them less under your plan than we do now, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Like that's part of the problem that we have is we have extremely high rates of compensation for procedures.
No. Don't weasel out of it. We're talking about wages for doctors and medical staff, not cost of procedures, but you're okay taking a
That's
big...
part of it.
Okay.
That's part of it.
Okay, cool. Okay, gotcha. So nurses and CNAs and doctors and all the staff or whatever that work in hospitals would all be getting pay cuts. Okay, go ahead.
I mean, again, it depends upon the total balance of.
Wait,
what's
wait.
going on.
Wait. So you can't own that
I
position?
mean, it's possible. It's possible.
No, now
but
it's impossible. You just told me
Yeah,
the
I mean, like,
compensation was going to be
no,
less.
no,
You
no,
were
no,
real
no,
hard on it,
fuck-
and now I want to actually
okay.
push you. Okay, because I want to see all the fucking
No, no, no,
nursing
no, no,
unions
no, no,
coming
no,
out
no,
for Bernie
fuck's
Sanders and
sake,
shit.
Shut the fuck up. I'm about to go through it out loud
Okay,
so
go
everybody in
for
the
it.
chat can understand
Thank
because
Yeah, go for it.
you're trying so much to score a point.
I know,
Good
dude. That's what I do. Is
work,
score
In
points.
Canada, I think the compensation rates are pretty similar between Canadian doctors and American doctors. The Canadian doctors might be paid a little bit less. I don't know exactly how much less. That's a good question, actually.
Okay, so I just Googled it. September 14th, 2011. This headline is Canadian doctors still make dramatically less than U.S. counterparts.
Okay, I have one. I mean, I have one that says they make 10%. A Canadian general practitioner makes 10% more. Hold
think I
on,
just
but
blew
that
it.
might be wrong. Here we go. We have a National Post article
Yeah, restart this mission.
that says Canadian doctors still make dramatically less than counterparts.
Heck, dude.
Okay. It was like orthopedic surgeon was 442,000 in the U.S., 208,000 in Canada, 324,000 in the U.K., and 154,000 in France.
Damn.
I mean, like, primary care physicians. I mean, it looks like the United States has the highest paid doctors in the world. That doesn't surprise me.
Okay, cool. That's fine. That's okay. Then you can just say, yeah, we're going to cut their wages of doctors and healthcare staff. You can say that. It's okay.
I
Mike.
mean, well, because it's not a direct wage cut.
No, it would be a direct wage cut. It would literally.
No, it isn't, because it's a fee for service. So, I mean, if they do more procedures, their compensation can go up.
So you think doctors today just sit around all the time and they don't fucking do anything? Like under Medicare for all these people are going to be coming in for hip replacements and they're going to be making the same money they did before?
The question is, are we at full utilization right now or not?
My understanding, and I'm totally talking about as I'm not studying this, but my understanding of it right now is that we have a severe shortage of medical staff in the United States. Is that not true? That was.
I mean, it could be. It could be.
Very true.
I mean,
nurses.
So that would mean that doctors and nurses are
because
probably some of the busiest people.
Doctors have to pay, like, tuition is like $500,000 at medical school.
Okay.
So, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me if a lot of people couldn't go.
Oh my god. Fuck.
Couldn't go to, like,
Dude,
to medical school.
Fuck, man.
So, I mean, honestly, like, if the wages go down, I don't really have
some
a
of my
problem with that,
dollars.
especially if the, doctors in other first world countries make less.
Okay.
I don't think that we would necessarily cut their wages, but we would scale in these reimbursement rates. And this is a discussion about American, like, we are facing a problem here, which we both agree, which is exploding healthcare costs, right?
Like, everything that you're saying, I had a link earlier to a study about, it was one of the big Bernie proposals. Everything that you're doing right now is why all of your progressive policies fail. All of them sound so good on paper, but when we start getting into it, okay, well, who's getting a pay cut and where is the money coming from? Now all of a sudden it's like, okay, fuck, well, we don't want to cut wages there because we're going to lose the support of all of those people. Okay, well, if we get rid of all health insurance, that's like fucking how many millions of American jobs are just fucking lost into thin air? Okay, well, now if we want to raise tax on this and middle class.
But you don't support anything. You don't support anything. First of all,
I do support things. What do you mean?
These exist. First of all, you know who else wants to cut reimbursement rates?
Joe Biden.
Like, this is part of the whole argument for constraining healthcare costs includes reducing reimbursement rates.
Nice
and
pivot.
every year they do an emergency patch. It's not a pivot. I'm directly addressing the problem of reimbursement rates. And you propose something.
I wasn't talking about reimbursement rates. I'm saying that all of your plans sound nice until we get down into, like, well, who's actually going to be taking home less money and where the tax increase is going to come from. Like, that's a big problem. And you're not even comfortable telling me right now that doctors will be paid less. Like, it's really fucking hard for you to just own that.
I know. What I examined I looked at the evidence and I said reimbursement rates will probably have to be constrained, which means over the long run they're going to have less money going to in compensation. I have no problem with that. I don't even think you didn't catch shit.
I don't think I caught. It's just really hard. It's really funny how hard it is for you to own like the negatives.
A problem, like, because it exists. It exists in other countries. Well, here's the thing about politics is when you lead with the negatives, the purpose of that is to protect the status quo, right? Like, what you're saying is, hey, doctors and nurses, they're going to cut your pay. Like, that's the purpose of that is to protect the profits of the for-profit insurance
And what do you
industry.
think Trump is going to do if you try to roll out a plan like this? Another purpose is to test for the viability of the plan. If I can so easily attack this in the fucking primaries, what do you think it's going to look like in the general? You think Trump is just going to let it slide? Fuck, even the ACA, we heard about fucking death panels for months and months, and my mom still calls me.
Because death panels exist in private insurance right now.
Yeah,
people get denied coverage all the time.
Bingo.
Death panel is just another word for doctors reviewing that treatment to see if it's medically necessary. That's what the practice of medicine is.
Dude, that's dog shit.
Sure.
I couldn't.
This doesn't
comb
change
my
anything that I
dog,
just said.
bro.
Where if your plan can't survive, people questioning its viability
That's
in the
fucked.
primaries.
That is
and
such
it's no
dog shit.
business even going to the general. It's
I
not
gotta
gonna make
steal
it.
a car immediately.
So you've just
as soon as I get
pivoted
these
from
stupid
an
goddamn-
argument.
pivoting at all.
You pivoted from an argument that had to do with whether or not this policy is empirically justified.
What? When did I ever talk about this being?
Oh,
I have never talked about. Wait,
political viability.
You're
is
getting lost, Mike.
Unknown.
Oh,
political
no.
viability is unknown until we're actually
We need
there.
free
The same thing with the
healthcare for
public
you,
option.
Mike. You're
Well,
losing
wait,
it.
but you
You're
just
going the
pivoted.
Biden route.
I'm
Oh
sorry
God.
I'm sorry to trigger you,
Oh,
but
no.
you pivoted. You pivoted away from.
He's having a
discussions over
Biden
the
moment.
viability. Look at him.
So,
Look at him pivot.
I
Now
have
he's trying to
never-
do it at home.
So I've never said that
Dude,
empirically speaking, single payer.
This is
would
the
be
most
more
fucked thing
expensive.
about debates. The real challenge is that we spend so much research development for drug companies, private equity, and public to develop the world's other drugs. Yes. No, and it's fucked because we pay taxes for the research and development. Then we pay again when we actually need them through the insurance companies that scam us. It's fucked. But here's the thing I would say about these debates. It's so fucking dumb. No matter what happens in the debate, everybody thinks they won. Like, Buddy is just sitting here like, look at how silly Destiny looks pivoting. And then this guy's the one pivoting. It's so crazy, bro.
I'm not only going to say concede. I've said multiple times that almost any form of universal health coverage is going to be cheaper than we pay now. We pay more than anyone else in the world for healthcare. I've never argued that. So why would you sit here and pretend like I pivoted away from an argument that I don't even defend when I'm specifically trying to see if you'll say
you literally just did.
But I didn't though. I've never said in here that
resetting the conversation. You're confused.
No,
about,
fuck
okay, you're arguing
you.
that Bernie Sanders didn't win, therefore it's not Medicare for all is not politically viable.
Well, no,
Do you
my
understand
evidence
why
for
that's a
Medicare for all being
weak
not politically viable had to do with the study that tested every candidate who had Medicare for all as a position and then controlled for variables to see if it was actually.
Except there are other studies that show that it has no effect.
Okay, I would like to see those. I'm curious. We can find those at some point.
This is when you jump into my Discord. Okay, here it is.
Such an asshole. This stupid fucking dude. I hate this game. I fucking hate video games. I don't know why I play this shit. It makes me so fucking mad.
Okay, here it is. Now, this is a lefty group, so, but you, where did I post it? I posted in Voice Comrade text, and I'll post it in Twitch chat, which is where everybody should be chatting, honestly. Did I actually get it? Okay, there it is. So if you go to the study, it says Medicare for. Oh wait, what? That link didn't work? What the fuck? Going into DGG. All right. It says data for analysis finds support for Medicare for all did not have an effect on candidate vote share.
11
not
months,
associated with
wowee.
electoral performance, dropping Medicare for all support and exclusively using CF scores to measure ideology. So there was no relationship between candidate ideology and vote share. In addition, we analyzed national and swing district polling, suggesting little public opposition to Medicare for all.
Wait, where is this? Link this to me? I just want to say I'm curious.
I put it in Voice Comrade text. All right, hold on. It's a PDF file. It works for me. The link in Voice Comrade text works. Let me do it one more time here.
Data for progress to move on.
Fuck. Come on! Dude, this camera is the worst!
And then they did.
Mike from
I mean, and these
Pepe
numbers,
laugh.
I mean, they looked at all. This is the 2018 election.
Yeah, that's as were mine.
Love you, Destiny Nathan Weeb.
And what statistically was significant was, I think, Clinton vote share. I think that was the most significant of how people did. But I mean, like, you know, is this this is what it is. It's a pretty weak. I wouldn't even call. I mean, this 2018 just happened. Fortunately, don't. Why can't I post Mike's emotes? Well, they're banned.
How are my emotes banned?
No, your emotes aren't banned. Mine are banned in your Twitch chat. People tell me.
How?
I don't know. It just says they're against the moderation rules.
What are your emotes? How are they? How do you type them?
I mean,
no.
Like, for example,
like name one of your emotes. What is the type?
How am I supposed to fucking do this?
Is my emote code, or is my partner code, and then rat, all caps. DSA rat. We have that. That's a special emote. Well, you can do it, but I'm not allowed to.
Oh, God. Fuck me, dude. Where's the phone? I'm not using this fucking
somebody banned all my emotes in your channel. I don't know who did that. I guess
Phone's too far. I'm using this stupid fucking car.
Looks like you can't do it.
Oh damn, get fucked. Okay, I don't know who did that. Good decision, guys. Nice job. We don't
Molina
approve
is cute. Steven
tankies in
is
this
cuter.
chat, so.
Mike from Pa has the mind of a coomer.
I guess we have to do that. So, you came to this channel.
only
You wanted
rat
to talk to
here
me
is
about
Mike
Bernie
Pepe.
not winning, which is a shame. But I guess we'll see tomorrow what
I
happens.
hate these fucking cars.
Okay, Mike. Don't take it too hard, okay?
I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'm worried about Trump winning again, though.
Really? It's kind of
His
strange because
approval
you told
rating-
people you don't really care if they vote for Biden or not, and they don't even need to vote for down ballot votes. So it seemed like you didn't really care much
Well,
about that. In fact, I think you actually
ultimately-
explicitly said you're an anti-Biden voter, not anything about anti-Trump. But
We need more anti-Biden voters.
yeah,
We need to be a little bit less accepting of moderate Democrats. I think is actually what I would like to advocate for.
strange because it seems like this election cycle, and the last one was a projection of progressive candidates. But oh well.
Well, I guess progressives have two choices then. They could vote for the Democrat.
Ye boys. Ye's in
and
the
end
chat,
up
boys.
with Donald Trump
Ye
winning
boy
after
ye.
8 years of Obama. How do you account for Trump winning if moderates are the way to go? Is it all about Hillary Clinton, the person?
I think that
Is that
Hillary
all it
Clinton,
is?
the person, had a big part to deal with it. Yeah, for sure. But I think it was a rejection. I think that a lot of people felt the pains of globalism and didn't really have a place to point a finger to. So establishment.
But
became, like, the big one.
now they don't feel those pains anymore because
Well, at this particular moment in time, well, before I don't know if the corona shit is starting to affect the regular working person, but like a few weeks ago, no, I think the average person had like a super optimistic outlook on the economy, which would have made Trump really hard to beat. I don't know if this corona stuff will tank that, but no.
I mean, maybe they'll get he'll get saved by the corona events that happen. That could happen.
Sure.
And then he's going to get in office and do nothing. And then 4 years from now, what's going to happen?
I mean, if Bernie got into office, he would do nothing. So,
Not incorrect. I mean, he could legalize marijuana with an executive order. He could cancel all student loans. With
There is an
executive
argument
order.
for that, but I think you're technically supposed to go through Congress if you want to change the way that the DA structures everything. Although I think you can do it via executive order. Maybe Joe will. I don't know. I guess we'll see.
I mean, he's not proposing to do anything like that.
Yeah, maybe he'll
So,
be pushed to it.
I
Maybe
don't-
Bernie can be there. That's what you progressives do. You just sit there and give us a couple policy ideas. Maybe that could be one that you give to Biden.
I don't know. I think the guy who says that he has no sympathy for millennials is going to be pretty hard to push.
Well, we'll see what happens then. Okay.
All
Yeah,
right,
that's
well,
true.
keep reading
Ask
those
Mike,
studies.
why did
Fine.
Hillary's 5 worst Super Tuesday districts in 2016 vote for Biden this primary by double digits? Yikes.
I think we all. It's a totally different race. I mean,
It's the establishment.
progressives are
that's,
not Progressives were not unified.
Mhm.
Biden performed well out of South Carolina. I think the endorsements were really effective, and Bernie Sanders was in. And this is a when someone loses a race. Sometimes it's events, sometimes it's the person, sometimes it's just as you say, not meant to be.
Mhm.
I think ultimately in this specific instance, having the progressive vote split and Joe Biden having pretty much the support of the entire Democratic Party apparatus was pretty important.
Well, maybe next cycle, maybe progressives can focus on being actually politically effective, getting
Happy
support
2
inside
months,
establishment structures,
C3.
and actually build a real movement instead of picking an independent.
Well,
and
they're
trying to
pretty
shoehorn
much
them into
a
the,
well,
into the
okay,
Democratic
so-
establishment, I guess.
So that's a great question, but are you aware of who Henry
out of my way!
Barr is?
Nope.
He's a Trump's favorite Democrat, probably the most conservative Democrat. He was primaried, and he was supported by Nancy Pelosi and DCCC. This is a guy who votes with Trump 70% of the time. So that is the type of Democratic Party we have. So
Dude,
even
this
if we
game has to be
win
lying to
office
me
with Joe
about the
Biden,
fastest way to get there
these
because this is
soft,
ridiculous. There's
fucking
no way I can
weak,
fucking do it.
Moderate Democrats are not going to use the power to accomplish anything. Sort of like a Barack Obama didn't do anything.
First of all, if you want to talk about executive orders, I'm pretty sure Barack Obama had more than any other president in the history of the United States. That was one of the big criticisms of him.
Once he was 6 years a lame duck, he had to do a couple things.
Sure.
And then those were
Secondly,
all rolled back by Trump as soon as he lost.
What is he supposed to do? He doesn't have Congress. Yeah, that's the problem with ruling by executive fiat, is that as soon as you do it, it can be undone
should
very easily.
done more. Should have passed the Voting Rights Act. Should have raised the minimum wage. Maybe done a stimulus that wasn't garbage.
Okay, well, I would rather have shitty Democrats in office than people that get backed by AOC that can't even fucking win office. I'd rather have a shitty Democrat in office than a Republican, so.
I mean, that's like not even true. There's plenty of Democrats that have won. I mean, like Katie Porter. I just talked about Susan Wild. I just talked about Pat Cartwright. Like, there's plenty of people that are progressives in swing districts.
I'm pretty sure in Super Tuesday there were several candidates that AOC backed that got absolutely fucking annihilated.
Like who?
Immigration lawyer Jessica Cisneros came up short 48.2% against
barely
Blue
lost.
Dog Democrat.
Henry Cuellar, I just brought him up. Yeah, he was supported by DCCC
Why
and
do you
Nancy
always
Pelosi.
platform
Real good
this
use of
fucking
Democratic
moron?
dollars, supporting a guy who is not. Blue Dog is underselling it, honestly. I don't even think you would support this guy.
Well, good luck. Good luck being politically effective next year. Okay, I believe in you guys.
Well, I mean, we don't have Democrats are not politically effective. Period.
Well, the first part of being politically effective, the number one part of being politically effective is getting in office. If you can't do that, then nothing matters.
I mean,
I guess you
it happens all the time. I'm looking at Philadelphia right now. We just ousted the Democratic DA. Larry Krasner's in there, but Helen Geim is the top
Wait, was this in
vote-getter
your
on the
district or
Philadelphia
whatever?
City Council.
The one that you were talking about, PA, whatever.
No, this is the Philadelphia offices.
Oh, gotcha.
We're doing fine and ousting people.
Somebody linked me something earlier from that district that you said managed to win or whatever. Apparently, it's one of the top 10 most heavily gerrymandered districts in the United States.
No, it's not. All the Pennsylvania, they must be thinking of before. So what happened in 2018, there was a Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision that threw out all of the gerrymandering in Pennsylvania and redo the districts. So there's no more gerrymandering in Pennsylvania. PA 7, for your chatters, get better at Googling is what I would recommend. Is that it's actually I think it's a Hillary +2 district, one of the top targeted races for the Republicans. So I don't know.
Well, that's good.
Maybe Google better next time.
All right. Well, listen, it's been fun, buddy. Good luck finding 22 more studies in the future that actually support what you're talking about.
Every single one. Well, once you find one study,
Study of what? I already linked you the budget estimates in terms of how much money every plan was
Well,
going to cost.
thank God you've got the Committee for a Responsible Budget. That nonpartisan thing.
I'll go find some. Didn't you admit that these guys were the left-wing group? The PDF that you linked me, the data for progress. That's
I said that was about the Medicare for all, and the math is right there. Do the math. Tell me where the math's wrong.
Okay, gotcha. We'll have fun next time we see you. Be careful, okay, bud?
Keep it up.
Sell your bet shares. Oh, I already did. Chat, I'm gonna tell you. I'll be honest with you. Once I heard they were reporting 62%, I sold my shares because I knew.
Hey, my dude. How are you doing?
My autoplay
on? I was doing a chill.
I actually do want to hear
late
this
night
one
stream,
too.
and my chat sent me a link about the stock buyback timing.
Oh,
and
yeah,
this was
I
a point
said
that
every time I was going to do debates from now on, my goal is to walk through the last debate and then graph out all the arguments so that I can see if I'm missing like pivots or whatever. Is basically my goal here. So I'm trying to find all the places that you pivoted on, and then I'll come back for a second debate, and then I'll push you on all the pivot points, and then we'll follow the arguments down and see where they wind up.
Well, here's the concern I have here. Is the larger point I think you have kind of implicitly conceded, which was you said AOC was economically illiterate for opposing stock buybacks as if it was some sort of fringe opinion. And I think that I've well established that while there's a dispute in the economics profession about and I'm willing to grant that, like right-wing economists think that stock buybacks are good. People generally on the left think that they're bad. And there is different economic arguments being made by both sides, right? Would you concede that?
No, you already loaded it too hard. That right-wing economists think that. No, I'm not even gonna agree with that. It's way too emotionally loaded.
Okay, some economists think one thing, some economists think, and it's a moment of research and dispute in the economics profession, and I won't attach any partisan labels.
Sure.
But just the point. So she's not economically illiterate, right? For supporting this point.
No,
Like I even
these are
linked
non
you.
sequiturs. Whether or not
Wait,
AOC ultimately
what?
supports or doesn't support stock buybacks doesn't make the arguments that she uses for it or against them legitimate or illegitimate. If you want, we can go back and listen to AOC's statement. But our argument was mainly about stock buybacks, not whether or not AOC is economically illiterate.
Well, the reason why I wanted to talk to you about that specific point is, so you're arguing, what you're disputing is her rhetoric, the fact that she was using.
I'm not disputing her rhetoric. I'm saying that she's using bad economic
pathos
arguments.
as opposed to logos. or
Nope,
whatever
she's using bad logos. Here, if you want, actually, listen, we'll do this real quick, okay? Very specifically. She has a 2-minute video. We'll listen to this together. I'll write this down exactly, and we can follow it all in real time, okay? Give me 1 second. Let me open my...
So she's confronting a pharma executive. So before we get the video, she's confronting a pharma executive and saying, "Why are you spending so much on stock buybacks instead of R&D?"
Sure. So okay, let's just write down her arguments, okay? I'll write it down. Wait. I just have the video. I just want to listen to it so we get the exact words out, so there's no rephrasing, reframing, whatever. Okay. So okay, we've got AOC up right here. I'm gonna start it as soon as you're ready to start it. Okay, we can start at the same time.
Oh shit! Did you link it to me?
Yep. It's in Discord.
Okay. Hold on, let me pull this up here. All right, I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Mr. Mitchell, are
Some
you
people do
familiar
that.
with stock
What the-
buybacks?
Okay.
I know what they are.
And what is a stock buyback?
It's when a company decides to purchase shares of its stock in order to drive up its stock price.
So between those roughly 10 years, $465 billion was
Where's
spent
this
on research and
stupid
development.
fucking DMV, bro.
The amount that pharmaceuticals spent on that same time to buy their own stock for the sole purpose of driving up the price was $516 billion.
Fuck, I should have taken the ramp.
So they spent more than their entire budget on research and development on a tactic to drive up their own stock price. Stock buybacks used to be illegal in this country. And once they were made legal, they were allowed. And one of the things is that when a company buys their own stock, it drives up the price of their stock. And something that's not talked about is that CEO pay is tied to stock price.
How long have I been doing this?
So CEOs right now
This
are
stream for
not
5 hours.
incentivized to invest in research and development. They're incentivized to raise their stock price. So, there's a lot of debate as to what can be structured, whether we can go single payer, whether we maintain our insurance system the way that it is, how you make it more competitive, whether you don't, etc. But I think one very clear thing that we can see, Mr. Chair, is that if we eliminated stock buybacks, we could reduce the cost outlays of insurance company or pharmaceutical companies by at least half when you compare just research and development and the stock buybacks alone. And again, I just want to thank each and every single one of you for sharing your stories today, because there is no reason for a drug as simple as insulin, which costs $21 in Canada for a 10 milliliter bottle, to cost the equivalent of a mortgage payment or sometimes 2 mortgage payments. And with that, I yield. Thank you. Mr.
Okay.
All right, so you're okay. Go ahead.
Wait. Okay, so I wrote down some of the statements that she made here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, the first statement that she just made was that $465 billion was spent on R&D. The amount that pharma spent to buy their own stocks for the sole purpose of driving up the price was $516 billion. So these two numbers just don't really relate to one another. Like,
absolutely, they do.
They're
discretionary cash that they have on their balance sheet, and they could spend all that money on stock buybacks. Or
okay,
all that
I'm
money
going to
on
make a
R&D
couple of
or-
statements, and you can tell me if they're true or false. Okay, ready? Is it possible that a company could spend $400 billion on R&D and do $100 billion in stock buybacks, but still not be investing enough in R&D? Is that possible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep,
If
of
you
course.
agree that that's possible, is it also possible that a company could squander $400 billion on I'm sorry, is it also possible that a company could spend, $100 billion on R&D, and there are just no drugs that it could bring to market right now, and then spend $900 billion on stock buybacks, and that could be possible?
Is it possible that there's just nothing right now that is like advantageous for a company to invest in?
Just for the point of moving forward, I would say in a fantasy world where we are close to curing all human diseases, sure.
Okay,
But
then we agree then. Then you agree that these two numbers have nothing to do with one another. It is entirely possible that there are positive NPV projects that a company could invest money into and still have a lot to spend on buybacks or have nothing to spend on buybacks. The only reason she gives these two numbers is because the second number is bigger than the first number. They have nothing to do with one another. Do you disagree with that, or do we need to talk about? Do you agree with this, or do we need to talk about this more?
I totally disagree, and I'll tell you why.
Okay, wait, no. I don't want to hear a broader narrative. This is super basic, okay?
This is super basic.
So you agree
this is
that
money on their balance sheet that could be used in R&D. You're asserting that they've found the economically optimal amount of buybacks and research in R&D, and that is, I mean, a pretty bold empirical claim on your part.
But the fact that they might not have found a good number to invest or whatever, even if that was true, that they're somehow irrational actors, okay? Even if that was true, these two numbers have nothing to do with one another.
Of course they're wait, are you asserting that we have rationality?
All of economics is based on the idea that
the assumption of rationality.
Yes.
And that's where the models make mistakes. Because
why did them
exist if there was rationality?
That's what do you mean? What do you think rationality means?
Okay, first of all, what I mean is optimal, rational decisions are with perfect information.
That's not what rationality means. No, that is not an assumption that
that's
any
what we
field.
assume in our models.
No. You are just wrong. Okay. Here, if you want, I'll shoot you a paper and you can go read it. I was going to read through it with my audience tonight. I'll link it to your chat. They can go and read it, and you can go and read it. When an economist talks about a rational actor, they do not mean that people have perfect information.
Self-interest. You mean they're self-interested?
Sure. Yeah, that we assume that people are going to make optimal decisions based on the amount of information available. That doesn't always factor in things perfectly. People don't have perfect information. And it could also factor in social utility as well. So, for instance, one pair of shoes might be $50.
Absolutely. No, I see what you're saying.
Okay, cool. That's great. I'm glad that we agree on that. Okay. So all of economics is based on this idea. Even Marx, everybody, is based on the idea that we are rational actors. That people aren't just going to waste a whole bunch of money for
this is impossible.
No
How the fuck?
If we thought that, then literally all economic theory would fail. There is no, unless there's some weird absurdist or chaos theory economics or whatever.
No. This is fine. Like this point. Like, I see what you
that's
mean.
fine. Okay, cool. All right, just make sure. So assuming that we have rational actors here that are trying to maximize the amount of money that a company is making, we can assume that the only reason why they would throw money into stock buybacks or actually, wait, that's getting ahead of us. All I'm trying to say is that these two numbers, okay, these two numbers have nothing to do with one another. So, for instance, pharmacies or pharmaceutical companies could have spent $10 billion on buybacks and $100 trillion on R&D, and it's still possible that they could have wasted money on buybacks. That's still possible.
By the way, can I make it a side point? Like the rational model, that isn't the only way we look at economics.
I'm playing till 9 o'clock
fields of
max,
behavioral
bro.
economics where we talk about where people make irrational decisions based on cognitive problems that humans have with processing information. So you can assume rationality in models, but human beings and decision makers in particular do not follow the rational model.
I'm pretty sure that there's literally something from behavioral economics that's called rational choice theory that states that individuals rely on the information they have available to calculate what they assume to be the most, like the best achievable outcomes.
The error is in the calculation.
Of course, everybody acknowledges that. Everybody acknowledges that. Behavioral economics literally researches this. Yes, of course.
Right?
That's what a rational actor is. It doesn't mean perfect information. It doesn't mean God tier. What I'm saying, because this is a super dumb point that a lot of lefties make when they try to criticize economics, and I see it posted on a San subreddit, I see it posted on Chapo Trap House, and I saw it a lot in your chat last night, and I see it in your chat right now, is that people assume that when an economist says that some economic agent is rational, that they're saying, they think that people have perfect information and never make a mistake. That is not true. That is absolutely not what economists think. It just means that we assume that people make what they interpret to be the most optimal outcome with the information they have available. Now, that might not even be the most optimal outcome, but it's what they think is the most optimal outcome. The alternative to this is thinking that people...
Subject to cognitive errors.
Sure, of course. Yes, absolutely, which is what behavioral economist studies. What?
Like sunk cost fallacy. People make all sorts of mistakes.
Of course.
That are irrational when they make decisions. So
sure, but when you're saying irrational there, that's still a part of the rationality of a person. So, for instance, a person might rationally...
Rationally be irrational?
Yes, that is correct. Do you need me to explain that? I
No,
can explain that.
No, go on. This is
Sure.
this is good. Keep going.
Okay, so I'll explain that because that might sound confusing. How can a person rationally be irrational? So a person might sink some amount of money into a project, okay, and that amount of money that they've sunk into that project is going to weigh on them in some subjective way that when they have to choose where to invest future money, they're going to continue to sink it into that project because using
that would be economically irrational, though.
Well, it would be what you would expect a rational.
So you're telling me that human beings aren't economically rational because, for example, the sunk cost fallacy, where someone has invested a bunch of money in a project and they're not properly calculating whether the next dollar is a worthy investment. They're seeing all that lost money, which if they were economically rational, they would be able to coldly and dispassionately say that money is lost. Let's cut and run and spend on something else. But what we see in actual human behavior is they continue to spend money on the sunk cost.
Okay,
and
I didn't want to write like an arg map for like everything we've talked about. Well, but you just conceded the definition to me, and now you're fighting the definition. So So I'm going to return back to the primary point. I'm going to ask you again. What do you think economists mean when they say a rational agent?
But here's the point.
No, don't pivot. Please don't pivot. You pivoted on every argument we made yesterday. Can you just answer this question? What do you think that economists mean when they...
No, I'll even grant you the idea that they're making that economists describe...
Well, but the problem is you don't understand what a rational actor is right now. You think rational means you are making these cold, dispassionate calculations that are based on perfect information. That's not what a rational actor is.
Okay, tell me what you think rationality is.
Sure. Wait. Rationality, that's a different question than what somebody in economics considers to be a rational person, right? A rational person in an economic sense is just somebody that's spending their money in what they personally consider to be the best way possible. That's all a rational person is. So they might think,
I'll read a definition, and you tell me if, and this is my understanding of when economists use the phrase rational behavior.
Okay.
I think we've established that humans don't behave in this way, but this is the way economists describe economic behavior. They say rational behavior refers to decision-making process that is based on making choices that result in the optimal level of benefit or utility for an individual.
Yes.
The assumption of rational behavior implies that people would rather be better off than worse off.
Yes.
Most conventional economic theories are based on the assumption that all individuals taking part in any action or activity are behaving rationally. Now, here's the problem with that.
Wait. I almost agree with your definition, but it's missing one word in there. Can reread that again, and I'll tell you the one word that's missing there.
Okay, for the whole thing?
Yeah, just start reading again. It's the early part.
This is reading with Mike from PA.
Yep, reading with Mike from PA. Okay, go ahead.
Rational behavior refers to a decision-making process that is based on making choices that result in the optimal level of benefit or utility for an individual.
So it's before optimal, you just need the word perceived, and that's what that means. That's what economists think. It's what an individual perceives as the most optimal outcome for them. That isn't always going to align with reality.
And let's talk about what behavioral economics was that I brought up, and I said that behavioral economics studies the effect of psychological, cognitive, emotional, cultural, and social factors on the economic decisions of individuals and institutions, and how those decisions vary from those implied by classical theory, aka rational behavior. So there's behavioral economics is a evolution of and a contradiction of
they put a
rational
car
behavior theory that you're talking about.
Every
so basically, if people were perfect decision makers, they would do a thing. But we know that in reality, they don't do a thing because of this reason, this reason, this reason. And an example that we both agreed to exist was the sunk cost fallacy. So what I'm trying to say is, in the real world, these executives are operating under a behavioral economic model. They are not operating perfectly rationally, and they have misincentives, and this is something that I sent to you last night, which talked about how when a company is buying back a stock, what they're saying to the market is...
Wait. Before we get into all that, can we just focus on one point at a time?
But this point is related, right?
But every point you make is related so that we never have to actually solve any individual point. That's why I'm trying to make these argument maps, because we jump off of every point.
Wait. Do you think... Okay, so let's focus on the point. Is the classical idea of rationality the same as the behavioral economics theory of
no, I don't believe that any reasonable economist is going to say that like a rational agent, a rational economic agent is somebody that makes a cold, dispassionate calculation. Right? You would have to be an idiot to say this. People would never invest their money into dumb stocks. We would never buy gold like conservative radio advertisements tell you to buy. We wouldn't waste money on junk food. Like we wouldn't waste money on like low APR cars with variable bullshit or whatever. Like obviously obviously there's entire industries based on no, like casinos wouldn't exist, right? Like
of course. But that supports my point, though, doesn't it? Steve?
No, well, unless you literally believe that every economist is so stupid, they're like, oh, well, I don't even know how that works. It's impossible. We can't possibly account for how advertising can influence a person to buy a product because they're all rational agents. We're all at a loss.
If we lived in a world of perfect information and whatnot, that classical economics assumes, when they say that market rationality or the optimal price theory is correct, they would argue that advertising would have no effect, but we know that it has an effect.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Obviously, that whole industry is thriving for a reason.
And that's because imperfect information exists. You and I can't possibly know of all possible products.
Yeah, of course.
All possible choices.
But we don't need to know all possible choices to be considered rational agents. A person would assume that I'm going to spend my money in a way that's going to maximize my benefit. I might make the wrong decision.
Here's the question I have for you, Steve. Like you telling me that they're making the optimal decision with their R&D spending, and they're not spending $1 too little when they do the stock buyback.
Perceived optimal decision. But go ahead.
But okay, but that's carrying a lot of weight because maybe they just don't know about a drug that's being researched.
If they don't know about it, then that's going to mean that was their perceived optimal spend. They were unaware of some drug they could have spent more money into.
Of course, but the same thing. They also have an uncertainty principle around the rate of return on a drug, right? They don't know with certainty whether or not a drug is going to pay out. They don't know whether or not a treatment is going to
yeah,
bear
of course.
fruit.
You don't know if it's going to pass all the trials for the medical. Yeah.
They make estimates based on each drug, right?
Okay.
And they guess. And so even when they're guessing, there's marginal drugs, right? That you would agree are on the border of being profitable and not.
Yeah.
And so if we allow them, if we incentivize them to spend more on R&D, that would increase the number of marginal drugs that are invested in.
We don't know that. That's not necessarily true. It's possible that if you would have dumped that money into R&D, it would have been squandered. Maybe there weren't any good drugs that were ready to be brought to market. Maybe there wasn't any promising research on a drug that could have led to a profit for the company. Like these things are entirely possible. You haven't demonstrated that they're not, that there are all of these drugs that could have had all this money invested into them that these companies could have turned a profit on.
So I think what I'm hearing is that you believe that the National Institutes of Health funding level should be zero because drug companies are making the most optimal invest in drug R&D. And we don't need to support it because they're making rational decisions. So why the hell are we spending government money on it?
Because government research might be going to products or might be going to research that benefits the public good that doesn't necessarily bring a specific drug to market, right? The point of pharmaceutical companies that are privatized is that they can do further specialized research into some area to bring some drug to market.
No, it's to privatize the gains and socialize the losses, right? So that, in other words, the government is subsidizing research and development, and when a university or a public researcher comes up
I'm
with
not gonna make it. There's literally no fucking way to make it.
The pharmaceutical companies can come in, get the patent for that drug, develop it for the market, and then massively overcharge.
Okay, hold on. I'm curious. Do you think that like if we were to just like that the government is just in the position to just spend all of the money that the private pharmaceutical companies do on drug research, that literally these companies just sprung up and are just like arbitraging the fuck out of us or something? Like they just came in and took over all the research and stole it from the government? You don't think that there's any value being added by a pharmaceutical company? Do you believe that?
I didn't say that.
Okay, hold on. You said you didn't say that, but the way that you just phrased that public R&D does everything, and they're actually the one, and then these privatized companies come in and they patent something and they steal it. Like, do you think
but
that?
You're
wait, hold on, wait. I want a yes or no answer to that, or you can elaborate. Do you think that privatized pharmaceutical companies add no value to the pharmaceutical market?
I didn't say that.
Okay, I'm asking you. So wait. So answer. I know you didn't say that. I just want you to answer that. I'm just curious. Do you think that?
But I did. You jumped over me. I said, yeah, sure.
Okay, so they do. Okay, cool. So then we agree that they do. So we agree that there is a value that privatized research does accomplish that public research doesn't. That's great. So there's room for both of them, which I 100% support. We should have broad research into pharmaceutical R&D and whatnot, and we should also have private companies that can take that research into a more specialized direction. A lot of it, by the way, which ends up as a dead end because a lot of these drugs don't make it through trials, and that's fine. There's room for both of these players in the market.
Yeah, and that was never our dispute.
Of course it's not. Well, our dispute was originally whether or not the $516 billion that was spent on stock buybacks is relevant to the $465 billion spent on R&D.
That's exactly the point. Here's the problem, is that you're arguing that they were economically rational when they made that. And that is a very difficult position to support for a number of reasons.
Okay, why is it wrong? Tell me, do you know any drugs that should have had more money dumped into them that could have been profitable for these companies? Tell me what.
That would require expertise in the pharmaceutical industry, and I'm sure we could find plenty of people to tell us that there are drugs that are not being
well, so I'm going to
researched,
assume then that you've conceded this argument until you can think of a single
well, no,
one.
but that's ridiculous. You're
no, because
demanding-
my model makes perfect sense, and everything makes sense in my.
But it doesn't make perfect sense.
It
doesn't make perfect sense. But let's keep going. Keep going.
Okay. So the first point that she brought up, 465 billion was spent on R&D, 516 billion was spent on stock buybacks. These two numbers have no relation to one another, and you really shouldn't be bringing these numbers up to try to say that money is being squandered on stock buybacks. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so that was my first argument against her economic, or I should say finance literacy, I guess.
You keep saying they're not related, but you agree that they could divert money from one to the other. So they are related in the sense that they're the discretionary
So what you agreed on earlier was that you could have spent 700 billion on R&D and only 100 billion on stock buybacks, and you still could have squandered the money on stock buybacks. Or you could spend 600 billion on R&D and only 50 billion on stock buybacks, and the money could have actually been squandered on R&D. These numbers could be anything.
But the existence of those possibilities doesn't mean that the current possibility is correct.
No, what I'm saying is that because...
And that's the problem that you have, is you're arguing that the current blend is the economically rational and optimal thing.
No.
And that stock buybacks have no impact on the level of R&D spending.
What I'm saying is that if two guys...
Oh, wait, don't pivot, Steve. Answer the question. Answer the point I said, which was you're arguing that the current balance of stock buybacks to research and development is economically rational and optimal.
I don't know what you mean by... I still don't know if you know what rational means, so I don't know how to answer that question.
I read it to you multiple times.
Yeah, but I still don't think you know what it means. I think you mean that it means people have perfect information or something.
No. That this is the best possible thing for the company's benefit. Like
I don't know if anyone can know that. We would literally can only ask God. I think they're doing
how
what...
How can they make decisions?
How does a company make any decision? What do you mean? They make decisions based on their perceived best spend, right?
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Yes,
okay,
then yes, I believe that this was their perceived best spend. Yes.
That they believe that this is the perceived best spend.
Correct.
To maximize profit.
That there were no NPV, there were no positive NPV projects, so they didn't invest money in them, and they did a stock buyback instead.
No. That well, first of all, the idea that there are no NPV versus, I mean, there's probably positive NPV that is less than other investments, right? Like, say, for example, buying a treasury. They probably wouldn't invest in something that has an NPV, but it's lower than an alternative investment.
Okay, wouldn't that alternative investment just be another NPV?
Well, that's what I'm saying. But they're drug companies, and they're spending on non-drug investments.
I don't know how common it is that drug companies just spend their profits buying up other companies, if that's what you're saying, but like...
Well, that's, in fact, one of the major pharmaceuticals, Valiant, that we talked about last night.
Well, okay, wait, I don't want to jump into that. Okay, it's not relevant. Okay, it's not relevant to this conversation.
But it is relevant. You said you're not sure, and I'm giving you a point, which is they spent zero money on R&D, and they only spent money in M&A. And their argument was, we'll just be the hedge fund of pharmaceutical companies, and we'll only look for little drug companies out there doing research, and we'll buy them up, and we'll jack up the prices, and we'll make a lot of money. And it turned out to be a huge fucking scam. And they've collapsed horribly. And they've had one of the worst returns of all the drug companies.
Come on.
So that is relevant, right?
No.
Well, by the way, were they economically rational when they spent zero on R&D?
It's right there, yes.
It's possible.
Oh my God.
I don't know. I don't know the internal workings of that company. I would assume so, because I'd assume if the CEO was making really shit decisions, the board would fire him and they'd pick another CEO because the CEO would be fucking over their stocks.
God damn it! I don't even want to play anymore.
All right, so you believe that we shouldn't in any way look at the consequences of decisions. We should only say if they were. Wait.
What do you mean by consequences of decision? What kind of consequences?
So this was they had an argument that the board, this CEO and this board had a belief that investing in R&D was waste of money, and they should only spend in acquisitions, marketing, and stock buybacks.
Okay.
Sort of what you are advocating for as economic.
I'm not advocating for it. I'm saying that's what I would expect a private firm to do. But go ahead.
So and so they had that was a decisions they made, and they've lost billions of dollars of shareholder value.
Yeah, it sounds like they made a bad decision then, and they went broke because of it.
They made a really bad decision, but they were making an economically rational decision.
You don't know what rational acting means. Fuck
yes,
me.
I do.
Holy shit.
What I'm saying is, you're saying the decision-making process.
No. So okay, so what you just said was because somebody made a bad decision, they weren't rational. That's just not true. You still don't understand what the rational actor means. You think that it means that they can only make good decisions. You don't understand.
No, that's not what I mean. That's
exactly what there's zero room for interpreting your statement as any other way. You're saying that because they made a decision that led to the company going bankrupt, that was economically rational. That you don't understand what it means. I don't know what else to say.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
You're saying that they were making a decision that was the perceived optimal level of benefit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
sounds like that perception was incorrect.
But from that point of view, Steve, any decision, because it's from the point of view of my subjective self, is rational.
Yes, the assumption is that...
Well, then what's the fucking point of calling it rational? Why don't we just call it subjective behavior?
Because the point of calling it rational is to show that we believe that people will spend in the ways that they consider optimal. So what it does is it means that we need to investigate how people view things in terms of what makes things optimal. Why would somebody buy a bowl of whatever food from Chipotle over another restaurant that's has equivalent products, but it's $3 cheaper? There must be some other reason why they're doing it. Because we have to assume they're being rational. Because I guess in your world, people can just waste money for no reason, but a reasonable, like a behavioral economist might say, hey, there's a higher social utility attached to buying Chipotle, maybe because they are pollution offset.
Well, here's the thing. Like, you kept inserting perceived, and I read a definition from Investopedia.
Do I have any econ like grad students or whatever in chat to come and explain this? Because I'm gonna fucking kill myself if I have to do this. If I have any econ grad students, can you guys speak up, please? I can't.
Well, the reason why we can't move forward from this opinion is because you keep arguing that the money spent on buybacks is not related to the money spent on R&D, and I'm arguing that it's the same. It's a pool of money on the balance sheet, and they made a decision, and you're saying that whatever decision they make is their perceived rational decision. So so the decision isn't wrong, Mike from PA, because they're perceiving it as the best decision. And I'm saying, related to the consequences of those decisions, we can determine whether or not those were economically or rational from the point of view of a utilitarian perspective of the consequences of those decisions. Did they actually result in the socially optimal level of drug research or not? And I'm saying it's very likely that we're below the socially optimal level of drug research.
Socially optimal has nothing to do with whatever we're talking about. It
doesn't when you're talking about the government and you're making policy. Now,
we're not talking about a government making policy. You're talking
about AOC. She's a fucking congresswoman making policy.
We're not talking about making a policy. We're talking about AOC making the statement that since pharma spent some amount of money on stock buybacks and less money on R&D, it therefore can be stated that their money was squandered. That is a non sequitur by definition, which showcases that she has a bad understanding of finance. That's my whole point on this statement. Because these two numbers could literally be anything. You already agreed to that. You said they could have spent $500 billion on R&D. And only 100.
And you would argue that you would say it was rational no matter what it was.
No, we're not talking about whether or not it's rational. What I'm saying is that just because a
company... What have we been talking about for the last 25 minutes?
Let me refocus you. Just because a company spends more money on R&D or more money on stock buybacks than on R&D doesn't mean that the money was squandered on stock buybacks. These two numbers are not related to one another. That's all I'm saying. That no person that knows what they're talking about would say, "Oh, well, they spent more on stock buybacks than R&D, therefore we know it's wrong." I'm not even hungry anymore. My stomach just hurts now. Those two things are not related. They could have spent far less on buybacks than R&D, and they still could have squandered money. These numbers have nothing to do with one another. That's all I'm saying. This is undeniable.
Okay, and here's what I'm saying, which is also undeniable. That's the same pool of money, and those pharmaceutical industry could have spent that money on R&D. So in fact, they're making
if you want to make that argument,
they're making a decision between spending
if you want to make that argument, if you want to
decided that it's economically rational.
If you want to make that argument, then you need to find.
Hold on, let me finish.
I already know what you're saying. It doesn't matter.
I do. This is very simple. You're saying. What we're observing is that they said it was economically rational to spend more on stock buybacks than it is on R&D. And the question is, do you think that makes sense? And does that strike you as surprising that pharmaceutical companies whose sole their purpose in our economy is to create a profit by providing drugs to consumers, the fact that they spent more on stock buybacks than they did on their own product pipeline is surprising? And maybe it's the economically rational decision.
I
right?
don't know how any of that has anything to do with the fact that how much money they spent on stock buybacks versus R&D has nothing to do with whether or not the money was squandered. If you want to make that statement, then what you need to say is, here are some promising drugs that could have even been plus NPV projects for the company, but they didn't invest in them and they did stock buybacks anyway. That's the argument that you would go with. You would never just point to these two figures and say, since B is higher than A, it must have been wasted. That is a non sequitur and it doesn't make sense.
I didn't say it was wasted, but the question.
That's what AOC is just trying to make the point.
But we haven't gotten to the other points yet.
Her first.
Gotten to the points
what I'm saying is that if she wanted to make this argument, the first point already doesn't matter. How much you spent on buybacks versus how much you spent on R&D has no bearing on whether or not there were more projects you could have invested in or more money you could have spent on buybacks. It is totally unrelated.
Closing parenthesis.
Okay, we're just gonna keep going over the same point over and over again, because you're not will you concede that it's a pool of money they could have used for more research and development, or they could have used it on dividends, or
they could have, sure, but if we want to say that they should have,
it's related in the sense that the money is fungible,
but it doesn't tell us whether or not money was squandered, which is what she is saying. That's because her next point is they spent more on their entire R&D budget on a tactic to drive up their own stock price. She's making it sound like the money is being wasted or squandered.
And that's a different point, and we can move to that point now if you want, or if you're too tired after this one point, it's fine. I understand. But we can move on.
Wait, hold on. Okay, wait, Calixtus, can you state your background and tell me what you want to talk about real quick?
All right, come on. Let's.
Oh, okay. I have an undergrad in.
Who gives a
economics.
fuck?
Okay, go. Hit us up. What do you want to say?
Undergrads.
Wait, okay, hit him up real quick.
Give me at least a fucking master's.
Hit me up.
Fucking undergrad.
What we're talking about right now is high school econ 101, so this is plenty. Go, hit me up.
This is stuff we covered in high school economics. When
Okay,
people say,
I don't give a shit because I'm talking about behavioral economics. Did you take that in high school, you stupid fuck? If not, get the hell out of here.
Okay, that's a bit unfair.
Okay, what is your point you want to make? Go.
When you talk about rationality in economics, you're not saying that something is the most optimal decision, as Destiny was saying.
That's not what I said!
That is what you said, like 12 times.
Oh my god, I read the rational behavior thing, and I said it was a decision make a result in the optimal level of benefit or utility. The optimal level of benefit or utility is the fucking definition.
But that perception of utility is subjective. There is not like an objective, concrete way of like measuring this. Utility is one of the most difficult to study concepts because it's so hard to tie like a monetary value to like social utility.
Let me give you an analogy. You say something's red, I say something's green. We look at it and we have a different subjective perspective. Now, are we both rational for saying it's red or green, or should we tie the color red and green to a certain wavelength of light? Is that rational based on the wavelength of light?
So what you just said,
my subjective view.
So what you just said betrayed again that you do not understand what rational means. Here is a better analogy, okay? A better analogy would be a behavioral economist would ask, here are two equivalent shoes, okay? And every single measure they are exact same, except one of them was worn by Kanye West and the other one wasn't. A person is willing to spend $100 more on the shoes advertised by Kanye West than on the other shoe. Why? What is the perceived social utility there, right? Why? Now, we would assume that all people are being rational agents, that they're spending in their greatest perceived benefit, but the area of investigation would be, why would they spend more on the Kanye West shoes than the non-Kanye West shoes? These are the kinds of things we would investigate. Not like, how do we tie like a color to a wavelength? Like
But
that's
here's
like
the thing. Here's the problem with your argument, and we're going to get to it later, is you're still not understanding what I'm saying, is that the decision maker's rationality is for his personal benefit, not necessarily the interest of the company. Because you understand that the executive interest
tie their personal
is
benefit
different.
with the stock
Don't fucking interrupt. The executive's interest is because who the fuck are you? The executive's interest is different from the corporation who he serves as an agent.
But that's not true. That's why we have.
That is true.
That's
This
why
is
we
basic
have.
shit.
That's why we have stock incentives for CEO pay, is to make sure that those interests are aligned. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I'm
no,
fucking done.
because of what we're gonna get to later.
There's 2 more levels.
I
I'll
disagree
do
with
'em
you.
tomorrow
That
or
the,
something.
the interests of agents are perfectly aligned with their company.
Okay, I got you on that. I want to
That's
read the link that
ridiculous.
you sent me last night, okay? Give me 2 minutes, okay? Thank you so much, Nira, for that kind introduction. I've long admired all that you and everyone here at the Center for American So just to be clear, Mike sent me this last night and told me to read this, okay? I've long admired all that you and everyone here at the Center for American Progress do to promote a progressive economic agenda, and I share your commitment for making sure our markets are safe and efficient and fair for all Americans. So it's a real honor to be here with you today. I also want to thank my friend Andy Green, who in addition to being the Managing Director of Economic Policy here at CAP, has been a critical source of wisdom for me since my swearing at the Commission back in January. Before I begin, let me start with a standard disclaimer that the views I'm about to express are blah, 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 blah. Today, I'd like to share a few thoughts about corporate stock buybacks and some research produced by my staff that raises significant new questions about this activity. As Nira mentioned, I'm a recovering researcher. Before I was appointed to the SEC, I was a law professor who spent most of my time thinking about how to give corporate managers incentives to create sustainable long-term value. I'd often ask my students, are we making sure that executive pay gives managers reason to invest in the long-term development of their workforce and their communities? Or are we paying executives to pursue short-term stock price spikes rather than long-term growth? Little did I know that, so soon into my tenure, I'd have a sobering case study to put these questions to the test. That's because of the Trump tax bill promising to bring overseas corporate cash home became law last December. Now, we all know the last time this happened, blah, 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 blah. When I first took this job, I worried that 14 years later, history repeated itself. Tax bill would cause many
blah, blah, blah over the points that
okay, I'll read it. I don't think it's relevant to what we're talking about, but I'll read it, sure. Okay. Now, we all know that what happened the last time a Republican-controlled government pushed through a corporate tax holiday in 2004. As that bill's sponsors hoped, American companies repatriated billions of dollars of overseas cash, but corporations didn't invest most of that money in innovation. They didn't invest in retraining their workforce or raising wages. Instead, executives largely used the influx of fresh funds for massive stock buybacks. So when I first took this job, I worried that 14 years later, history would repeat itself, and the tax bill would cause managers to focus on financial engineering rather than long-term value creation. Sure enough, in the first quarter of 2018 alone, American corporations bought back a record $178 billion in stock. On too many occasions, companies doing buybacks have failed to make the long-term investments in innovation on their workforce that our economy so badly needed, and because we at the SEC have not reviewed our rules governing stock buybacks in over a decade, I worry whether these rules can protect investors, workers, and communities from the torrent of corporate trading dominating today's markets. Even more disturbing, there is clear evidence that a substantial number of corporate executives today use buybacks as a chance to cash out the shares of the company they received.
All right. That was a pretty good run today. I think that's the longest stream we've ever done.